Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back here. Hey, we just had ADP. You see how off that was? My goodness, my goodness. Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is opening call, and well, we got some new faces here. We're the Kingston Trio. I'd like to say good morning to Jack and Coach Jay. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Eddie. As you might have noticed,
Yep.
things are a little bit different here this morning. Some new faces, as Eddie mentioned. We are on for the next couple days, sort of like the skeleton crew. See, they're having some important meetings for Topstep, I think,
Very
yearly
important.
meetings, and
Yeah.
sort of like the State of the Union, where they keep one transportation secretary in a bunker in case a tactical nuke goes off or something. This week, me, Dolby, and Eddie are those people in a bunker. So we will be streaming with other guests from Top Step here, and it should be a good old time. But bear with us. We won't have as many stats and graphics coming in, but still lots of trades, and no one's here to watch us do the house account, so we could get spicy. You're
It
also
could
going to see
get.
a lot of the guy on the left, Jay. Hello, good morning, Coach Jay.
Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Eddie. Yeah, the guys in the bunker, but they
Morning.
did leave the keys to the house account. So if they're not watching Jack, I think now's the perfect time to put on a 50 lot if we could figure it out this week. Uh,
Wait a
but it'll
minute.
have
Wait
to
a
be a
minute.
good trade.
My goodness.
50
Said no one's
lot
watching.
bonds could happen.
Not a bad idea.
So starting off this morning, we got a news heavy session after last night and into today. So Eddie, you want to kick us off here?
Yeah, you know what? Like I mentioned earlier here, we did have ADP at 715 here. They were looking at 141,000. Prior was 180,000. It came in at 77. Big miss on that one. A little later on today, 845, we got a composite PMI. Big number at 845 here. The global service PMI for February. I will be watching that. And I will be watching the wire throughout the day. 9 o'clock, we got durable transport factory orders. We do have the 9 o'clock non-manufacturing PMI. That's going to be a big number. Also, the non-manufacturing prices for February. Also at 9:30, that good old trusty crude oil inventories. We'll see how that gets skewed up. And we've got got Beige Book a little later on. Some speakers throughout the day, but you know what? I'm going to be watching the wire here because they jump in anytime they'd like to. And Jack, that's what I've got so far here for our Eco Day.
Thank you, Eddie. I think with that, we're going to let Eddie go back to the news cave. And Jay, we're going to start taking a look at these charts.
All right.
Let's
Now,
do it, Jack.
usually at this time, I am either just getting up and feeding a baby or getting stuff prepared. So, from what I hear about Hoag and JD in the morning, is that they often take an opening range trade in gold around now.
That is correct. That is correct. So gold opens up at 7:20 Central Time. So we have that 1 minute opening range right now. The way I'm seeing it, we're kind of sitting right in the middle of that opening range. The low of the range is 29.23 half, and the high of the range is 29.25. We just broke the low of it. So they would be taking this trade right now. But the way gold looks, if I zoom out on a higher time frame, I don't know that I love this trade. We've been pretty consolidated since last night's open. If we look at the
Mhm.
first 30 minutes of the Globex opening range, kind of just hanging out near that low. And I don't know about you, Jack, but I've been bullish gold. We have had a pullback since we made a new all-time high around 29.75. But that seems like it was just a pullback for the potential run to 3,000. So if we're looking at that opening range trade right now, it would be a short because we broke down to the low, but we can see we're kind of hanging out right in the middle. I think it's a no trade for me.
I think it's a no trade for me for more practical reasons. Is that I'm gonna have to talk to the risk manager, my live account, which you can see, also working the box here. Um, I need to get limits set for products such as gold, oil. Basically, for my house account, we can sling the ES, NQ, some financials, i.e., the bonds, if we want to get spicy. But for now,
So
yeah, go ahead, Jay.
No, I think we should. So the financials, I know it's not something that gets talked about often, but this is a Jack Pelzer takeover of Topstep TV, and I know you're the bonds trader, and they've been moving really well. They've been moving really well. Coach Paul and I kind of, Coach Paul trades them a lot more than I do. He trades the 10-year, but they've been trending, Jack. Do you think there's an opportunity here? From what I'm looking at, I have a 10-year chart up. We have the 200 moving average on a 30-minute chart, and we're kind of using that as a support. This looks like a decent buy here. I know a lot of times on the show you're commenting on uh, the interest rates and how they've been down historically. Is that right?
Yeah, let me take a look at my yield charts real quick. I do have some bad news here too. When I was away on paternity leave, they switched us to more organized live accounts that we all have. And I
Okay,
just saw when I tried to put it in that I do not have the limits in the financials either. It looks like we're trading ES and NQ like the people want.
let's do it.
So
Give the
that'll
people
be
what they want.
fun. However, we are hanging out right now around 4.22 yield in the 10-year. Let me take a look at what was going on. Held mostly steady last night. Yields actually went up yesterday for the first time in a good deal. Looking like since last night they started rallying a little bit in the yields, but we're down all the way. I just have a 30-minute chart open in my other platform that has the yields. We've gone from 4.6% yields on just February 12th down to 4.2. We went as low as we took a run at the 4.1. Hopefully those mortgage rates are coming in. We had the lowest
Hopefully.
pending sales of houses this week in history. Worse than the great financial crisis, worse than COVID. Not a great time to be buying a house, it would seem.
No, it is not. Think we ever get back to 3% mortgages?
Maybe if you know someone. We're gonna we're gonna need a lot of layoffs and tariff announcements by the Trump administration to get around 3. We'll need cooperation from Jerome Powell, who, remember, the highlight of this week on Friday, we have non-farm, and then we have Powell talking. That
Yes.
is what we come here in the morning for.
Excitement ahead.
So for now, Jay, I just have the ES open, so we can talk about the equities, or if we want to run through, keep on running through gold and oil since they just opened. We just hit new lows of the session in the ES, trading 57.85 at the moment.
Yeah, let's take a look at the ES. I don't really see much in gold right now, but I am looking for buys somewhere lower in gold near 2910s. But I have an S&P chart up as well, Jack. I'm looking at a daily, and these are markets that are under heavy sell pressure. We're under the 200 moving average on the daily chart in the S&P. That moving average is at 58.64. Right now, we're trading almost 100 points lower than it, and looking heavy. Yesterday was the highest volume we traded in the S&P since August 5th of 2024, uh, which is significant,
Wow.
right? We are trading below 50% of that candle as well, which is at 58.16. So then if we go down to a shorter time, there's a ton of room down if we look at those August lows, uh, which are,
One
under 5,500 right now. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, one area I very much want to point out that I've been talking about for a while here. If you look at the markets yesterday, we came down. We are so close. The lows of today, or we're probably through it now because the SPX is closed. But the 200-day moving average in the SPX is 57.26 right now. We'll have to see when it opens, what the SPX opens at. But if it gets to 57.26 there, that would be the 200-day moving average in the spot market. Could be a strong place for long-term buyers to step in.
Yep. We don't trade under that often,
No, we
under that
don't. In
200
fact,
moving average.
last time the SPX hit the 200-day moving average was November of 2023. So it's been more than a year since we've gotten down to that level.
Nice. And pretty strong rally since then. So we'll see what happens. How far are we again, Jack, in SPX? Just so we have an idea. I think we saw a pretty
My
strong bounce near that area yesterday.
Yes, my guess would be there's probably about a 10-point premium still with the futures. So let's say
Okay,
it's trading, somewhere between 74, 84. It would be a rip lower. It's right around the lows of yesterday for the ES.
got you.
Also, Jay,
That
I
makes
think
it.
it was Charlie Munger who once said that, and I'm going to paraphrase this, something along the lines of even better than buying and holding is something that's outperformed the S&P 500 over the last however many years is buying high quality companies when they hit their 200-day moving average. But he also added that virtually no one has the discipline to sit around and just do that. So 200-day moving
Yeah, it
average,
takes
we
a
talk
while.
about the bigger the moving average, that 200-day moving average is a big one that everybody will be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, if you have that kind of discipline, Jack, you're talking about one trade in the last almost 2 years now, right? In the S&P, right? You just buy it off the 200 and go live your life until it tests it again. It's a
Yeah,
lot of
and you can
discipline.
do that with individual stocks. As we go around, the Mag 7 has been getting hammered as of late. They're almost all below. They've been taking the brunt of this. They've underperformed. To give you an example, Amazon is if you want to Charlie Munger it, Amazon is pierced its 200-day moving average yesterday. Google is trading decently below it. Meta is way above because, as you recall, they had that 20-day win streak. Microsoft, well below its 200-day moving average. Nvidia, obviously below its 200-day average. And Tesla is just at its 200-day moving average now after taking a very roundabout post-election trip all the way up to 480. It's back down to trading 275 at the moment. So if you think any of those are high-quality companies, some maybe, some not, maybe a good time to start getting in there and Charlie Munger your portfolio.
I have a couple of bids in Nvidia lower. I bought some at 115, and a couple bids lower. Uh, but going to be patient for now. Looking at longer term holds. These are 5 years down the line. Maybe I'll look at them again, uh, unless they
Jay,
double
I
before
have to
that.
brag before it while it's still in my favor, but I was able to get some Nvidia at 109 handle
Nice,
yesterday in the extended hours before the market opened.
very nice.
Nevertheless, a lot of indicators still saying that we're quite overvalued here. We'll just have to see how it shakes out. News tape bomb. We have Eddie back there mentioning it or taking looks at those, but very contradictory things being said about whether these tariffs go into effect today. Eddie, I don't know if you have any more, but I was seeing tweets and what have you that were saying, well, I think it was Lutnick was saying is he might roll them back today or maybe not. So we'll keep an eye on that.
I think they got a coin they're going to flip, and that's going to be the deciding answer. But yes, I've seen conflicting comments back and forth here um, regarding Lutnick, saying that they are starting, they will be launched, and then they could be canceled or pulled back a bit. But that's the beauty of the wire. I'll keep my eyes open here. Anything I do see, obviously, we do have a lot going on here. So you know what? Just be careful. CYA, cover your ass, and keep your ears and eyes open. Back to you,
All right,
Jack.
so gold's starting to move now. We broke out of that 1 minute opening range. We did just get a ton of volume that traded in that last 1 minute candle. So looking like that move to the downside. Again, I'm looking to buy gold. So if I did take a short here, I'm thinking, position management around that 29.10 area. I'm looking at this for me, at least if I'm, looking to get long as a potential uh, better buy opportunity. But in the short time frame, this market is saying sell it. So we'll see what happens. A lot of times, what I like to do, Jack, is I'm on a 3 minute chart here. We have what couple minutes before this 3-minute candle actually just closed. So I'm going to frame out this high volume candle. It's pretty high volume compared to anything else that we had, and just see how the market trades around this. Right, this might give us an opportunity if this is where our sellers stopped right around 29.16 to limit risk for a buy back to the other side, or if buyers can't push it above 29.20, then shorting it on the other end of it. So gold getting a little interesting now, so we'll keep an eye on it.
How frequently do you trade the gold, Jay? I know you're dabbling in it
Uh,
sometimes.
yeah. So let's call it 20 trading days in a month. I probably place five gold trades. Five gold trades. It isn't often, but it's a market that's been moving. When it trends really nicely, it kind of makes it easy, especially when the equities might be doing something else, right? Chopping around, or a 12 tick spread in the Nasdaq, and you just want something a little calmer.
Yes. And we'll
We got
keep an
settlement
eye
here
on.
at 26. So we're getting a settlement test right now. Uh, we'll see. Go ahead, Jack.
I said we'll have to keep an eye on what would have happened had we taken the opening range trade. But as someone that I have never placed a gold trade in my life, I'm okay. Maybe it's good that they don't have me with limits for that. But
Yeah.
if you see anything you want to take here, feel free to, even for smallest size. But
Yep.
settlement test.
So we have my screens up. I have a VWAP attached to the opening range, and we're kind of testing that right now. This would be a good short opportunity here. I'm already in a little bit of a drawdown, so I'm going to switch over to micros and just take it with a couple of those. So I'm short 3 micro gold right now at 21.3. My stop is going to be above 25, so risking about $100 here, and looking if we can get a couple of things going here. So a test of the low of that volume that we talked about. This would be my first area to kind of start thinking about trade management. If we can't get sellers to sell below 16.5, then I'd just take the trade off. But if we can get sellers below 16.5, then tens would be the target. So short 3 micro gold, 21.3, looking for 6.15. And again, if I get the opportunity to buy it lower, I'll probably switch over to minis and buy it there.
There we go. So Jay, short 3 micro gold. As mentioned today, we have a crew of mostly guests. So I'll try and update the positions and stuff like that at some point up top, but be patient. It may take some time. We got other stuff going on. Somebody wanted to do the rundown through the bonds again. Let me fire up a few things here. And head over to my screen. So I'm sharing my TopStep X, but I use other programs to look at things because I do a lot of trading that's around options and spot bond yields, spreads, things like that. Right now, this is the ZN. Let's pull it up to the daily. This will give a rough idea of what we're looking at here. Okay, you can see that we are in a giant. This is going all the way back to October of 2023, where I have my cursor on right now. So we're basically in a huge trading range. After coming out, it'll be hard to see because this futures contract won't go back far enough. But if we go way back, obviously coming out of the spending with the pandemic, we had a massive rise, the biggest rise in 10-year yields in my lifetime and probably most of yours, taking us all the way up to beyond 5%. Now, since then, the original Trump trade was supposed to be that the tariffs would probably be inflationary and thus be resulting in stronger yields. And that's what we saw happen. If we go here, here's November. So the election's right in this area right here. We had it, and then there's tariff talks. the economy maybe slowing a little bit with all the cuts, getting responsible about the fiscal stuff, dropped down considerably. On the yields, we've been bouncing back and forth between about 4.7. The absolute lows back last year of the recently were 3.6. But we're at an interesting level right now. You can see this sort of even bottom here of around 4 point, let's call it 2% yields where we're at right now. Right here where we were just before this is back in October 2023. So this is a pretty big bottom. So let's see. We're at kind of like a possible double top here. Bonds, as you can see here, we had like 9 or 11 straight trading sessions of yields compressing in the 10-year. Maybe a little bit of a blow off top there in the short term. I think that this could be an attractive. It's going to be so news driven today because it completely depends. I mean, if Trump says he rolls back, like he's going to say he's going to roll this back today, or
Yeah.
he's not. And I don't know how you trade that.
You just
You
got to
almost
watch
don't,
for
Jack.
that blue light
Just
special.
Let's zoom in real quick. You know, if we go to like a 15-minute chart, here we go, seeing some indecision overnight here. Remember, this is price, so yields are going up as this is selling off. I think this right here from yesterday, this is a lot of the, like when we saw the market sell off yesterday, this is oh man, tariffs are coming. Now it's like maybe trading a range here with tight stops, but just have the stops in because damn man, if he comes out and
one
rolls them
headline.
back, one headline. Speaking of which, yeah, we're rallying 10 points there, 10 ticks as we would call them. Ain't nothing. Let me check back in on the old ES. Still selling off. We're right at settlement right now.
I am flat on that gold trade. Like I said, I am in a drawdown, so I'm gonna trade it like I'm in a drawdown, just kind of taking small pieces. There is some more room down in this trade, but just took about 120 bucks with those 3 micros. There's a lot more room down, right? There is some nice selling coming in here. 29.10s, if I was still short, would be my profit target, but flat on that gold trade for now.
All right, so we're flat. House account is flat right now. About 745. We could take a look at the crude oil.
And we got about 15 minutes on that. Opens up top of the hour. Just tag the lows here in crude. Crude just tagging some lows.
Well, I shouldn't have
That's
got out of that gold trade. Just continuing to sell
Goodness.
down. It's another 10 points after I got out, but something's
You
going
might
on
hear
here.
some crying babies in the background. That's not me.
Can't hear him.
Something that came over the wire here I thought might be a little bit more important than what they sort of put it out as. CIA Director Radcliffe. U.S. cut off intelligence to Ukraine. It's coming from Fox Business. That seems pretty deep here.
Did anybody watch the joint session last night?
Watch the
No,
highlights.
but I had one.
That's good.
All right.
That's good. Keep the mind straight. The big takeaway that I had, I did not watch it, but it seems that what I saw sort of on Twitter is that he did not, and I think people pointed this in chat, sounded like he is not rolling back. Like, he seemed pretty forceful about the tariffs being the way. Jack, am I kidding, bro? Kidding about what? About not watching the address last night? No.
Yeah, I did not watch it either. You could always get the highlights.
Yeah, I saw the highlights.
That's it. It was 100-minute.
Yeah, it's a lot of talking.
Just it was a lot of repeating of what he has been saying throughout these 2 months, basically.
Some big selling continuing to come in gold here. Another 300 lots just kind of went right to market. Selling. We're seeing a ton of volume. So again, if I was looking to buy, it's coming back down to an area that I would consider buying. I'm going to switch over to the 30-minute chart. And speaking of 200 moving averages, the 200 moving average on the 30 is at 28.96 half, right? So price wise, it's coming down to an area that I would want to buy it, but I'm not going to be the first one to kind of step in front of this momentum to the downside. I'll let the sellers let me know when they're done selling, and then it'll be a better opportunity to buy from there, or just get on the train and sell it. So we are seeing some decent momentum to the downside. Each one of these, high volume candles that we have is holding, right? So we're seeing some nice continuation volume. A lot of times, what we'll see is that kind of exhaustion move lead to a reversal. But if we can see, 50% of these candles is holding, so you could almost short right at 50%, risk the high until that pattern breaks. We'll see what happens at 2,900.
All right, Jay's still looking for the GC. Goldman looking to possibly go long. I got the oil open. No limit, so we won't take an opening range trade here. Here's the oil. Right around the lows of yesterday right now. 66.85. Taking a look at the tilt. Everyone's indecisive, as probably they should be. 50-50 in the ES, 45% long NASDAQ, 64% long crude oil, 50-50 in the gold. So long crude oil is the biggest the biggest bias that our traders who are currently in positions have. We're hovering around the lows.
Jack, we had that issue all day long yesterday, sitting on the fence, 50-50, very close to 50-50, all day long. But we do see crude, 63%. Now, if it matters here, we did have oil prices declining third day in a row, and this is sort of teeing off on the OPEC Plus plan to proceed with the increase in April. We did see that Brent fell over $1, and WTI declined $1.33 or 1.9% in the crude. So, and of course, that T word, yes, the tariffs are affecting crude also.
Something that is slightly positive. We're looking, some people have been saying that the stocks feel heavy going into the open this morning. So yesterday was friggin' wild, wasn't it? We have
We had a good ride.
Yes, it was.
It's rare that you see these sort of doing a complete round trip and then nearly doing it again on that big a range. And from settlement, one thing that, as I said, we're waiting to see what happens with the tariff stuff today. But looking at the overnight futures, as usual, quiet volume. But I don't see, if I'm looking at the time on my charts here where Trump was speaking last night, I don't see anything crazy going on, which means that even without, I've watched some of the replays, it seems that there was nothing that really spooked people one way or the other. If anything, we see that the futures started to sell off around the European Open this morning. So Europeans have been selling it off extremely thin. It's always good to pay attention that when you're trading overnight, like look at these volume bars at the bottom compared to that massive spike. Jay, you said we had the highest volume in the ES since
August 5th, right, which was the low of that sell off that we had that started in July.
the Japan carry crisis.
Yeah, and we're trading back at those prices now, right at the high that I think it was July 11th where every market that we trade kind of turned, right? Whether it be gold, the equities, the treasuries, that July 11th date, we're trading back into that range right now. And yeah, highest volume since the low of that move. And it led to a reversal the last time, right? We traded within that candle a couple of times, a couple of days, right? We traded 2 days within that range, and then it led to a rally afterwards. So Coach Paul and I were talking about, if we close above the high of that daily candle, which is at 58.82 in the S&P, that might be the rally that we're looking for, just based on volume and kind of reading that pattern the last time we saw it. That was also the last time we tested the 200 moving average before this most recent time on the futures.
So, reiterating what was said about the news this morning by Eddie, 7:15 we had ADP employment change came out low. I think that's what led to that knee-jerk sell-off, and we can see it here in the bonds rebounding. This is the 10-year contract. We got a big spike off of that. Big as far as bonds go. Still to go, we got the U.S. Services PMI final coming out at 8:45. Got a few Fed speakers, factory orders, and U.S. ISM Services PMI 9 p.m. Big event. You look ahead in the schedule, we have non-farm, as it always is, the first Friday of the month will be on this Friday. Also, we have this Friday a murderer's row of every Fed person speaking. We got Bowman at 9:15. We got Williams at 9:45. Kugler 11:20. And then Powell, Daddy himself, speaks at 11:30 on Friday. Be good to see where he stands in on all this.
If you didn't think the markets were volatile, wait until Friday.
The man. The myth.
Well, at least it's not a Monday. So try to put some positivity to it.
I think volatility is a good thing, right? That's what we want as traders, right? The alternative is these markets don't move at all, and we're trying to figure out how to trade a 40-point
We're
range in the
seeing that
Nasdaq.
now for sure. We got
Right.
a lot of that right now, but I like it. I mean, you
Yeah.
want markets to move. You want volatility.
It's a good time to
Gives
scale down.
more options, right? More opportunity.
Our man John Jones of VIP fame asks, do you think Trump hates Powell? Probably. Kind of
I
everyone's
had to guess.
wet blanket. Yeah. So I have heard, I think I've mentioned this a few times, that Bezant, the Treasury Secretary, has seemingly got Trump to come around to the idea that their real target should be trying to lower the 10-year rate, since that's such a barometer for mortgages, and people love those low interest rates. And to that extent, they've done a very good job. As mentioned, we've already come in 500. Or sorry, just a good number of bips, 0.5% in the 10-year. And unfortunately, though, that's because there's some growth concerns. The nowcast that the Atlanta Fed puts out, now granted, that's just like an algo that spits things out, has been spitting out some pretty wild numbers as far as the economy actually contracting. I think it's like 2% or something like that. Now, that could be game because the numbers are all over the place and it's just a computer. But there are some worries creeping in. And once again, that is why this will he or won't he rollback. We might have to beam. If Trump speaks today, we might have to beam it in.
Sounds like a plan.
Sure.
Hey, we got 5 minutes here till top of the hour. Crude bubbling. Getting ready for showtime. And still holding around the lows here right now.
Yep, new lows of the day in crude.
The news overall, like just fundamentally in crude, is pretty bearish, right? I think we saw a pretty large spike down earlier that last week with the OPEC Plus saying they're going to continue to increase supply. We're coming back down to on a daily, we're coming back down to that range that we're almost at the lows of that range that we sat in for 3 months, down near 65. And it just looks like if that wants to give out, I don't know where that next low would be in crude oil, right? At that point, I think you start looking at whole number levels. You look at 60, 50. But if you look at a daily chart, there's a lot of room below this demand level. So will be interesting to see. It looks very heavy on the medium time frame as well. If I look at a 30-minute chart, I've been completely wrong about crude oil. I wanted to buy it above 70, and the market did not agree. So maybe looking for more opportunities to sell it. I do see 130 bid at 66 half, which is decent size for crude oil.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not sellers are convinced enough to sell through that. But
Well, Jay, I mean, this is the third day it's been on decline.
mhm.
I think that's, I mean, with everything that's coming over the wire and stuff, it's not helping it see your 70s at all.
Right.
And I've been watching it too here. But gosh, when's the last time we traded 65 even? All right.
65
Liquid dinosaur in the
evens.
tank.
Going back to November. So we will see. Crude. Okay, that's interesting. Crude has just been in a downtrend. If you look at the daily since the inauguration, drill baby drill.
Yeah.
Lower prices here. We got the crude open coming up in about 2 minutes. Gold with a decent bounce here around that 2,900 level. I'm still looking at that. Still very heavy. I don't see much of a reason to buy this yet. It's been pretty significant, consistent volume to the downside. So fading that is just asking to kind of get stopped out. So it'll let me know when the market reverses, and I'll take it from there.
Someone asked, ES
Dolby
settlement's
says
just about 3 points lower than here. Just ballparking it. Right around scratch on the settlement.
Well, your gold looking around 70% long here. Average price 29.11 even. So it took a bounce.
I keep on
still
looking back
underwater.
to this daily. This is the daily ES chart. And we mentioned, we're on the futures at least, we're through the 200-day moving average. We're also kind of through. There's a couple times back in October, January. That was probably DeepSeek. Which one of these was DeepSeek? Amazing how
I
we've already
think that
forgot that.
was January 13th. Yeah, right.
Right there. So we've had we're testing below, so we kind of hit around this 5,800 level or just around it and bounced off of it on January 13th. We bounced off of it on November 1st, right before the election. So basically what we're seeing here is the whole retracement of we had the big Trump trade move, long stocks, short bonds, long Bitcoin, kind of bouncing back and unraveling a little bit here as people just reassess. Bounced off of it again in late October. Let's go back further. We're kind of seeing the break of this trend here, some consolidation. Uncertainty is kind of ruling the day right now.
Yes, it
We
is.
can close below here. So look at that. Yesterday
And we are open.
we closed right at that level, right at the deep seek lows.
Jack, do you think you could get a approval to hold a house account long in the S&P, maybe even a micro, just if we get down towards that 200 moving average?
Oh yes, I do, and I very well might.
Nice.
I think I could put on one ES down there. Let me see once the SPX opens up. As far as options levels, and then we'll move to the NQ. Things have been moving so much that a lot of the big options levels are a little wider than they have been. For instance, in the ES, could see some gamma support around 57.10, which, sure, that's 80 points lower than here, but things are moving. I don't see a gamma flip until way higher. Still a lot of 6,000 activity there.
Crude oil open now. 1 minute range, 1 minute opening range is established. We traded both sides of it pretty quickly. So the way I like to take these opening range trades, I like to give it a little bit of time. Normally, I'm looking at a 3 minute opening range just to kind of give the market some time, right? A lot of times we'll see this kind of wicks on both sides, but similar to what happened in gold, right? Eventually, this VWAP, which is this red line on my chart here, chooses a direction. If it stays in the middle of the range, then for me, it's a no trade, especially with how tight this range is. But if this red line starts to leave that range, and the high of it is 66.67, the low of it 66.57, so 10-point range, doubt we stay here. Once this VWAP starts to choose a direction, that gives me a little bit more confidence in the trade. And that's where that gold short entry came from, right? Right off of that VWAP on a retest of it, but need to give the market some time to decide where they want to go, and then we'll get in from there.
So we did, Eddie, thank you again for throwing out the news. You see it in there. Yeah, I'm eyeing, I think we're going to, okay, so form my trade thesis for the day. Just, I was looking at the NQ in the spot market. So this is the daily chart of the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is basically the ES, just more so, right? Kind of hanging out in the same areas. We dipped a little further below the, so we've actually pierced the 200-day moving average in the spot market for the NASDAQ 100 yesterday on quite that tail. But once again, interesting level here. We're just below. Let me see. This is the daily chart. I mean, look at this. I just drew a trend line because we like to do that.
Switch over to your
Dipping
charts if you can, Jack.
Yep. Forgot I'm doing that as well. Okay, here we
Okay.
go. Here's a man, I could draw this trend line back further. We could bring it all the way back to here to January of 2023. We've touched it 1, 2, 3, almost 4, 5 times. This is the first time it looks like we closed below it. And once again, this coincides with the moving average. So as I'm framing out today, let's go down to like a 15-minute. When this cash market opens, what do you think, Jay? Are we making a run for the lows? Eventually, I want to buy a small amount and hold it for a long time, somewhere near that 200-day moving average. Probably in the ES.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. Just kind of the way this price action looks right now at a retest of those lows, and I mean we're talking about another almost 300 points in the Nasdaq, but that's not unreasonable, right? We saw 400 points in 30 minutes yesterday, and we do have that major 20,000 level that we stopped just short of yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised at a run of those levels. If we remember on the sell-off, we were talking about we were down close to 2%, didn't get exactly there, and some buyers stepped in. Maybe that was short covering, but yeah, I mean these markets are very heavy, cannot hold a bid at all for the last 2 weeks. So I would not be surprised at a retest. At some point, Jack, somebody's going to step in and buy it, right? I just,
Absolutely.
for me, it's not here, right? Not with any type of good risk management, not buying it here.
I'm going to take down my top step levels for now because I know that they're not updated yet. Once again, very important meetings going on, of which me and Dolby are not at. But we'll see if we can get those for later in the day.
Well, you know what? We're 5 minutes after the hour here. I've got some news.
Let's do it.
If we've got some time here. Well, we did see that the U.S. stock futures pointed higher today as investors eyed comments from the top Trump administration. That was that Ludnick guy, potentially scaling back recently imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico. We did see that the Dow contract added 248 points, 0.6%. The S&P futures climbed 39 or 0.7, and the Nasdaq climbed 168. Some of these main averages on Wall Street sank yesterday from the U.S. levies on its northern and southern neighbors, as well as doubling the duties on China. They had the reciprocals, and they were at 10. Now they are at 20. So at the end of the trading session yesterday, if you were with us here, we did see that the S&P pulled back a bit, shed 1.2%. Dow dropped 1.5%, and the Nasdaq slightly looking underscore at 0.4%. So we talked earlier here, Trump addressing Congress yesterday to remind everybody about his rapid fire policy actions during the opening month of his second term, stating that America is back. Trump listed his moves to overhaul the country's trading stance, reshape its foreign policy relationship, and slash the size of its federal government through the Department of Government Efficiency. So we did see, we talked about the 100-minute prime speech. However, Trump still tipped the probability to comprise a deal with Canada and Mexico. And that's what we're going to be watching today to see if anything. I know there's an announcement coming up here. Lutnick mentioned, did not give a time, but we're going to be keeping our eyes on the wire as close as we can, and we'll keep that in the middle. But otherwise, you Bitcoin, you cryptocurrency kooks, Bitcoin rose Wednesday, today, as a matter of fact. Today's Wednesday. As extended route of crypto prices drew some bargain buying, while the hopes of scaling down in Trump's trade tariffs also aided the appetite. We did see that the digital token was nursing wild swings over the past week, with its price temporarily falling below 80,000, and the persistent fears over the tariffs. So that's what I've got here, Jack. Just figured I'd put that on the table, and I'm going to pass this back to you. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Eddie, with the news. So, Jay, one thing I'm thinking about, say we get what I want, and
Okay.
I'm not gonna put anything in the ES until we open, because I think that there's a decent probability we make a run for the lows, which is kind of what I want. Um, I want to buy small size somewhere in that 200-day moving average level on the spot market, and then I want to hold it for a long time with a pretty decently wide stop. That does mean, however, that if I do that, I'm gonna have to carry it through some numbers. Now, if I just
Right.
keep on putting this on, I'm not gonna hold it through non-farm. But we're on for the next 3 days. It would be interesting to have a trade go for quite a while.
That'd be pretty cool. What would you be willing to risk on it? Right. If we're talking about a couple of days, we're talking about a potential buy somewhere near 57.50s.
So let's go out. If you're gonna make trades on the day thing, you gotta look at the day chart.
Yep.
So let me flip mine real quick. Okay. So like this isn't something that I can put a 10-point stop on. Now you'll see that
Right.
that teal line is the 200-day moving average for the ES. I am always, the further you go out, the more skeptical I am of the futures moving average versus the spot market, because remember, these contracts, like MP showed like this chart the other day, you know, now we're carrying this back to 2022. Remember, these prices in 2022, it was still trading. They were still trading the March 2025 contract, so there was a significant premium. Like say,
Right.
okay, right here on March 30th, 2022, this was at 4,800. Let me take a look at the SPX. No, 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 no. What was the date I said? March
It was March 2022.
March 2022. Riveting TV, but bear with me. There's a point to be made.
We're planning out a potential 3-month trade here, so give us some time. Just gonna hold it if
So
it keeps working.
in March of 2022, the SPX was around 4,600. So there was 200 points of premium. And that gradually has decreased until today when it's basically nothing. But what ends up happening if you use moving averages in the futures, they can work. Any indicator can work, but they're going to be higher than the spot market, than the price you see on TV, because all along here, it was 200 points here. Let's say it was 100 points here, 50. Moving averages are just going to be higher. Okay. If we can get that spot one, I'll put it on, but we're in a day zone here, right? So, like, I think that on one contract, it's got to be something we can look at a closer level, but it's got to be like 50 points at least,
Yeah, I would think so.
maybe
At least,
100.
right? I mean, yeah. The daily ATR in the S&P is right now 88 points,
Okay.
right? So,
That's not a bad way to set it.
right, we're keeping that in mind. If we go with the Coach Paul suggestion, Coach Paul, he says whatever time frame you're trading on, your stop should be 2 times that ATR. So, I mean, we're talking about 160 points in the S&P right now. The thing about that is it's like the parachute stop, right? Where if what you're seeing doesn't align with your trade idea, you could cut it well before that. But to kind of avoid, even on the shorter time frame, right, kind of avoid some of the wicks that you might see just in natural price action. That's a good suggestion. That would put us at 160 points puts us at it's an $8,000 trade, $8,000 risk on a one lot in the S
We
and P.
we also, I think it's easier than that. We'll know if to pull the ripcord, if, as we say, you know, if Trump comes on and says he's rolling back the tariffs, we'll be sitting pretty, right? And then we can
Right.
adjust from there. Conversely, if something crazy happens out, we can be out before something like that. So anyway, just something I'm looking at. It's 8:15 right now. I'm gonna go over to Jay's screens. We'll hang out here for another 5 minutes or so and then give us some time to get set for fast markets. We got Jerome in the house. Jay's coming. Dolby will be there. Dolby, I'm sure, is still high from that NQ trade that he made at the end of the day yesterday.
It's a great trade.
200 points out of a one lot. That was good stuff.
Great trade.
Great trade.
So just taking a look at crude oil again, we finally have that VWAP kind of leaving that opening range to the low. So this would be, if you're looking to get in short, somewhere around here, not risking a whole lot, probably risking about 20 ticks on a short. If I was to take it from here, I'm not going to take this trade, but that's what I'd be looking at here. Let's get back to. Actually, let me take a look at gold. Yeah, gold does not look convincing to the buy side for now, right? We did see, near that 2,900 level. We got down to 2,903 half and bounced from there. But this highest volume candle that we've seen so far on the day is holding. The way I'm reading that is, some big sellers came in here to cause this price action, and when we trade back through their prices, they aren't letting the market trade above it, right? So whoever's sold here is defending this position, continuing to sell. So I'm not seeing a convincing gold buy yet. Now, if you took this trade, I know we had a long tilt from 29.11. They were in the profit, but the daytime trend right now is to the downside. So if I'm in any gold longs right now, I'd be thinking see profit, take profit, unless we close above 29.17.
Right on.
And the next time I get one of those shorts, we'll do what we can to hold on to it. Right? I know we got Dolby, Diamond Hand Dolby coming on. He doesn't let anybody cut trades. So Dolby, you're my accountability partner for holding trades this week. All right, let's see what else we got here. S&P's bouncing a little bit. 5,800 is going to be a very interesting level as well. Just major psych level, right? Anyone who's trading the S&Ps knows when we're trading around these $100 levels, right? 5,800, 5,900, 6,000. We can see 5,800 starting to act as a resistance. Zoom out a little bit. Starting to like shorts potentially jack into those lows, right? If we're talking about another 50 points before we're looking at buying it.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens on the open. Like you said, this close to the open, I don't think it makes sense to take a trade.
I tend to agree. The tilt tends to agree. We got slightly long, 56% long ES, 59% long NQ, 64% long the oil, 42% long the gold. Man, that was a close yesterday from 2:30 onward. I was watching in the background while Dolby was taking that short.
Yeah. I mean, you look at this last 30-minute candle in the NASDAQ, it's 362 points, almost all to the downside. And again, just Coach Paul and I have been saying it as well. It's okay to scale down, right? 300 points. If you catch 50% of a 300-point move with a couple micros, you had a great day, and you're able to limit risk. So with this increased volatility, we saw it in July going into August last year as well. Dakota was on stream with a $200,000 account trading 5 micros because of the increased risk, but the potential for more reward also with the increased volatility.
Well,
Bottom of that
gentlemen,
late, yeah.
I was going to say we've got about 2 minutes here before we take a break. We got fast markets coming in, but Jack, go ahead. You were going to add to that. I'm sorry.
Yes, I was. I was just noticing that the bottom of the spike downward, I guess we call it a waterfall from yesterday, was pretty much ended up at exactly the point of control, the volume point of control for the day, what it ended up being. So I'm with you, Jay, where I want to see where it opens. Looking for it to test down lower there, at least at the bottom of that late spike, and then see where things settle out. Maybe looking to buy off the 200-day average. So we're going to take a little bit longer than usual break because there's only a few of us. We got to get stuff set up and back. We want to make sure we get into well before this open because things should be rocking.
Certainly. Yeah.
We got the joint address of Congress. Remember, it's not the State of the Union, not till next year. All sorts of numbers coming. The feds are speaking. It's going to be a great show. Jerome's going to come join us. No one's watching us in the House of Counsel. Let's make something happen. Thrilled that you guys are all here in the chat. Let's have a great day. Okay. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes to take on this beast of a market open. Thanks for joining us, Jay.
Good stuff, guys. Have a great day.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Stay humbled, centered, focused. Hoag's not here, but he's having a good time. Miss you, Hoag. We'll be back right after this. Oh, shoot. I forgot. Because I'm the guy working back here, I got to set it up. You're the guy
doing
Enjoy.
Shutting it down. There you go.
Peace, everyone.
Here we go.
Pray for peace, like Hoag would say.
Enjoy cloudy downtown Chicago. We'll be right back.
right, we are back, and let's put some peace and love in the gates here. And I'm going to pass it over to Dolby time. Andre McHugh. Yes, you are Andre today. Says right there.
Oh, it hasn't
That is-
updated yet.
That is
He's
Dolby
Andre.
time. Yes, he's Andre
Ooh.
today.
Oh, I'm Andre
Good morning,
today.
Andre.
Great.
Dolby
That's his on-air
time.
name.
Great. Yes. Andre has a lot of shoes to fill because you have to not only fill his, but also his 10 other clones. So I got like 10 pairs of shoes I got to fill. Because
Imelda Marcos.
we're on a skeleton crew. Yeah. So everybody, welcome to Fast Markets. This is sort of maybe TopstepTV unplugged for the next 3 days. Maybe by the time we get to Friday, it's TopstepTV unhinged. We will see. But we got some of our favorite guests. We got Coach Jay. We got Jerome.
Yay.
We got
Yay.
Jack.
Good morning.
Yay.
Oh, it's going to have so much fun. Jack, you and I, this will probably be the most screen time we've ever shared together in 3 days. Cannot wait to see what we come up with. This will be interesting. But looking forward to it. Chat, how we doing? And we already heard from Jack and Jay. Let's talk to Jerome. Jerome, what are you seeing in these markets? I know you don't typically enjoy trading this morning, or mornings in general, but you wait on the sidelines. How long do you wait on the sidelines until you get involved in the markets?
Yes, indeed. I wait at least 15 minutes. I usually like to wait half an hour, waiting for the 10 a.m. candle to open until we see some movement. Sometimes I take positions before, but yeah, at least 15 minutes. I like to don't take position. I don't have an understanding or an edge. It moves very fast. I don't want to get liquidated very fast. So we have a lot of time during the session to take positions. So yeah, impressive move yesterday. We had a huge run up and then a huge move down. So today is like in the range of yesterday. We are at the high of yesterday's opening range. So there's a lot of room to a downside since there's a lot of stop loss around like between 20,000 and 20,100. So if we are to visit these zones today, it's going to be very, very tough for people who are long. And it's the same on the upside. So there's going to be good position and decent positions today. Let's see if we have the same volume as yesterday. Yesterday was very wild and very high in liquidity.
Mm.
So let's see if we have the same day today, and we'll see how we position ourselves. What do you think, Coach Jay?
We're open.
We are
Ding,
open.
ding, ding.
Ding, ding,
And
ding,
I
ding.
agree
There
with
it
you,
is.
Jerome. Maybe being a little patient here on the open. We're trading right below that 5,800 level, which is a major level. And then what I have marked out on my chart is the low of that spike yesterday, right? We kind of just tested, hit 50% of it, 57.80. Jack and I were talking about potential buys much lower here if SPX gets down to that 200 moving average. So that might mean there's a short opportunity to get down there right now. The market has to agree with that idea. Do they want to just buy it here or let this sell a little further and test yesterday's low? Right now, no trade, just kind of waiting. And I know we have a number coming out in 12 minutes, so maybe we wait a little bit for that. But should be a good day. These markets have been moving a ton, presenting some good opportunities, but I think it's about being patient, waiting for them, and then executing when they show up.
Absolutely. Yesterday was an incredible trading session, pretty much for everybody, unless you just did not manage risk well. But opportunities were abound for range traders, momentum traders, everybody in between. House account had a lovely trade yesterday into the close. It was
If you don't say
200.
so.
Yeah, hell yeah, Jack. I put that
took
trade
that
on. It was an absolute banger. 200 points in the books. That should buy us at least maybe 2 hours with chat until we put on another trade. So we are definitely going to be trading. Huh? Go ahead.
We're about to test the lower end of the opening range in the ES. It was about 10-point opening range. 84 is what I got there for that. Hanging out in the middle.
Yeah. Yep. 84 to 94.
Yep.
On that 1 minute.
Yeah, we're actually stuck to Jay. You're a big fan of the 50% move. If you actually draw a fib from the bottom of yesterday to the high of yesterday, so I think that's about 20,077 up to 20,730. The 50% of that is 20,403, which is almost exactly where we're trading right now. So still very, very range-bound markets in the NQ. We still have those news events coming up. I might need a little bit of hand-holding and reminding here, because typically I am not on air when there's news events going on. So I'm going to have to sit on the hands a little bit while we wait for this. Are we expecting anything, Jack? Anything to like really move the markets as far as what could possibly come out?
Yes, we had ADP come out this morning, low 77K as opposed to a 140K estimate, 845. Well, Eddie, you want to take away the eco? I don't want to step on your toes.
I got big toes. It's inevitable. Well, you know what? We got something coming out here in 8:45 here. We have the U.S. S&P Service PMI. They're looking 49.7. We also do have the composite at that time. 9 o'clock, we got the Service PMI, U.S. ISM. We do have factory orders too, month over month, which might sort of turn the blender on. And of course, at 9:30, the crude oil inventory. We got Beige Book about 1 o'clock. And we do possibly have some speakers coming on in and out. So eyes on the prize here. I'm watching the wire. And that's what we've got here so far. Back to you, Dolby Time.
Oh, thank you so much, Eddie. And actually, I just pulled up Topstep X here. If you go to Trader Hub on the far left-hand side, second tile down, you actually have financial juice built into Topstep X with streaming news on the left-hand side. Very, very cool stuff there. We do have that news coming up, so probably no trades for a little bit until we can have this news play out. Jerome, did you take any trades yesterday? Are you muted? Am I muted? Did I crash?
No, we got you, Dolby.
No,
Are we good?
We
Did
got you,
Jerome
Dolby.
crash?
I got you.
Oh, hello.
No, I'm here.
Jerome,
But you got cut. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Did you take any trades yesterday during fast markets?
Not during fast markets. Right after I took one, got a win, and then tried to do another one. Could have scalped it, decided to keep it, and ended in a loss. So
And then no loss.
it was a decent day.
Yeah, it was a decent day. It was a very interesting day. What are we looking for the markets here? I mean, things are looking pretty heavy once again. We cannot make higher highs at all on the 1 minute here in the NASDAQ, but we do have news coming out. Chat, what do you feel in these markets today? Bullish, bearish? Let's get your opinions as well.
Nasdaq's leading us
Feel
to the
free to
downside
chime in.
right now.
100%. We still have that
Nasdaq
news
is
coming out. So
leading
it's
us.
we
Yeah,
bust
it
the
is.
opening range here.
rolling
About 10
over,
minutes.
rolling over
Alright.
into news.
Ton of selling coming in. I was looking for a sell in
So
the
far, we
S&P's
have-
somewhere up near 58.11, but I don't know if we're going to get there now unless that news spike brings us up there. But the Nasdaq just
Yeah.
looks like it's ready to.
What's the any catalyst here for this down move at all? I mean, it kind of seems like it came out of
Everyone's
nowhere. Everyone's
I
scared.
think people are going with like the trend.
Here we'll do that. Well, hopefully we can
Exiting.
catch a nice trend trade today.
Perhaps some inventory adjustments. I don't know how to read them, but perhaps there's some of that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
The
if you
thing is,
go
we are
to
trading in the range of yesterday, so there's a lot of orders, sort of remnant orders, still from yesterday, and we have an opening range of 103 points so far for the Nasdaq. So it's a very big and pretty nice opening range for 7 minutes so far. So tells us that we have a good volume today. We're gonna have nice liquidity, so there's gonna be opportunities. So again, like yesterday, be careful if you don't want to get frustrated or don't want to get liquidated fast. Trade micros.
ooh,
And don't forget
yeah.
to stop.
We've had a lot of traders come on recently and actually say during this volatility, size down, trade micros. We had 0 Day J on, who's one of our favorite goofballs, and even he is saying, "Hey, just size down, so go to micros, use wide stops, kind of find a way to take advantage of this volatility without getting stopped out. Because there's nothing worse than getting into a very active market with too tight of a stop, and you get stopped out of a trade, not because it was a bad idea, but just because the risk management was too tight relative to the environment that we're actually trading." I am also looking here at a possible inverse head and shoulders. Jay, do you see this, or Jerome, do you see this in the NASDAQ? It looks pretty clean so far as a potential
What time frame,
inverse
Dolby?
head and shoulders.
30
30
minutes.
minute. 30 minute
30
on
minutes.
the Nazi. Yeah, we're right at the neckline right now.
Mm.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
So
I can see
I'll wait
that.
and see how this plays out here. We got gold is rallying. Maybe we can switch over to Jay's charts. Look at gold. Chat, if you see a market that you like, that you see is moving, please let us know. We'll try to switch over to it. We're a little bit limited on how to switch screens, so Coach Jay is going to be our alternate market guy. So Jay, if you want to pull up, oh yeah, gold is running. Look at this go.
Yeah, gold is kind of doing exactly what we talked about in the opening call. If we got above 29.17s, I kind of missed this trade. I think there's a lot more room up, at least 29.30s right now.
Okay.
We held above that high volume candle and starting to rally from here. We need to see, when we get in this consolidation up here in gold near 29.25, 29.30, we need to see some convinced buyers in here. But yeah, there's some room up in gold up here.
Hey, we got a nice run in Dow here north. Dow running north here
Dow.
nicely.
Jay, can you switch over to Dow real fast too? Let's see what Dow's
Take a
up
look.
to. Really fun market to trade, actually. I really do enjoy the Dow.
Dow leading us to the upside right now. If we have looking at that opening range again, first 3 minute opening range, some nice. Yeah, that's a nice
5
rally.
minutes
The Dow either.
for the number.
NQ, crazy bounce off that neckline. We drew the neckline at about, let's say, 320s. Already back up. It's almost a 100-point trade. Holy crap. NQ is going to be providing a lot of opportunities today. We literally just talking about the inverse head and shoulder pattern neckline. 20,320. We're already trading 20,420. That move happened in 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Total of 2 minutes. We're still trying to close the second candle. Maybe that was like a minute 30, Jay, and a 100-point move in the end.
Yeah.
Anyone get that in chat? It's like, seriously, that was incredible.
These are wild markets right now. Again, presenting opportunity. I was looking at a potential short, like I was talking about earlier, in the S&Ps near that overnight VWAP, which is right around 58.10. We did have a high volume candle pre-market, and 50% of that is 58.11. So if I took a short in the S&Ps, it would be 58.12, right around 58.12s, with an 8-point stop above 58.20.
We can get your charts up. Or we're gonna have to
looking
call
for
it
a
out.
move.
Maybe I can do it. Hold on. Can I do it? I have the button, right?
You can as well, Dolby, if you have that secret screen open.
Oh!
Or maybe I'll send it to one trustworthy person in chat. All right, we're pushing. Now we got the 58.11.
Chat. Oh, check that out. Hold on. I can do other stuff too. What's this do?
What a bounce.
I didn't do anything. I'm going to stop pressing buttons. Hell of a bounce in NQ, though. Did you disable all the other buttons, Jack, so I can't press the other buttons? Is that what you did?
No, some of them are legacy. There's still the one, this isn't happening, but I know that this one still
that
works.
one works? That one works.
Yeah, stay away from it.
Okay.
Don't hit it. Don't hit it.
Wrong.
We're already causing chaos.
I got short a couple micros. I'm short 5 micros in the S&P, 58.09 half. Stop is above 20 in the S&P.
You're short.
Yep.
What's your price? I just want to mark it down so I can keep track.
58.09 half.
What'd you see in that trade to take that one, Coach Jay? Short 59? Sorry, 58.09s?
Yeah, we'll see if this one works. We had overnight VWAP right there. It's kind of leaning towards the downside, and there was a high volume candle in the pre-market session. 50% of that is right here, 58.12s. So just shorting against that. With risk above the high. What I want to see right now is this sell below 58.03. And then I'm really comfortable with this trade, but we'll let it work for now.
And what's kind of your strategy, Jay, when it comes to taking profits? You're in, how many contracts you in? Sorry, it's a little small.
I'm in 5 right now, Dolby. 5 micros.
Okay.
5 micros. So what I like to do is have potential targets that I think the market can get to, and then just think position management as we get there. So if I'm in 5, if we get to my first target and we don't just completely sell through it, then I might scale out and take 1 or 2 off. Risking about 300. It's about a 2-to-1 risk to reward on this trade right now.
2-to-1. Nice.
Yep.
As I mentioned,
inside
we got
of 2
number
minutes
coming
here
up
on the
in
number.
2 minutes.
Be
Also, Topstep levels will not be updated until Monday. Dolby and I
that is
are
correct.
Jay are just shoveling all the coal into the boiler right now, keeping the ship afloat.
We got a mandate, Jack, to keep this ship running, and we're gonna. This ship will run. Taking this thing to
No
Friday.
matter how hard it is, we will get it done.
Whether or not we're here on Monday is entirely up to management, but we're gonna try our best. Coach Jay,
I'm taking Monday off.
Taking Monday off. Yeah, I'm feeling a tickle in my throat, Jack. See how that manifests. Coach Jay. So, Coach Jay, we're going into numbers. You don't care. Honey Badger don't care. Coach Jay
I care a
don't
little
care.
bit.
Care a little bit? Okay. Well, I traded
I care a little.
micros.
Yeah.
Well, here's the
Jesus
thing,
Christ,
Jay.
I care a little bit.
Service PMI, they're looking at 49.7. Prior was 49.7. The composite 50.4, prior 50.4. But you know what? Anything can happen here. So it looks like it's going to be a calm number, but anything can happen.
20 seconds. Dolby, I don't care if you're on a ventilator. You will be here the next 2 days.
Oh, yeah. I'll stream in from
Just
the hospital,
breathing
man.
into it like Darth Vader.
Yeah, a little.
10 seconds.
Wheel them in.
All right, I'm out there. Took another
ASMR.
$100. Like I said, I'm in this
Nice.
drawdown. We're gonna try to work out of this drawdown. Took another $100 there, so working out of it and being safe, not trading into that number.
There you go.
Nice
All
job.
right. We do have the PMI service PMI coming in final. 51.0. They were looking at a 49.7. The composite PMI, they were looking at a 50.4, coming in at 51.6. So higher on both of those. And we're seeing expansion. Positive on the U.S. dollar. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Brief respite here. We got ISM services PMI at 9 a.m. along with factory orders. 9:30, we got crude oil inventories for those that are trading the black stuff, which will not be Dolby and I today, but maybe Jay will get in there.
Not today. My alma mater, crude oil. Fun market to trade back in the day.
Crude you.
What was your mascot?
It was an oil barrel, Eddie, with arms and legs, and a smiley face.
Perfect.
Yeah.
A rich Texas guy with a 24-year-old wife.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so we got some news coming out later. Still going to sit on the sidelines. As soon as this 9 a.m. news is out of the way, I think we just open up the house account and let it rip.
Yes, Peyton.
There should be some good trades available. Coach Jay, you got flat into the number. Any regrets?
Yep.
Are you still okay with that decision?
No, not at all, because there was a big buyer that stepped in the S&P between 57.98 and 58.01. About 1,000 contracts. Looks like they kind of just went to market there, and we're holding that, right? We're holding that high at 58.02. So I'm comfortable with the trade. If I was not in a drawdown, would I be holding this? I probably would, because I do think there's a lot more room lower. But you don't really want to trade the P&L, but I'm a human at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens here.
Go ahead. What kind of typically is your strategy, or even Jerome? We'll pass this around. A little hot potato of a question, but how do you manage drawdowns? Is it sort of like base hit, or just don't change anything? How does it impact your psychology while you're trading?
I go to base hit mode. I go to base hit mode. I mean, and that was a trade. The way I like to think about it, Dolby, is I really like the trades that I take at this point.
Good.
But
All should.
I like the good ones. I hate the bad ones, right? So I look at this right now as, opportunity costs, where if I didn't take the shitty trades that I took this morning, I'd be able to hold on to these. So I'm just keeping that in mind. Right now, I have to trade base hits because of the decision I made earlier. So keeping that in mind, and then when we trade tomorrow, it's, hey, wait for these really good opportunities, because if we can see it, that trade that I just took had a 2-tick drawdown. Those are trades that I want to try to hold. Right. So got to stay patient, wait for the good opportunities so we can hold on to it.
Jerome, what about you? How do you approach drawdown? Say you're down $1,000 on the day. Same approach, or something? Do you try something different?
The one thing I'm not going to do is size up. That's for sure.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I would size down. I used to try sizing down, but the thing is, when you win a trade that followed the same plan, then the math isn't mathing if you size down. So now I tend more to just follow the plan, like Coach Jay said, base hit mode, and small, medium, and big wins compounds, right? So you just have to prepare yourself mentally, and that's how we need, I think, to shape our mindset on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. For instance, for example, I am in a drawdown on my live account, and I would think, okay, now back to sort basics. What do I do the best? What am I good at? And you stack these base hits, and then you are in the zone in which you can afford yourself to push yourself to take more risk. And so if it doesn't work, then it's a step back. You go back to basics. You come back to the ring. You jab, and there's this threshold, this moment when you sort of level up, right? You've came to this level every time, like for example, from challenge to funded. You pass a funded account, you don't get to payout level. You trade the funded account, you can't make a winning day. Then you can make 1-2 winning days, but you can't get past 2. And then a couple of months later, you get a funded account and you get past 3 winning days, then 4. And then guess what? You got the 5th winning days and you get the payout. And so there is a shift, there is something unlocked in your mind and within yourself related to self-belief, skills, a lot of things. And it's like the magic within ourselves and the magic of positive success. And so it's the same at the live level, and there's more levels to that, I believe. So it's an experiential journey, right? So it's a very interesting one. Loving it.
One of MP's favorite words, experiential. Jack, what was it? How'd you handle drawdowns at the firm? They just come and bop you on the head and turn off your machine, or do they have like rules set up for traders in drawdown?
Oh yeah, you had firm loss limits. Now, could you go buy them because of slippage, because of what we were trading? Absolutely. Had I? Yeah, from time to time, but ultimately you were employed at their leisure. And unlike putting your own money into something, they can fire you, reduce your limits, reduce your position size, etc. It would be considered very uncouth to hit that twice in 2 days, for instance. They would probably lower you down.
That would be very uncouth. We're gonna have some
I
fun
just want
words the next 3 days.
to add real quick, we're hanging around that 5,800 level. Yes, I do like that 5,810 that Jay was shorting. That coincides with about the spot level 5,800. There's probably some options resistance right there. I'm seeing that as a level 5,810. As far as how I'm wanting things to play out, I've also noticed that, yesterday during the big sell-off, we pretty much did. We bounced exactly off 200-day moving average in the spot. Just about.
Ooh.
So this complicates things a little bit. If we get down there, I'm not just going to put in a level and buy it. I'm going to wait to see it take out those lows. And then if it starts getting a little momentum back, probably entering with like a buy stop. Naturally, this probably won't happen, at least not today.
Right. Hey, got a thesis though for a trade idea, which we love. House account set on the sidelines at least until 9:05. Let's say we still have a little bit of news coming out, so volatility might pick up. Probably a little bit awkward to place a trade right now. Coach Jay, any FOMO from not holding on to that short?
No, none at all. If I held the full position to where the market got to, I already did the math. I would have made about $500. I made 100, 20% efficiency. It's okay.
Cool.
Ideally, I want it to be somewhere near 40 to 50%, right? Because I'm not expecting to catch the high and the low of the move. But that was good. We got 540 offered at 58.04 right here in the S&Ps. They're leaving it out there, so it doesn't look like algos. You want to short here?
There for a while.
I'm not gonna short. It's not like the A+ setup, but the thing is, we've had a sort of bounce with a higher low, so that could be a bullish leg. But the leg is kind of weak. The end of the leg is weak, and it's rejecting 397.25, like sort of 398, 400-ish level, which is a support resistance. So that tells me we don't have enough buyers yet, of course, yet ACH, but we have sellers. So if some people are taking profits and sellers stepping in, we could have a very big sell-off and perhaps get the low of the opening range. So I'm not going to short there. That would have been a nice position actually, but yeah, that was a nice setup, but not a kind of setup I would have taken.
Yeah, it's hard too. I mean, it's the morning session. Like, I'm fortunate enough to be on a lot of different segments, and I gotta say, each hour of the trading session is completely different personalities. Equities have their own personalities, the markets have their own personalities. Each hour of the day has its own trading personality, and trading the morning can actually be quite tricky because of the volatility. You have news releases. By the time you get to 10, 11 and on, there's not a whole lot going on in the markets. So sometimes the price action can actually be a lot cleaner. You can just wait and get out of the vortex that is the open of the market. But I think there might be, I don't know if it's a stigma, but it seems like so many traders are encouraged to just be trading the open all the time. And I don't know if that's the best choice for everybody.
Big selling coming in
was
here.
short.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, Jerome, you said it, man. You said it.
Damn. I gotta
said
train
it. We
myself.
held it.
That's something I've been thinking about. So, MP spoke about pushing yourself, and that's something, and not only MP spoke about it, but it's been on my mind for a while. And as a trader, you gotta push yourself to level up, right? When I was at the challenge level, not even funded, you gotta pass funded. Then it's a payout. Then it's being consistently profitable, and then it's the live level, and then on the live level, you want to push yourself as well. Try to increase your profitability, and yeah, I have to find this thing that would have made me take this trade right now. I don't regret it. I'm not frustrated. It doesn't affect my mindset, but I need to find a way perhaps to give it a shot, perhaps with a tight stop, etc. The thing is, every time I would try to make it, it won't work, and I would tell myself, okay, don't try it again. And when I won't do it, it's gonna work, right? And so that's how trading affects your mindset as well. So when you have a plan, you got to stick to it, and you need enough data. We come back to data. You got to come back to data, and you gather enough of them, and then you make conclusions.
Man, this is
5 minutes remaining.
I'm
ready to
thinking
go. Top of the hour.
Session low.
It's getting real close.
You keep asking if I have FOMO on this trade. If we sell off another 60 points here, I'll have FOMO.
Yes. You have FOMO. Okay.
This is but we'll find a place. We'll find a place to get in. Really nice selling, getting ready to come in here. Yep. All right.
I mean, you had you had 5 micros on, didn't you, Coach Jay? Is there a world in which you maybe go back to the journal and be like, peel 2 or peel 4 and let a runner go? And it's kind of like a meme on TopstepTV by now. It's like, oh, wish we had a runner, because you never know, right?
My journal says don't take the pre-market trades that you took.
Oh, okay, got it. I got it. As long as you're following your rules, then it's fine. That's the number one thing in trading.
Yeah. Because then we'd be holding this, right? That's what my journal says right now. But I gotta manage the account.
Yeah.
Let's see. Some really nice selling came in here.
Yeah.
Very nice selling.
RTY, YM, ES, NQ.
It is all lower highs, lower lows. It's gonna be a very, very fun day.
The bottom of the spike, the bottom of the sell-off yesterday afternoon. We are within a few points of that on the ES.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, even if you go to the ES and go to like a 4-hour chart, we're even seeing, my charts, they're up. Man, Jack, you are so good. Is stair-step lows in ES. So pretty clean downward trend, even from the highs. We probably hit 1, 2, 3 stair steps on the way down. So that's just support becoming resistance consecutively, and we're still doing it. Kind of the 4th stair step in ES would be down by 57.50. Maybe we can shoot down below there and get a 5th stair step down, or maybe we find support. We're still kind of range bound on the 4-hour in ES. I think we're just waiting for this news to take place.
I like another short in the S&P, potentially at the low of that opening range. Let's see. I'm watching the market reaction at 57.85. Yeah, if we don't get some buyers to step in there. I do like another potential short there.
That would be sort of support becomes resistance
Teasing me?
area. You
200
Drum
offered
likes
in
it.
the NASDAQ, 2331.
So we got 2 minutes on this. Drum, I do want to kind of circle back to what you were saying earlier about, there was a trade you mentioned. You didn't take the trade. Maybe it was still in system. Is there a certain part of traders in which we kind of have to allow good things to happen to us, or at least think that good things can happen to us? We can't always go into a trade and assume that, hey, this is going to be a losing trade, because the fact of the matter is we just don't know. I mean, do traders need to be more kind to themselves when it comes to assessing the probability of some of their trades?
We do. And a mistake we found ourselves a lot in, I believe, is that we don't understand the normal and the random distribution of probabilities in trading. Let's say you have a 60% win rate. It does not mean that on 10 trades you're gonna win 6. You could lose 10 in a row, and
10 seconds.
it's a random distribution, and that's something we need to understand. And so I agree with what you were saying. Indeed, we need delayed gratification as well, and slow and progressive gratification.
Ooh,
So
big move. Big move, yes.
All right, you got our ISM service PMI coming in at 53.5.
wow.
Factory
Oh,
orders
shit.
1.7%.
Oh, baby.
That was the big one here. Service employment 53.9. They had a 53.1 expectation. Service price paid 62.6. And next numbers, we got durable goods here revised at 3.2. They're looking at 3.1. Doesn't really look too skewed here, but obviously the markets took effect here. Next number coming out here, we got a crude oil inventory at 9:30. Back to you, Dolby time.
Wow, Eddie,
That's
thank
why
you
it's
so
important
much
to
for
know when
that.
numbers come out.
Yeah, no
right at that
kidding.
11 level.
Right at the
Yep.
11 level. Yep.
Guess what?
Also, yep. What do you got?
The 10 a.m. candle got no bottom wick. So if we are to come down there, which is the low of the opening range, there's a very nice short, because all the longs of today are going to put stops here or above. So let's see if this is a news candle that gets retraced, like 80% of news
took one,
candles.
Jack?
Short Jack?
Short one, yes.
Let's go.
Nice.
Where's
Level
the
I
short
talked
at?
about earlier.
I like that.
Hell yeah. What's your position?
Short one ES
Let me go to your chart.
58.07 quarter. Yeah, you picked it up for it.
Nice. All right. Keep up. All right. So what? Do you have a downward target for this one? Are we doing diamond hands here, or just like maybe a little bit of salad hands for a base hit?
There was a lot of buying in that news candle.
I know, but look at
So
this,
if
though.
they,
Right
I mean,
back down.
if that was short covering, then yeah, then I really do like this short. But if that was some convinced buyers stepping in here, let's see. I want to see this close below 94 on this 3-minute candle here.
Yeah. I mean, still very much so in range. So if you pull up a 30-minute chart in the ES, I mean, we have maybe 58 15s down to 57 70s. So really tight 30-minute range. Jack, I have to applaud your short entry there. That is pretty good for a short through the lens of a range trader. Excellent trade. This is gonna be a really good trade. This could be a really good trade.
Okay, we're not gonna lose money on this. All right, I took it off up 622.
Hey,
beautiful.
Let's go.
There we go.
On base. House account is on base. Chat, did you have a trade on? Did you have a trade on during the news, chat? I hope you didn't. But if you did, I hope you're in the right direction, because it would have been very good. Otherwise, it was probably very bad with a lot of slippage. So if you had a trade on and didn't know the news was happening, please write that down in a journal. You don't want that to happen again. Man, great trade. Stuck in this range. House account is open. We don't have any super important news unless you're trading crude oil, but we're not trading crude oil. So we are not going to worry about that, but we will report the news when it does happen, thanks to Eddie. Luke in chat, let's walk through another range trade. I think that kind of was a range trade right there, to be honest. That was a really good range trade. Short the highs, 30-minute range, covered at about the middle. Very solid stuff. House account on base up 622.
Jack, what
Up
level
to
were you looking at
one.
out there?
So what happened was that, and that'll adjust to it. So after that number, there was the big spike. We had talked about earlier that 5810 level is pretty
Mhm.
important for options. That's like the 5800 SPX. So that move
Right.
stalled out up there. And when I saw
Yep.
it stall out and start to go the other way, I just put one on really quick because I knew I could limit the risk. Now we're kind of back there
Makes sense.
now.
How many times do you knock on the door before you let them in?
As many
Right.
times as it works.
Because like I said, if we look out at the day thing, we did just here. Let me bring up my chart real quick.
We still have that
we go to
size
the
of 5820s too.
if we go to
Just
the
500
day
maybe.
range,
Go ahead.
we bounced exactly off the spot market 200 yesterday. So like the other thing is we might not get it again. That might be the bounce for
Right.
now, and we
Did it
could
already.
go way higher. So I don't want to just be blind. The one thing I don't want to do today, unless we hear something in the news, is just kind of like short things without tight stops. It's gonna be kind of, as Hoag would say, see money, take money.
For sure. Yeah, I agree with you. All right, so now I think that volume that we just had on that news candle was higher than the open. So now I'm considering that the point of interest for the day. We're holding above 50% of that right now on the S&Ps. It's 57.97. We see we came down and tested that perfectly. I have VWAP attached to there now. The idea is since we've gotten that, input to the market, how does the market respond to it? If this VWAP can't leave this range, then it's a decent opportunity to short. But we can see 50% of it is holding. This might be, I'm looking at this candle's range as our opportunities for the day. 57.80s at the low, 58.15 at the high.
Okay, Jake, can you kind of that's cool. Someone like myself, I don't pay any attention to volume, which probably sends a chill down your spine. But how do you, kind of explain what your logic and thought process is? So we got a really big volume candle, and then you're attaching an anchored VWAP to it, and the idea is what? What's kind of the concept behind that?
So I go with the assumption, Dolby, that volume moves the market, right? In order
Okay.
for us to get any type of price action, we need volume to trade it, right? So, I don't, some people use volume profile. I use volume by time. But same concept. If there was a big trader that traded here, right, in this range, now I'm looking at what are they showing us, right? What are they showing us with their opinion on the market? Do they continue to buy it where they caused all this buying before? Do they allow the market to sell back through their range? Right now, we can see, 50% of where they came in is holding as a support. So now what I'm looking for is follow through, right? Ton of big buying came in there. Do they follow up on it, or do they not really care? Right? We don't know what the intentions behind each market participant are, right? Whether they're buying to open or close. But the fact that they traded volume here means that these levels were important to somebody who has way bigger pockets than me.
Oh, love it. Thank you for that breakdown. Coach Jake, can you run over to either crude or to there's another market that was gold. Crude and gold are actually moving according to chat. We can cover those. Looks like crude is bouncing a little bit here.
Yeah, the crude bounced right back up to that 3-minute opening range, or the open VWAP, right? Open VWAP, we talked about that could be a potential short. We talked about that during the open call. We see it acting as a resistance. It's at 66.35 right now. We did just get a nice bounce up there, and it's holding.
Cool. Nice.
And then
what
let's take
about
a look at gold.
ES
right
pushing
back to
highs
that.
here, 58.15. Oh wow, look at this.
Gold
move.
right back to that level we looked at, 29.17. On the news, we checked it and bounced right back up. This is the move we were looking for in gold as well.
Such a good trade too. It's such a clear.
Sometimes I just need to put in limit orders.
70% long.
Gold 70%
All
long.
of the Mag 7 is in the green. Besides our counter trend, Apple down 1.5 points. Everything else up. That's a pattern that's been going on for a while now. The other companies all being heavily invested in AI. So it's almost like when the AI stocks are doing good, those are up. When they're not, like the safety in Apple.
Yep. That's. I mean, anytime you get the Mag 7 all leaning green, that has led to some very, very nice NQ trades. An NQ can be a very technical market, especially on smaller time frames. Maybe we can hop into some longs in NASDAQ, because once that thing gets going to the upside, becomes.
Speaking of NASDAQ,
Yeah.
Dolby time, we got some size on those offers, and we got the community eyeing this up here. Great job, community. Looking at the 1,000 lot, or about a 900 lot there.
On a 900 lot. Nice. Okay. There's a
Up a
couple more
bit.
minutes here. Yeah.
24.99, I think so.
99. I'm trying to get like a better sight here.
A couple blocks away, but it's there.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, NASDAQ is still in a pretty big range. Even the ES and Q still range bound on larger time frames. I mean, we're about a 300-point range in NASDAQ on a 400-person chart, between 300 and like 600. So we'll see how this plays out. Hello, Gus. I know. ES. Jay, your short level is still working pretty good. I mean, is there a world in which we start taking some cheap shorts at highs here? We're still so range bound.
I don't want to now, Dolby, just because of the buying pressure that's kind of coming up into this level, right? We were
Okay.
talking about, potentially buying lower. I like what Jack said about, testing the SPX 200 yesterday and maybe not getting another test of it again. And
Yeah.
I'm seeing some pretty good buying. I'm actually looking for a potential long here in the S&Ps. If
Okay.
50% of this news candle holds again, 57.97, maybe even 5800s.
97. Okay, nice. I mean, God, we just keep on rejecting off that 58.15s.
Yeah, we
So
do.
what do we? I mean, cheap shorts are always, it's a range trade. If you're bearish, that's a cheap short. Try to short 58.15s, 58.10s, 10-point stop. See if you can get 10, 15 points out of it. Pretty straightforward. This market's still very range bound here, at least in the indices. It
It is.
seems like the commodities right now have a little bit more of the trending price action, whereas the indices are a little bit more range bound. It's kind of too bad we don't have data for crude oil or gold. Those would be some fun trades today. But maybe it sets up as an easy range trade in the indices, and that can still do very, very well for traders. Aki, I have no idea what you're talking about. We're actually up
These guys keep
$600
losing.
right now, and we had a 2-point.
Maybe he's talking about me. Maybe they're talking about me.
Maybe
I'm down today, but I haven't taken a losing trade on stream.
Hey,
Yeah.
you get bonus points. You get bonus points for that, Jay. Way harder to take
There we
a trade on stream.
Yeah.
Here
kinda
could be a
leaning
good
towards
long
shorts
if
here.
we
What's up,
if we
Jerome?
continue up, but it's a risky one. It's a nice one.
So
but
why would
risky one.
you let's talk through a short bias and a long bias. What would be your sort of your long bias here, and how would you approach a long trade? We're getting kind of close to higher range. So what, are you seeing some momentum up here that you like?
Yeah, several points. I mean, several points for both sides. The thing is, the candle is strong and green, and we are holding the high of the opening range.
Mhm.
Actually, I wanted to short the 502. We didn't get there, but we had a rejection there. And as long as we hold this sort of zone between 460 and 415,
Yep.
410 roughly, the bias is bullish for me, because yes, we have a lot of room to the downside, but we also have a lot of room to the upside.
I'm long
There's a
3
lot of
micros,
of
5805.
people
Sorry, Jerome.
who shorted this market. No worries. Go ahead.
I'm long 3 micros, 5805. Stop is at
Wonderful.
57.97.
Oh, nice. Wow. What a-
And so, yeah, the red candles we saw are profit taking for me, which is of course obvious because we had this 140 points 1 minute candle. And so we had 3 sort of red moves if you put the color red, but let's say down move, and these are not sell-offs moves. So I think people are just exiting positions or covering, and let's see if we have buyers, still big actors who wants to long. We had a nice push the previous minute, and we have a small like sell-off, small perhaps profit taking against somebody's clipping. But if a buyer is interested to buy in this zone, he will. The thing is, if I buy here, the stop would have to be at least the low of this candle, which is 377, because we could wick there and get back up. So I don't know if we're gonna wick there. We could enter, get stopped, and re-enter. That's something that we could do. That's not something I'm used to do, so I'm not gonna play myself in that. But yeah, I think this is a zone we're gonna hover in, and once the market decides which direction it want to move, I'm gonna take a trade. If we move now, then I miss it, and if we go down, then we're gonna retrace probably the whole candle, and then there's a short that could play. The thing is, if we get down 320, I'm not shorting, because if we have buyers interested to buy down there, it's gonna bounce and then it's gonna puke down again. So I'm gonna wait for like this bounce pullback, and then I'm gonna be interested into shorting around 370, 390. If we have it. How's going your long, Coach Jay?
It was in the profit a couple points. Still holding it for now. Thinking about whether or not I want to add to this if 57.97 tests again. My stop is at 95. It's okay for now. Just need to see some new buyers step in here. We are kind of holding under that overnight VWAP right now, which is right at my entry.
So this plays out. I mean, we're top of range right here too. So
I faded the range, Dolby.
break here.
I faded the range trade. I faded the range trade. I should have just shorted up there, like you said, right?
Well, hey, it's all hindsight, right? Listen, I don't care about opinions if there's no trade behind it. That's the least valuable thing to me in the world. Okay, don't know till you bet, chat.
That is true.
Call a short and you don't take it. That's almost worse than anything else. Conviction is so important when you're trading. Okay, so just range to range right now in the ES, probably the other indices as well. Back to underneath 5800s. And we wait. Jack, any trades kind of setting up for you? House account manager, you got your riding gloves on.
I do. We're kind of bouncing back and forth. Nothing tremendous that I see at the moment. I want to buy unless we can find something with a tight stop. I'd be buying much lower than here, because for me, we had a great opportunity. I mean, the dead ass low of that sell-off went to the point of control from yesterday, which also happens to be, it's sort of like a double confluence of events. Also happens to be to, excuse me, the low. Here, let me put on my screen. I gotta remember, usually you have separate people doing this, but we'll get through it. Dead low of the sell-off this morning came to the point of control yesterday, which was also the low of that crazy sell-off. Starting that last half hour, went from 58.74 down to 57.69, more than 100-point sell-off in the ES before it turned around and just rebounded again. Inventory held steady throughout the night. We started to get a sell-off in the Euro session, and now we're just kind of ranging around where the settlement was yesterday, and if we can get anything going.
No kidding. I had an opportunity to re-up on that Jack short earlier. Did not go back to the well. Would have been another good trade. We had taken on that short again. Range.
Remember, guys, subscribe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, guys. You know what date is? It's Wednesday. It's hit the like button and subscribe button, guys. Come on.
Please
we are almost at 150 subscribers. Let's do it.
I think Danielle said that if we get to 150,000 subscribers, whoever is on air while it happens gets a bonus. That might be unconfirmed.
It's pizza time. So we had the week at 75, and we had buyers there. So we had a nice 40 points bounce. We could sell off from here, but see the the week I was afraid of. I could have bought here, but it's a risky trade because I don't know if we're gonna sell off and puke instantly. We could now. Now we had the bounce, but that was a level of interest people
This looks
were looking at. So
heavy. This looks
Yeah,
very heavy.
it
in
was the range
ES.
trade, Dolby. Are we megaphoning right now? Is that what's happening?
It kind of does look a little bit like a megaphone, to be honest. If we draw it out on the NQ 5-minute, higher highs were made, certainly made lower lows several times. So this could be kind of like an intraday megaphone in the NASDAQ, which is arguably one of the harder formations to trade. It is considered a range formation, and it's just one of the hardest ones. It typically happens in kind of like low liquidity environments where it's easy to run highs and lows. What's kind of interesting is that we're still stuck in the middle of the range. So we have a megaphone in the middle of a bigger range. So very, very choppy, but reliable. I mean, hey, if you can idea a megaphone, then we're looking to get long 20,280s in NQ and trying to get short 20,500s, right? We're just assuming that it's going to return back to the middle because that's kind of what happens during a megaphone formation. So maybe longs end up becoming a good value in the indices if we're going to make the assumption that we are going to, in fact, do the megaphone pattern. But who wants to be the first one to hop in and buy? Is it going to be chat?
I see some folks
Gonna be
talking
us?
Bitcoin. It's been a wild little couple days in the Bitcoin. If you go out to the daily chart, though, I mean, this gap here, sorry, the MBT. Okay, so this is the gap in the weekend. Sorry, I got to go to the 1 day. This range in here, I'll draw a happy box in case you haven't seen it. Where'd my happy box go, Dolby? Why is
Do you
this
have it
doing
labeled
this to
happy
me?
box or just regular box? It should be under rectangle.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, where I have it. It's under.
I'm doing a bunch of things. I'm having a stroke.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we need
Guys.
all the
Oh,
bodies
God
we can
forbid.
get, Jack.
I'm smelling
Okay,
toast.
it's under
Here
the
we go. There's-
paintbrush. Alt-Shift-R is the hotkey for rectangle.
There we go. All right. Here is November 6th. November 5th is the election. So all of this is sort of the post-election bounce here. And it stayed above it for a very long time. Now we've been testing back and forth. And you'll see that, like, last night, it spiked up again, trying to get to the sorry, this is more of what I was looking at. Spiked up to that 91,000 or thereabout level. A lot of resistance there in the gap. So I wouldn't be surprised if we keep on trying to trade in this area unless we get a new strategic reserve announced with a little bit more clarity.
Oh, goodness gracious. ES is just
breaking opening
Yes.
melting.
ranges
Just melting.
from the low.
All right, we got some movement here.
Let's see if we got some buyers. If we can bounce, have a pullback, there's going to be a nice short
Yeah.
potentially.
So
Going back to the
NQ
well was
just
the right
lost
move.
50 points. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing with range trading, right? You just keep on trying it until it fails, and you know the failure is the one-time event. Everything else is normal. But do longs get cheap down here? So if we're going to do megaphone formations, then we have to start finding an area in which we think buyers are going to come back in and support this thing. And so far, oh man,
Well-
is there enough news really to make this go lower? Is kind of my question. Typically, I
There's
only like getting
news hanging
shorted.
over our head like a guillotine right
Damocles.
now,
Ooh,
which
yeah,
is
guillotine,
what's going to
nice.
go on with the T word.
Already up 30 points off of 315s. So buyers might be IDing this range here. That is attempting to trade. I might have to uncork one and just let something loose. Get on board.
You're the range
Feel
trader.
free,
Always
we
show us
work-
how it's done. I think
Yeah, hold on. I have to DM Jack real quick.
So we are having a
Um,
nice bounce. Buyers are interested in the prices in this low
Yeah.
310 20s area. So that's beautiful. If we can push around 395, 97, perhaps 400. Very could be a nice short.
Kirby. Yes. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Okay, I have to be right back, but this was incredible. I had too much coffee this morning. 320, 380s. Range trade looks super good. Yeah, I'm not used to this morning schedule, but we'll figure it out. Okay, incredible range trade so far. All right, be right back.
Different
Jack, all you.
rules, by the way. Yeah, different rules, by the way, today. You can just step away. Just make sure your microphone's off, Dolby, so we can't hear you taking a piss, as he DM'd me about. All right. Hopefully we don't hear that.
Yep, the range trade is working for right now.
Well, reach down was not able to take out that session. Day session low in the ES, swiftly rejected.
Come on. Give us 400, 395.
Hot mic, Dolby.
He's fighting for his life in there.
Excellent.
Might hear a few more of those.
Dang, the short.
All right, game on.
We had the bounce. We got the short. Do we get in? Do we close our eyes and get in? That is the question.
Maybe.
That is the question, ladies and gentlemen.
Which way are you talking about?
I'm short one. I'm going to try to scale in. I'm short one at 45.
Short one? Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to try to scale in if this runs in our direction.
5 minutes remaining.
Crude traders. Got the crude number coming up here in just 5 minutes. Less than that. Heads up. Check your positions. Once, twice, 3 times a lady.
Yep. Wait, what happened? What is Chad doing right now?
Well,
You left your mic on when you went to
toilet.
You serious? You know how far away that is? That's incredible.
Yeah,
that's like two.
I think it flushed
like
from
2
a.
rooms.
Yeah.
That's 2 rooms. Well, props to this mic. What is this? Fine. Well done. You have great microphones. Loud and clear. That's everything.
Yeah,
Hey, well, if this flushes
just gritting
again,
your
I'm
teeth.
going back. We're doing real audio for all the sound effects. So if this flushes another 100 points, guess where I'm going? Back to the toilet, flushing that shit.
Use the shed.
Use the shed.
Would this be a stop better than better? We'll see. I'm gonna add one at 22.75, which is the rift flip of the 4-hour candle, and the origin of the news candle. So we'll see if we can have some volumes. Once this order will be triggered, yeah, I'm gonna go break even if it goes in my favor.
Okay, so Jerome's in a short. Chat is still on toilet sounds. Let's see what happens here.
All right. All right, I'm out. I put it break even, and it got me out. So that was the plan.
That was a quick break even.
Yeah, because it's if I don't have volume on the flip, a lot of volume, sometimes it just goes the other direction. So if it keeps puking, perhaps I might re-enter, but it's a sort of protection I have in these particular setups, so I don't get ran on.
Feels heavy.
So this small 10 points push, that's what I needed to just secure the position. But now it's happening, but we'll see. It's okay. I followed my plan. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, getting down there. So what chart? You're on a 100 tick chart. Okay, so Dakota's on a 100 tick chart too. What do you like about the 100 tick chart more than like a 1 minute or a 5 minute?
I have the 1 minute on the other screen. The
Hmm.
thing is, I discovered the 100 tick chart with TopstepTV and Dakota. And so when you have a 1 minute chart, you have during the New York session, multiple 100 ticks chart printing this single 1 minute candle. And so you have more data, more understanding, more structure to visualize and to understand and analyze. So more data, more confidence, and better view and different view of the market as well. So we have also 500, 1000, 2000, etc. So slow and steady. So far I'm with the 100, but we might discover other things. We'll see.
Yeah.
So
Actually, Jerome,
we're
that's
having a balance.
Yeah. Ooh, what do we got?
Sorry.
Jack, what'd you have?
Well, I was saying we're testing the value area low in the ES. There might be a cheap short there.
Cheap. Oh, cheap short. Ooh, I was looking cheap long.
Well, that's how markets are made, Dolby.
That's right, Jack. That is right. We're gonna make a market right here, right now.
Hey, we got crude 73% long here, 66 in the money with a 66.32 average price. All right, crude oil inventory is hitting the wire here. We got those coming in at, they were looking at 800,000, and those are coming in at 3,614,000. So a big run here. That's probably why we're seeing here 74% long here now in crude. Gasoline inventories looking at a negative 1.4. They were looking at a negative 750,000. So there you go. There's your crude oil inventories here. Coming up next here, we do have nothing basically. Beige book at 1 o'clock. Back to you guys.
Eddie, thank you
We're
so
gonna
much.
make a run for these lows.
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna momentum short.
Possibly.
This is where a momentum trader and a range trader meet in the ring right here. This is the exact moment. One is sniffing potential breakdown and one thinks that buyers are coming in. But no, I mean, seriously, this is why I kind of like think there's only really two types of traders. You have range traders, momentum traders. You got people who want to, buy momentum, and you have people who want to sell momentum. And that's kind of who makes up the market.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the longs down here, they're so cheap.
So we
all right.
we having a bounce. So
We did.
that's why I put break even in this particular situation. So
Mhm.
we didn't have the push I was waiting. So today W for the rule. It might puke, but so far I'm completely satisfied with putting BE, which is very rare. Right?
Well, that's kind of the thing with momentum trades. You want to kind of see it go right here, right now. Like, you don't want to wait for a pullback because then, this might happen. You get stopped out. But if you're playing momentum, it needs to happen. So, I don't trade momentum, but I do think a lot of range or momentum traders typically have time stops in their vocabulary and a lot of instinct as well. Because the more times you're taking these momentum trades, probably the more in tune you're getting with the market, with the dome, feeling out momentum. If you get that, whiff of it not feeling right, you got to get pretty quick to flattening your trade because you don't want to get run over on a pullback, kind of like what we're seeing here. Maybe it's not a huge one in the NQ, but it's coming. I did want to ask chat, Jerome, you said you learned the 100 tick chart from TopstepTV. Chat, I was wondering, what one thing have you learned from TopstepTV? Kind of curious to see what y'all say, but we've been doing this for a
I'm
long
just going to say
time.
an extra information about that. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting you. But I have the premium offer on TradingView when they did the Black Friday promotion. You don't have access to the 100 tick chart. So I didn't even knew it existed. And so thanks to Topstep X, we have access to it. So this is amazing. I don't know if people knew this, but you could pay couple hundreds for a software with TradingView with a program, a membership, and you don't have the 100 tick chart. So Topstep X is amazing for that.
Oh, Drum. Love it. Shouting out the 100 tick chart. Look at all these wonderful answers coming in. One is learning how to mute your microphone. I think we're all learning together. 3-bar reversal, market volume profile, VWAP, ATR, 3-bar reversal. Look at all this good stuff. Chat, we're learning together. We're having a good time. What a bounce here. Megaphone is held up. Ooh, AJ,
Oh hell,
how
let's
to
get
look
some
like a
beer.
professional.
What do you say?
This
Let's
is
just get a
awesome.
bunch of beer.
Don't tempt
go
me with a
get a
good time,
keg.
Eddie. Maybe
There you
Friday. We'll
What the
cut
hell?
loose
Why
on
not?
Friday.
All right.
Go scavenge
Now
for some
could be another
portobellos.
short. That could be a good
Yeah.
short.
Very
That was
good
my
short up
like,
here.
90
We got
was my
short
stop.
one.
Ooh. What do we got,
The
Jack?
short one. All right, guess what?
Yep.
I'm back in. My stop is gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be 91. It's gonna be a quick stop if we stopped. So
Yeah, I had a 91.5. It's if it reverses here.
91.5.
it's like
You got a
I
nice
have the
short,
same
though.
trade with a better entry, so it's all good. It's like if I was in the same trade.
Someone keeps flashing size in the Nasdaq. They just flashed at 400, 20,400. They were up. That was, I think it's the same person that was up at 500 before, flashing at 900, and then just kind of pulling it.
Still some great answers coming in
Stop.
from chat here. Love seeing it.
But we'll see.
And some support at that volume area low. Let's break through it.
Yeah, not seeing the rejection I wanted to see, so
Mm-mm.
that will likely run in to the upside.
Ranges still holding. Megaphone is intact. Buyers have come
You can
back
do it, Dolby,
in.
if you want.
Oh, I'm going to, Jack. I'm absolutely uncorking trades.
Do we
This
have
is not
sellers?
a good entry right here, right now, though.
906 at 399 in the Nasdaq.
906.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Higher with the stop. Yeah.
All right,
Maybe we can get to
I'm out.
points.
And pulled. They're not letting that. They're using that order to kind of attract the market, and then as soon as it gets close, they're pulling it. They just pulled it again on the way up there.
I mean, do
Same
we
thing
like
at 500.
shorts?
I do.
Kind of right middle of the range. I mean, if there was going to be a short, I mean, potentially we could see rejection off the 50% area, which is kind of where we're at right now in the ES. I'd assume the NQ is probably in about the same spot. It looks like the ES and the NQ are trading kind of hand in hand, and lo and behold, they are. So 20,383 is about the 50%. Every now and then that kind of works as like a continuation trade, like within a range. I don't know if it's going to hold, but it is something to keep an eye on here. But this range, or this current level right here, right now, is not ideal for a range trade. Not ideal for a range trade.
No,
Very
we're
much
right
so
near
middle.
the point of control for the session so far. That was worth a peek.
It was. Don't know till you bet.
Yeah, this is middle of the range right now. Just looking at my charts, VWAP attached from the open is, let's look at a 15-minute chart. It is a flat line pretty much, kind of leaning towards the downside, but flat VWAP means range-bound markets. And for me, don't take any trades near that VWAP. Could be a decent opportunity to short, but this is like a no-trade zone for me right now. It's a little different in the NASDAQ.
Dolby, if we want to show Jerome's chart, I have to do it.
I had muted myself.
I'm
that
out of
works.
the trade anyway.
Okay.
With a tight stop. So I'm down
okay.
724.
Okay. Nothing, just a flesh wound. I was saying that continuation longs here might actually make more sense if we can find support at like the 50% level, just because that means we found a base at the bottom, and then range to range rules would mean we go back and test, say, 20,500 in the NQ and whatever is relative for the ES. So 58.15s, let's say. So that would be, if I had to force a trade, I think that's what it would be, a continuation long concept. But well, we'll see here.
Yeah, if I'm gonna do something with a larger stop, definitely to the long side, it's gonna be tight on the short side.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jack. So what we talked about all morning, right? Finding a place to buy this.
Yeah. And the problem, though, is that the market makes it very, very scary to get cheap trades. And so, like, the best long location is down by 20,320, and that's, 20 points away from what appears to be a complete collapse of the NASDAQ. But that's when buyers come in. And so that's where you have to have a lot of conviction in your system or range trading strategy to hop in there and be like, yeah, this is fine. I might get completely run over and obliterated, but the reward is incredible trade location, tight risk with a ton of upside.
Crude.
Sometimes you just gotta let
New
it
low.
play. Ooh, new low and crude. Coach Jay, can you pull up some CL real quick? I wish we could trade CL. That'd be a really fun market. Maybe you can talk to the
I got
risk
it up
team.
here. And it's doing kind of exactly what we talked about, right? We had that opening at 8 a.m. I attached a view up there, and it is just acting as a resistance the entire way down. Every time we come up and check it, the market sells off, and we're continuing to sell. Let's zoom out and look at a higher time frame on a 30-minute. That's 65 even level, right? We haven't traded it in a little while, but the fundamental news in crude right now is bearish, and the markets are agreeing.
Yeah, much.
So to answer a
price action
question from
Let's.
chat, Gerald's asking, why does it say people are in a position, but then all of a sudden says no position? Well, that's because I am simultaneously right now producing this show on the show and trying to fill in the numbers. So I'm doing my best. I know the house account P&L because I can see it right in front of me because it's on my trading screen, but I'm happy to update as things go on. So P&L check. Hey, Jerome, where you at? No position?
Down 1,900 flat.
One at a time now?
Did you get that, Jack?
Hey, where are you at?
Let's throw numbers at him.
I'm down 1,900, and I'm flat.
Flat, okay.
Jerome?
And down 724 and flat. And chat, hit the like button again for the production team you're seeing today. There's people who are not here, and Jack, Dolby, and perhaps other people I don't see are producing it. So we have the show today. So let's be grateful and hit this like button and subscribe.
We're given a mandate.
You have to bless.
We're gonna do it.
The fortitude of Michael Patak is he does not want this stream to be running 1 second shorter than the full time, even if the big one
giving it to you.
Hits Chicago or something. We will find some way. We will have Dakota do it on his Samsung.
Big one.
I bet Dakota doesn't have an iPhone. He doesn't. Seems like the type.
He definitely does not have an iPhone.
Yeah, I wish we'd do a poll. Does Dakota have an iPhone or an Android? I think that's a very valuable question. While we wait and see here.
Dakota 100% does not have an iPhone.
Well, you get
the
great
ham
message
radio
from
CB, I think. I think the ham radio is pretty good.
All of his texts are green.
Got it. Yep. Coach Jay, good call. Flip phone. Even would have a
flip
phone.
Like a Motorola Razr.
100%. It's like, yeah, this phone works fine. Don't have to get a new one. How would I?
Kevin knows. He's got a walkie-talkie.
Walkie-talkie.
Oh, wait, hold on. Ozas doesn't give a shit what kind of phone Dakota has, so let's get back to the markets.
Okay, back to the markets.
Just rejected.
Stay in your lanes.
This is important.
Joke of the day.
Yes,
joke of the day.
Hold off.
My God, man.
God, really good move so far. You're
Hardly
just stuck in
Emery
this
over
range.
here.
We're flipping from megaphone to Dorito. We're always like in like a diamond for. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Diamond from megaphone to Dorito in the NASDAQ into diamond. Megaphone, Dorito into diamond formation. Nothing going on right now.
Eddie Spawn is here.
Oh, we're gonna range trade, all right. We are gonna range trade. Don't you worry, Chad. We just gotta get to the extremes. That's all. I'll get to the extremes here. We're stuck in the middle. This is not good trading zone.
The overnight VWAP
Chris
is
Barnes
kind of
says it's a mega diamond Dorito.
It is a mega diamond Dorito. I wonder if MP can ski one of those.
Oh, look at that.
All right, we're gonna wait. Wait and
Nasdaq
see here. Yep.
dumping 44 points and then bouncing 40 points. Nasdaq.
Mhm. This is very, very chill. Oh, there's a question in chat. We can round table this one. It was, what does a cheap trade mean? Jay, how do you define what a cheap trade is?
it's a trade where you can limit your risk, right? It's defined risk and good trade location, right? If I want to get short in the S&Ps right now at 57.90, I think my risk would have to go at 58.05 at the least. Right now, if I'm shorting 2 contracts, that's costing me $1,400 with minis. Does that fit your account? But it's good trade location, and it's not going to cost a whole lot to figure out whether or not you're wrong.
Yeah. What about you, Jerome? What's a cheap trade mean to you?
That would be sort of the same. A trade, let's say a long at a down of the low of the range or a short high. So you put a tight stop and you have a huge risk reward. And you could be stopped like the short I took, right? Was a tight stop considering market volatility. And that was a sort of cheap trade, let's say.
Yeah. Jack, any thoughts on opinions on cheap trades? Is that how you define some trades?
Yeah, for me, they tend to be like the momentum stuff too. Like if I'll put,
Mm.
you'll see me occasionally putting like stop sell orders or something while we're trying to hit new lows. It's like it's either going to go right away or it's not, and you get stopped out for a few points. Or even that short we took earlier, it was like we were risking 5 points in the ES. That's not much. Versus
Mhm.
the buy that I'm talking already about trying to do later is a very expensive trade that you'll hold longer. Where I'm talking about maybe risking $5,000 on one contract. We'll see.
Right. Yeah. It's also, I think, there's like a perception of value too to the trader. So I think it's a little bit kind of depends on who you ask. But a cheap trade, it kind of depends on like your system and kind of like the expected value. Like if you're really, really confident in a setup and you can define risk cheaply, but you have a high probability that you think the trade's going to work, you think you can get a good RR, then it's going to be a cheap trade, just relative to what's going on and what you're seeing in the market. And those are the trades that we really like, and you try to train yourself to get excited when those opportunities come up, so you can just nab those trades. Like we should get more excited about those cheap trades as traders and just hop in the execution real fast. Don't be scared to take them. Embrace the cheap trade. Don't go
900
until you
lot
bet.
in the Nasdaq is at 449 right now.
449.
They
Okay.
keep moving it around. They were at 500, they were at 400, they're at 449 right now. We've been seeing the market kind of trade into it. So if you want to caveman it, you got 20 points before, where that
Caveman
level is.
long, right here.
Yeah, it would be that trade. So the reason I'm leaning to the short side still, this yellow line that I have on my chart is the full session VWAP, and it's just started to act as a resistance, right? It's 58.05 in the S&P, 20,441 in the Nasdaq, and it's holding as a resistance. So no trade zone outside of a couple of scalps right now because we're kind of in the middle of that range, but just watching that VWAP kind of hold the market down right now.
So for example, speaking of cheap trades, you could kind of define a cheap trade here, right? So if the thesis is we don't think we're getting over VWAP, then a cheap trade would be shorting, say, 430s with a stop at 450s, work a 20-point stop, but the upside is maybe down to 320s. It could be 100 points of upside potentially. So you're risking 20 to make 100. Right. You have a clean area where you want to put a stop. To me, that's a kind of textbook cheap trade. We know we're not going to risk that much, but the upside is very, very high, and also the certainty of the trade is relatively good as well. That would have been a good one.
Hey, one of Hoops VIP's passed VO1. VO1, good job here. Thanks, Hoop.
Nice job. I'm seeing that. Oh man, should have hopped in on that one. All right, no more wishing about getting into trades. Or just start taking stuff. Little paralysis here.
If you're gonna shoot. Don't talk.
Nope. My least favorite things. Pet peeve of mine. Right back to the 50% range in the NQ. We're in the middle of the double diamond inverse megaphone pattern, whatever this is. It is a wonky diamond formation. But Coach Jay, great eyes on that VWAP, really holding the price down here in the NQ, selling off even more, down to 360s, about 20 points below 50%. New lows crude. Are sellers in the market right now?
Just everywhere.
Sellers are everywhere.
Selling everywhere.
I was going to say I see dead buyers. Maybe that's what it is. I see dead buyers. Jack, when was the last time you saw 6 cents?
Good question. I don't have basic cable anymore, so it's like usually just on TBS or something like that. But
Yeah, it's on
No
TNT
spoilers.
on repeat.
No spoilers.
I've seen it in
Don't
the
give
last.
anything away.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil that Stephen Baldwin's in it.
Ah, man, you know I told
Spoiler
you.
free zone.
No,
Spoiler
I'm
free
wrong.
zone.
It's Donnie Wahlberg. That's what I was. Donnie
Oh,
Wahlberg.
Same
is in
thing.
it.
Same guy. Same guy.
Same
But
kind
that's
of
a
guy.
one-time watch movie. You know.
Yeah,
See it once, done. File it.
it's like I get it. Check it off my bucket list.
It's like The Usual Suspects. See that
Usual
movie?
Suspect.
Kaiser
I don't know if I have.
Sose? Oh, goodness.
Kaiser. Yeah, that was a good one.
You got to see that one. You got to see that
Right.
one, yeah.
You know what they say about Kevin Spacey?
All right,
Hate
I'm short
movies,
again.
hate his movies, love his man.
Jerome, you're short.
All right. Jerome
short.
Yeah, I took it again. We'll see. Perhaps I'm gonna catch a bottom. Just warning y'all. It's perhaps a bottom catch.
Not my bottom.
You long or short?
Short. I'm gonna take
Short. Oh,
the same stop as previously.
I don't like your short trade.
Yeah.
I think you have good momentum to this
Let's
this
see.
trade here.
I just want to keep my
Oh yeah,
my
cook.
conviction. I wanted to short 20. Missed it. It's the same level as previously. Perhaps I was too early previously, so we'll see. We will see.
Where's your stop? 90 or so? Oh, so you're in the queue.
This is it. This is a long. Yeah, it's going to be a potential
Do I
long.
wanna add one? Yeah, it's perhaps a bottom because it's a nice place to buy as well.
Yeah, the equities are doing what I call the take everyone's money pattern,
Yeah.
where you trade in the middle. Yeah.
This is tough. I didn't expect 340s to hold, but I mean, this is very, very well behaved NASDAQ. It's not a fun formation, but it is megaphoning very strictly here. If we can get below 340s and NQ, we'll finally break the megaphone, but it's like, is the market waiting for more news or something? I kind of figured we'd have a little bit more action today. But this is very, very range bound. This kind of reminds me of like Friday Power Hour almost. Maybe even less volatile than Friday Power Hour. If you like ranges, hope you're making some money here. Oof.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh my goodness. Jerome, I am so sorry. That is not fair.
No, it's all
That
good.
is-
I tightened the stop, made
Good.
it smaller, so it's all good.
So let's see here now, right? Because what we've been doing is we're popping back up to this overnight VWAP, which right now in the S&P is at 5802, and that's been acting as a resistance, right? Kind of just making lower highs. So let's see if that pattern continues, and maybe we're not ranging as far as getting all the way back up to 5816, but we're kind of channeling lower, just in a very overlappy kind of choppy way.
Well, I'm gonna offer 440s in NQ, and let's see what happens. But this range has been very, very good so far. Let's dip a toe in the water and see what happens. Maybe we can risk 15 or 20 points on this range, maybe get 40 out of it. But the range has been very strict.
Like the chat said, we're making higher lows also. So
yeah, we're doing
Dorito.
both. This is textbook Dorito pattern. I mean, very, very clean. Lower highs, higher lows. It's just kind of I'm disappointed, NASDAQ. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was expecting more out of you today, but very, very chill. Didn't hear anything about crypto yesterday when Trump was speaking. Relatively, maybe kind of like just 9 conversations. Spoke for like an hour and a half. Kept it pretty safe, I'd say. Nothing too involved in the markets. I think mentioned tariffs once or twice, but nothing crazy. Clearly, the market didn't see anything that it didn't like, just kind of hanging out. Christopher, NQ's breaking hearts this week. So sorry. As long as we manage our risk, though, everything's going to be fine.
Nothing
I
coming
think it is
across
readable if you
Twitter
expected
so
it.
far.
I think expectations are kind of the downfall for most traders. We expect something to happen, it doesn't happen, and then we get, sad because the thing we wanted to happen didn't happen. But I'm not a huge fan of having expectations. You play enough shows to 0 people, and you just stop having them. Learned that lesson about 15 years ago.
You can't be disappointed.
Nope. Hey, if one person shows up to your show, that's awesome. It's more than 0.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Yeah, exactly right. Well, high school battle of the bands.
There's my sweetie. Hi, sweetie.
Yep.
That's my mom.
Having flashbacks.
The thing is, my mom never came to any of my gigs. My dad did. My dad come to all of them. Yeah. Mom never, and I had a lot. Well, actually, I can't say that because we owned a bar restaurant with a stage, and my band played there, and she would be in the bar. So, all right, I take that back. Never mind.
That counts.
I will rewind. God rest her soul.
Whoever's willing to help unload and load equipment, they're the super fans. Super fans in my book. Man, this range is even tighter.
Let me ask you something, Dolby time. Do they stick around? Do they? When I used to play, I had a big keyboard setup, like the Rick Wakeman setup.
Oh, nice.
And they'd get in for free, and they'd be pulling stuff in and help me set up. But when time came to break everything down and put it in my truck, they were like 2 sheets to the wind, or in the corner.
Yeah.
Talking to a pretty girl, or they didn't have time. I didn't like that.
Bandmates or friends and family?
No, friends, like roadies. They'd tag along.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah,
I would say most of the time mine are
pretty
helpful. I just don't want them touching my stuff
cool. Until
it's broken down. Once it's broken down and like in cases, you touching my drums? Yeah, I don't want people touching my drum set unless they're drummers. Let's see. NQ, Megaphone, very well behaved today. 20,000 420s, offering up a little bit of resistance on the 1 minute, which perfectly corresponds with the lower high in the NQ. Okay. Ooh, J55X5 at Jerome, at Nick Dolby is valuable in gathering market information to make trading decisions, but to what extent? Sometimes it is harmful to good results and can be overwhelming. What is the thing that you're referring to? Is it over-analysis or too much analysis? If that is the case, I do think there is something to be said about having maybe too much confirmation, too much on your charts, and you can get paralysis by analysis, and maybe convince yourself to not take trades if that is the case. So, execution is just as important as everything else when you're trading. We're still going to offer 440s here and see if this can reject off of VWAP. A little bit of momentum getting up here, but we can see if we can scalp a little trade. I am not an official coach in that sense. Not like Coach J. Coach J has a team. He's a VIP coach.
I think
Great
season 3 we need
educator.
I think season 3 of VIPs we need a Dolby team.
I think there might be in the future. I think there might be.
Interesting.
Just gonna be a bunch of range traders, hopefully. And if not, there'll be a bunch of range traders by the end of it. Oh, it did not get filled. So good example of a range trade, right? Set a limit order at 440s. Could not get filled. We missed it by about 3 points on that range trade. We did have the order in, just did not get filled, and we're already down 20, 30 points. Damn, that would have been a good one. That would have been a really, really good one. Ooh,
I'm holding some stop market sells just in case.
Oh, nice.
We get some
so what are you working?
news to the downside.
Yeah, I like that. ES?
I have one left over before. I might. Yep, ES. I've been trading ES lately. I think Q's too whippy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Much better market.
Yeah, I am.
I know.
Reeling right now. We were so damn close to getting that short, and we just got crushed in the NQ. I'm a very emotional trader. Gotta work on that.
that VWAP is still kind of just like pressing on the market lower. Right now it's at 58.01. You can see we came up, checked it, and it's acting as that resistance. Again, we're making higher lows as well. This is whatever the move that happens out of this range is going to be a pretty big one. I think we just have to wait for it to happen. If you're a breakout trader, if you're a range trader,
man.
keep eating.
Yeah, range traders should be doing really well today. That would have been great example of a cheap trade. Great example. Bid offer up 440s, stop it, 55s, and then you have all of that downside. It would have been such a good trade. Kind of the agony of being a limit order trader.
Pain and reward. VWAP stands for volume weighted average price. So for whatever period of time you're looking at, say it's the session, like right now, this white line on my charts here is the volume weighted average price since the open. So it's multiplying the price by the volume. So if you have more volume at a price, it takes more into account. That's what that is. And all roads lead to it.
Yep. Yeah, great example. Great explanation there, Jack. Thank you for grabbing that question from chat. All right, higher lows again, testing the bottom of the megaphone now. Oh, Wildfire caught it. Well done. It's like some traders in chat have caught the short off the VWAP in NASDAQ. You were talking about that maybe 45 minutes ago, Coach J.
Yeah, we were.
Too much ranch dressing on the mouse over here. Salad hands all over the place.
Question is, do we buy it here again?
Right? Feels like, this is the time. It's like you make a bunch of good calls, don't take any of the trades, and the one time you finally make the move, it's the one time that it ends up
punches you right in the face.
Right in the face. There's kind of a rule. Isn't there like a rule, Jerome, where like the first time you try anything in trading, it doesn't work? You try to be super disciplined the first day, and I feel like the first is nothing goes right, even though you do everything right. It's like a test from the markets. Why is that, Jerome? Why is that?
Because it could happen, right? It could happen, and if it happens at let's say the wrong time and the wrong timing for you, let's say taking back your example, you tell yourself, okay, on Monday I'm gonna do this, and you do all of it, and it doesn't work, and you end the day red, and it messes your mind. You put so much mental effort into staying disciplined that it drains you, that the result is not here, because we don't get the satisfaction, we don't get the serotonin, the dopamine to get satisfied, to have this gratefulness inside our body as hormones. And so it's really dangerous because it can deplete the whole process, the whole mental capital effort we do, and then you are in the vicious cycle of like putting all in or getting into stupid trades that don't follow your plan, over leveraging, mismanaging risks. Like you make more mistakes, right? So, and it's the same with everything in life. The thing is, our brain doesn't likes comfort actually, and doesn't like anything uncomfortable. So once you want to change anything, your brain is going to do everything but helping you to change this thing. Let's say you want to lose weight, it's going to give you like pictures of pastries. You want to quit smoking, it's going to give you like the feeling of, oh, a cig is going to go well here, etc. So you gotta break and fight these habits, and it's hard.
Oh, that's awesome. Got a resident brain doctor on staff here, Jerome. Are you actually a
I'm
surgeon?
starting
or
to
just-
pick up a little
you're-
bit here.
Yeah, we're not taking the.
No, I work in neurodegenerative disease such as PD,
Oh, okay.
Parkinson's disease, AD, Alzheimer's disease. I do research and I run a med and digital company, eMed company, developing a
incredible.
medical app.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, Drum's killer. We love Jerome.
I love you guys.
So cheap.
Somebody asked, how
you
do you
more.
cope with that, Jerome?
Yeah.
No, I love you more. But with trading, for example, I got to trade. It's lost. It's okay. I mean, did I follow my plan? Yes. Was this in my trade zone? Yes. Am I satisfied with the stop, the risk, etc.? My entries? Yes. You know, so there's some days I don't follow my rules and I win, and these are the days you reinforce bad habits. And reinforcing bad habits is one of the worst things that could happen to us within trading and outside of trading as well, because we don't know when we do it, right? You don't know when you're reinforcing a bad habit, because 95% of the time you don't know that is a toxic or bad habit. And so we make these stronger prints in our body as hormones, increasing cortisol level, which is stress, lowering testosterone level, which is self-belief. And you have all these systems connected and that take place, and days after days, weeks after weeks, you can increase or reduce your self-belief, trust, etc. So it's a whole other topic, and if I start into it, I have to explain other things. So let's focus on to trading. But yeah, it's a very interesting topic related to trading.
It's a good conversation.
It is.
No,
I mean,
thanks,
yeah,
Jerome.
trading psychology is very, very interesting. I was quipped that if I ever became a psychologist or a therapist, I would just have all of my clients trade for a month so we can get to the bottom of what's been bothering them. Trading has pinpoint precision and bringing out what makes you feel icky inside.
You know, Dolby time, I tell you, mindset's the number one thing you got to work on first thing in the morning, or before you even log on in to your computer. You got to check that mindset. How am I doing? You know.
Yeah, what do we have? Eddie, do you remember who we had on? This might have been years ago, but I think there were a trading psychologist who actually had he had the sheet in the morning that you fill out, and it was like how I'm feeling, and it was like you would rank your emotions, like I think 1 through 5 every single morning.
We've got that. I think Mr. Hoagland put that together.
Was it Hoag? Okay.
Or was that from Randy Howell? I don't know. We got to get Randy on here. Randy was fantastic.
Yeah, we should.
Feels like the short is about to. This range is about to break to a low. It feels like. Yeah.
Feels a little
Joe,
heavy,
where?
doesn't it?
I mean, it's not Joe. Jack, where are your stop market sells?
Down a little further. Like I want to play it tight for the for the break of it.
Okay.
If it doesn't get.
I get you. We don't want it to just extend and then pop back into it.
Yeah. Ooh, who said Rich? I think that's right. Rich Friesen?
There's Rich Friesen. Yeah, Hans got it.
Nice job, Hans. You get the cookie of the day.
Hey.
Don't eat it though.
Take these longs.
Hey, Creed, new lows.
Yeah, yeah. We should have. I should have taken longs at 340s. It doesn't.
Too late in the S&P.
Oh, maybe not. Hold on. Let's see. No, it is not. It's not a great. We'll buy one. All right, we're long one, 57.81. It does feel a little bit icky, but we'll move the stop to like 57.74. We don't want to see this reconsolidate to the bottom. Kind of buying the higher range here. on the 1 minute. So
I
this
actually
might
want
just
to
be,
short this again. Perhaps
might be straight trash.
I don't
This
know.
might be straight trash, actually.
Because the level is not holding like previously. Previously, we had a very aggressive bounce. It doesn't mean anything. We can have buyers stepping in right here, right now. But looks like the level has weakened.
Yeah.
We're gonna we're gonna bid another one right at lows of this range and see if this can hold. But something does feel a little bit different. And yeah, I can't explain it, right, Jay? It's just like this feels weird.
Yeah, we're just moving around a little bit more. We're not holding above that 82.
Well, okay, we're already stopped out.
Volume's
Minus
picking up.
543.
Yep.
Yeah, minus 543 on that. But that's how trading is.
I reversed you doing the quick. I got triggered on the first thing. This will be short. We'll risk a couple $100 to see if we take out the lows.
Yeah, this does not feel
come
the
on,
same.
baby. Drill, 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 drill.
Does not feel the same.
Nope.
Actually, I should
Volume's
have taken a
picking up,
short
Dolby.
360s. It is, yeah. There's getting a little bit of wiggle in the ladder too. Going back to that, what we were saying earlier, the first time you try something, it never works. Feel like passed up 5 good entries and took the one that was just not going to range trade. Very frustrating. A lot of trading left in the day. Whole lot of trading.
Yeah.
Got about an hour left here for fast markets. Time flies when you are having fun. Thanks to chat for hanging out with us today. Next 2 days are going to be unplugged version of TopstepTV. Be simple, low maintenance. Just hang out, take some trades. Maybe this bids now. Maybe that was a little stop run. Also got Euro close coming up in 20. That might be impacting things a little bit. Is anyone in a trade right now? Are we clear?
I'm flat.
Yeah, we're short
Flat.
one.
Ooh.
I like that trade, Jack.
Yeah. Undo my slop.
Man, they squeezed us, and then it's raining down.
Rejected it. We rejected couldn't get to the lows. Come on, baby. You all see it.
Where you working the short from?
Hold up.
I'm gonna get your charts up. Oh, I got your charts up. I'll pull them up. All
173.
right, so you're in right now. Trying to get short 2.
Come on. Okay, we're short 2.
Oh yeah.
No bounce.
What do we got? Short 2, 57, 72. Nice trade.
If you can risk, if you can risk above 82, if you're comfortable with that, I would say just let this cook.
Yeah, I would say for targets 57,
let's go get
50.
50s.
Yeah, 45s are probably the most ambitious, but Jack, we have broken out of range here.
Nice trade, sir.
30-minute range is totally broken. I would say 50s for at least one of them. If we're feeling very, very bearish, you look for an extension. What? Wrong account? You flagged
I'll get back in on the top. I double clicked it.
Oh, good.
That's okay.
Made money.
You made money. You made money, right?
On that retest of 70s, maybe, Jack?
Yeah.
If it holds.
That was the
trade.
The trade. Good job.
The trade worked in that we got the stop limits going through the bottom there.
Perfect.
And now we're taking a pause, so that's fine. Eventually, I do want to buy this if we get this 40.
Yeah, 57.63 was a 50% of our range from yesterday between 9 and 10. Melted through that. Someone in chat said, why'd you go long? It's because the range trade worked literally every single time up until the moment I placed that long in ES. It was a very reliable trade all morning. But sometimes it's like that. The one time you try something, it just doesn't work, but there's no need to get discouraged.
How much did you lose, Dolby?
543.
All right, so house is up about $400.
Yeah.
Exactly. We were down. See if we get some continuation here. You're short, Jerome?
No, I took 2 shorts. I was 10 minutes and 20 minutes too early, and cubed.
Yep.
Didn't decide to take a third time, but like you explained, Dolby, sometimes you're gonna wait. That's what happened to me actually on Monday and Tuesday. I've been waiting. I hit a trade and then a tweet or a news and boom. And so sometimes that's what happens. That's unfortunately the game and the system we play with. So if you get frustrated, get up, exit the screens, take some time off, breathe, touch some grass, drink some water, exercise, stretch yourself, give yourself back some inner momentum outside of trading. Because when you stay in front of the screen and you lose, you get like in dark eyes. You don't see what you should see actually. And so when you take time off,
Great point.
you can step back and be more objective. Speak to somebody, call a friend, reach out to your partner, or if you don't want to speak to anybody, like just open the window, take some air, and come back 10 minutes later in front of the screen. It will help you.
Long. That was close to where.
That was a great cover, great accidental cover there, Jack. But even the
Wonderful
longs and
trade, yeah.
NQ, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
still got
buyers are
crude
still in the
digging
market.
deep here, guys. Another new low.
Oh wow, another new low in crude.
If we reject
Yeah, that'd be a
here.
fun market to trade.
I think, Jay, you were talking about last time we were around this area was back in November. Was that right?
Yeah, so let's take a look. So December lows right around here. But we stayed in this consolidation in crude oil from October until the end of the year, really. And we're coming down to the lows of it now, right around that 65 area. 2024 low in crude was on this adjusted chart, 61.71. So we got about another $4 to that low. But yeah, this looks very heavy.
Let me
Wow.
get your
Thank you.
charts real quick there.
Yeah. Man, NQ, incredibly tight 15-minute range. We did kind of bounce off the lows of the 15-minute range. Kind of curious to see if bulls hop in and support this. If not, it could be a pretty nice continuation short in NQ, potentially doing stair-step lows if it can hold 300s. Otherwise, we get above 300s. Maybe cheap short. That's not a cheap short. It's a continuation short. But maybe that would be a nice trade right here, right now.
If we're looking for continuation shorts on the NASDAQ, I think we could take it here. Your risk got to be about 40 points, though. So maybe you wait until 330s. Yeah, maybe you wait until 330s.
Yeah, I would like 320s, 330s. Ooh, yeah, 333 would be really nice. There's actually a little bit of confluence there. Wait and see.
Or is this the megaphone?
I don't know. Yeah, is it the megaphone? Could be. I mean, we have a nice little range on the 1 minute right here, right now, for maybe a continuation to the short side. Otherwise,
The thing is, yeah, the bounce is weak.
After range.
So part
It is
of it
pretty
is
weak.
telling me that it's profit taking. So if sellers want to keep selling and they break 249, yeah, there is a chance.
Kind of wishing we just smashed market sell there, right at 20,300s. But it does feel heavy. I mean, Jay, we called it as soon as we got into that ES long. It's like something in the market just felt different in the ladder. Felt like it was going to break range. It did. Now it's kind of thinking again. It's really easy to get chopped up here. Mohammed in chat, how you doing, sir? Oh, mind is acting faster than the hands are today. RJ, everyone is afraid to trade. I don't know. Also, account's doing.
Yeah, I got a
pretty
question
good. I mean,
here.
we're plus 500.
Question here in chat from Ryan. Ryan's asking, do any of you on Topstep pay attention to the long and short-term divergencies and RSI on ranging days? Can be very helpful. Can be very helpful in general. Never see either one talked about.
We don't actually have a ton of traders on who are trading. Oh, actually, David Green, I think, is the only trader we've had on who uses an RSI. I don't use an RSI because I just found that if I can just draw the ranges, then that's basically the same information as RSI would give me, only it's tuned to me and my liking, so I prefer it. But I had an RSI phase for a while. But I think if you look at charts long enough, you can start anticipating where things are going to look like. Like if you have a clean range on a chart and you draw a volume profile, there's like a 90% chance it's going to be a standard distribution. And if you look at that enough, eventually you just don't need the volume profile anymore, in my opinion.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Dolby Time.
Yeah, that was a great
David
question.
Green's going to be with us here today, Ryan. He's going to be here at 12 o'clock for Lunchbox Trading with Jay, myself, and David Green, and then he's gonna join us for Power Hour with Dolby and Jay. So he probably has some questions there. Good question. Thanks, Ryan.
I use them as well. I use MACD and RSI, but I don't use them as trade entries. I use them as, let's say, an extra information indicator. But there's a lot of false positive. So what is a false positive? It's when you see a divergence, but it's not a divergence, but you believe it is, and so you get in a trade and you get stopped. So I stopped using them as entries, but more rather as an extra information.
Man, this
All right,
feels
here we
heavy.
go.
Thank you, Jerome.
You working an offer?
Yep.
All right. Looking for momentum trade to the downside?
Looking for us to go
Yeah, I
for the
think
lows
it's
of yesterday.
Nice. See what we can get. Where's your order at? If you don't mind Goldman knowing.
57.60 at the moment.
57.60. Okay, and what's the strategy that you're using here, Jack, just for the people at home who might not be familiar with what you're trying to achieve with this trade?
I can keep it tight. And basically, it looks really heavy right now. We're making new lows. There's targets below this. We're not done yet. So if a trade is there, it feels like it's going to trade. So we're probably going to get filled pretty soon. We'll keep it tight. We'll see if we get the bounce, or we'll see if we get the fall through the new lows.
Yep.
You got to be
I think we're going to
pretty
get it.
damn close to getting filled. Yeah.
But little bounce right away. Don't love that. Come on, drill for the lows, baby.
Do you want me to go flush my toilet, Jack? Take me like 1 second.
Please do. I'll be quick to get out of this. Flush it.
If we can go CYA 68, I really like this trade.
CYA 68.
It seems like we want 45s.
Yeah, I had to go. Someone just stepped in there. Someone's bidding 565.
What a jerk.
They moved.
Still in?
What a jag. Yeah.
I'm
Still in.
your screen. All right, cool. Your screen's up. Yeah, 20,263 held as well. And that's top of consolidation of older consolidation in NQ. We're having a hard time in indices kind of extending below and sort of like that second range we're talking about. So like anything below 20,260 in NQ. And, you know, we're doing a much better job actually in ES kind of extending into that range. So like 57.45 up to like 57.70, or like that consolidation that we had back between like yesterday, between 57.50 and 57.80. So kind of stuck in there. God, does it feel heavy though? Still working your shorts, nice. Feels like we're gonna get this. I don't know, chat. How you feeling? You're good at momentum. Feel bullish? Feel bearish? Let us know.
Yeah, they're not going to make it that easy.
Down.
They never do. They never do. I kind of want some shorts too. It doesn't look that bad. Unless it's like a 15-minute range bounce, and this would be a really big bounce. But we do have Euro close, 8 minutes. So maybe there's some shenanigans that happen.
Euro covering.
Euro close. Yes. If it is Euro covering, then do we think shorts cover here, come failed moves, come fast moves, and we shoot higher and get back up into like the middle of the old range? That would really torture some shorts if that ends up playing out.
Out there, Jack?
Ooh.
Yeah, they got us. So we're at 495 up in this account.
Okay. Still up on the day. And a lot of day left.
So much day left. So much day. And we will be here for all of it. Oh, man, longs do look pretty interesting, down by 20,260. Maybe we can do a wishing order at 250s and see if we can get a big, like a flush and a bid. All right, we're going to offer 249s. Sorry, we're going to bid 249s.
Okay. Just
See if
looking
we
for a
can get
quick stop run of that low and then getting back into it.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm looking left here, and we had this really nice consolidation yesterday,
Look at
and
gold.
the high of that is kind of offering up as support currently. So let's see if we can get a little push down, run some stops, and then maybe we have a very, very good long getting into Euro close if shorts decide to cover. But we're asking for the NQ to do something it hasn't done yet.
Gold
Yeah, I
is
know.
just moving
Yeah, what's it doing?
to the upside.
Upside?
2940. Yeah, 2940 traded here. Kind of wishing I did not let go of that trade I did earlier today because it was a great one. See if there's an opportunity to get back in here. A ton of buying just got absorbed at that high. So it's been giving us a pullback every time it does that. So if we get a pullback in gold, maybe down to 32-ish, I'll look to buy around there. Or move up to
32-ish, okay,
2950.
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Coach Jay, you are a resident gold trader right now.
Can I call myself a gold trader if I didn't take the trade?
No, you cannot. That's rule number one. You have to take the trade. We have standards.
All right, we've got a London close here in about 5 minutes there, Governor.
5 minutes till London close.
Right,
I might
Governor.
actually get. Why, thank you. I'm not going to do an accent on TV because that is forever. Internet does not forget.
Come on, do it. Do it.
Accents are not my strong suit. I'm more of a slapstick, flushing toilets on air sort of vibe. That's sort of my thing.
You know, I tell you though, Dolby time, you've made me laugh numerous times today, my friend, and I appreciate it. Next time I see you, I'm going to give you a big man hug.
Hey, appreciate it. I'll accept your man
Here
hug,
we
Eddie.
go.
Yeah, here we go. What's going on? We're still going to offer up these
Dare we
250s
try
into Euro
again?
close. Well, I'm gonna see.
looking
Oh,
to
you want to try
short-
shorts? Because I'll pull my longs if you're trying to short this.
I wanted to short 310s, but we didn't get it. 314s precisely, but without us.
You do what you got to do, Dolby.
I'm just trying to live, man. Just trying to live my life. That's all. That's all we can do.
Dolby, if you want to do a perfect English accent to say Michael Caine, like Michael Caine, all you have to say is the phrase "my cocaine." Michael Caine.
Like, I'm also not saying that on TV either, Jack. But I thank you.
You don't want to play. You don't want to play today, all right?
I just might be watching.
Michael Caine, right? Or you could be Ghost from Call of Duty, right?
Yeah. Ooh, nice.
We're going in guns a blazing.
That was actually pretty good, Eddie. That was really good. We are not going to get. I don't know if we're going to get filled in these 250s. I'm hoping for a quick flash, then a quick.
I think you're going to get filled here soon.
You think so? What's the over?
Yeah, it feels like it. It feels like it. Any of these bounces, there's really no volume in any of these bounces to the upside. They feel kind of
a silly
empty.
trade then.
Yeah.
Such a good range
yeah.
on the 15-minute. Such a good range on the 15-minute.
In the 70s. That's too much for what I was trying to do.
Just want a quick little flash below, run some stops, and then shoot up 100 points in typical NASDAQ fashion. Obvious short. Reversal coming. Chad is not decided on what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes here.
So that user's name is first name. Do you think that they actually chose that, or they just went with, they didn't fill out the form?
Oh,
just
good
left it
question.
as
First name. Please let us know. We want answers to all the questions.
I think he's the first name ever. That's why his name is first name.
Okay, this is going to be a very quick trade if we get filled on this. Try shorts. I mean, shorts have been reliable,
I
but
wanna
we're
get
very, very
short.
range bound today. Very, very range bound. Shorts have been good though. They've been paying. But we do have a
Get some
very good
volatility
15-minute
off.
range. Yeah.
We got a pop the other day off the euro close. Could be people covering, etc. So maybe
Yep.
wait till 10:30.
Yeah, I think shorts maybe after 10:30 are pretty wise. But I do like this euro close. Some kind of something we don't talk about a ton is the euro close. I know crude oil can get pretty volatile into euro close, which is 10:30. It's kind of a marker that I used to have in my chart. Sometimes when you're trading crude oil, you get actually like a reverse move. So if you're trending down in crude oil, then euro close, you might actually start getting a bid into like the last 10 minutes, which can move price, 20, 30 cents. Oh, yeah. This is kind of what we were looking for. Just I didn't want to run stops first.
50 seconds till the euro close.
Yep. So second time we've tried a limit order and did not get filled. All we were looking for
Yesterday
was a
we
little
had
run just outside.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I interrupted you. My apologies.
Oh, I already forgot what I was saying. I'm just riffing, Jerome. I'm riffing for 5 hours today and counting.
And
Riff
Fuego,
Central
baby.
over here. Riff Central.
No, I was about to say yesterday we had a scam pump. Will we have a scam dump today?
Oh, maybe.
No, I
But
think
now
there's not
shorts
going
are
to be
cheap.
any huge move, but we'll see. There's an MOC for European market as well, right?
Ooh, I don't know. Good question. That should be on this.
Oh,
my goodness,
scam
look at
dump?
this.
Scam dump? European
Yeah,
closes
300s.
always have like crazy moves. I wonder if some
Yeah.
people trade the close, like if this is their strategy. It's crazy.
Probably. There's a strategy for everybody. I mean, I still think
the
it's
New York
completely
close
viable.
is
Yeah.
wild, right? People
Mhm.
at the pit they trade the New York close, so that means there's like ways to trade it. Yeah, that's interesting. It's like the open actually.
So Euro close is come and gone. We did get a little bit of a bid, so we didn't bid all that much. So maybe bears really are in control here. So Jack, if you like your shorts, I think you might have some good runway here. Europe out of the way.
Yeah, it's not drilling like it was though. We're finding some consolidation here, and ultimately my goal, even if I think I'm off air for the rest of the day after this.
You lucky boy, you.
Hey, I've been on since 7:20, you jabroni.
That's true.
Me and Jay. So
Tell me about it.
Real troopers.
I still want to buy around 57.30, 57.40 area. I'll announce it on air if I do it. Benji, there's been like 10 trades made today. What do you want us to do?
Yeah,
Not on HFT.
Yeah, we can't just take literal. I mean, we offered some stuff, didn't get filled. We tried bidding some stuff, didn't get filled. The one trade we did get filled on didn't work out, even though that trade worked like 5 other times earlier today. I mean, it's just the way trading is.
Yeah, like I don't watch any other streams or stuff like that, but is that what is happening? Are people just out there taking trades every 20 seconds?
Every second? Yeah, this isn't perpetual reversal challenge or a trade always has to be on. We are trying to make good trades here. That is the goal. I don't know if there's a good trade to be had in NASDAQ right in the middle of a 1-minute range when you could short.
I could put a trade on right now.
Yeah.
And I'm already down, but then it's going to get clipped up and put on Twitter. So we got to keep that in mind too. I don't want to just take a shitty trade.
No. We are not doing that. Still want to make good trades here, even if that means not taking trades. We have talked out a ton of trades and have not gotten filled on some cool concepts. Ooh, a little bit of wiggle here in the NASDAQ. Very, very wiggly. So hyper scalping isn't all that much more interesting either, to be honest. Because there's no way you're going to be able to keep up with the trades if you're making trades every minute. It's not that entertaining either. You need contrast.
Yeah,
so
there is we haven't talked about this in a while. There's like a 6-second delay between what we do on here and what you see out there on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is a delay.
Yeah, keep that in mind. Exactly.
Oof, wiggle. And key wiggle here. Oh, big flush. Okay, so Europe closed. Kind of I like those cheap longs. Who has the cojones? Throw a bid in here.
Not I.
This feels
Or
strong as shit, though.
This is gonna
The
sell.
downside. Do I need to go back to my toilet and flush it real fast? Is that what has to happen here?
There's the move. Now we'll see if it can.
Okay. Yep.
And here goes the scam dump of the Euro close. Here we go.
So we would have gotten filled on a long. I don't think we would have gotten stopped out. That was only 10 points. But if we had bought, let's see, 49s, it would be very, very close right now. Very, very close. So this could be a third stair step down. He's doing a very good job stair stepping lower in NASDAQ. So I would say this line right here, 20,250s, could be setting up for a new stair step. So if we can't get above 20,250,
I'm short one gold.
Oh, let's go.
I'm short one
gold.
29. Yeah, 29.39.
Whoa.
Just a quick scalp trade. This is counter trend, risking a new high. Give the people what they want, right? You guys wanted to trade?
There you go.
Up 150 bucks.
Trades right here.
If you're
New
Up
lows.
160.
As a reminder, S&P
As is
low
in trouble.
5744 from yesterday. Getting in that range.
all right. I mean, even shorts might look good here. Maybe
Hey,
offer
the
up
market
250s.
taker.
All right, we'll offer 250s. For a continuation trade to the downside. See if we can get filled on a pullback. I might run without us here.
I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break after this trade is over.
All right.
Don't forget to take your microphone with you.
That's right.
Got you.
That is right. We got jokes here at TopstepTV. Get started early in the morning here. Offering up 20,250. It's going to see if we can short what was once support. Let's see if it becomes resistance.
All right, I'm out of
If
that.
we can get
Made a quick $100 on that.
boom.
Whoever that was,
Well
are you
done.
not
There you go.
entertained? We took a trade. There we go. I'm gonna be right back.
Nice. All right, I'm
Yeah,
next
Jay.
after you.
Yeah, round the horn. Round
Yeah,
the horn's
everyone
being
get it.
canceled, by the way, on ESPN. The end of an era.
Ooh, no kidding.
Good. Well, yeah, I've been
23
fighting
years.
for that one for a long time.
All right.
I'm
Short
gonna get it now.
short 20,250. You just to stay. I would at least say underneath 250s. Let's just see here if this can reject, get pulled down a little bit. So far, so good. Let's look at some possible targets here. Could
I'm
be
short
a
one as well.
nice.
With you.
Water's warm. Let's hop in. Let's see if we can get the midpoint.
just-
So that would be 20,169.
The stop is going to be tight though, because if we bounce,
Yep.
it's going to bounce violently.
Right.
Um,
And we're going to offer 20,270 as well.
yeah, it's going to be 76 for me.
Mm-hmm.
76.
Continuation trade to the downside. We might take some heat on this
Will
one.
this be wrong timing again? for me?
Probably. Timing is everything. I don't know if we have everything on our side right now. Okay, short two. And we're out. Minus 500.
And I'm
Very nice bounce.
out as well.
Okay.
Let's go.
That was not nice, NASDAQ. Try to continuation short. Now we're back within range. That is
Getting dangerous.
okay.
I actually
Moving
really like
dangerously.
this gold trade for a potential continuation lower.
Okay.
Where we had some exhaustion buying at the highs. Maybe a short all the way back down to 29.28. So I'm thinking about getting back in this trade again. Risk would be making a new high on the day. But let's see what happens here at 50% of this reversal candle.
Yep, we got 50%. I mean, shorts might make themselves available again at 300s for a scalp that rejected 3 times. I mean, I kind of called the bounce. It's just we would have gotten stopped. Like, no one has a 20, 25 point stop, and we would have gotten smoked on that. Good reversal, though.
I mean,
Really
you
good
never
reversal.
know if it's going to bounce, right? I mean, we could have continued to the bottom. So, I mean, it's the trade we took. If it's easier to say, yeah, it was an obvious buy, yeah, it was an obvious short. No, I mean, we trade what we see. It's the job. It's
I'm
the
back
job we
in
do.
gold short.
Nice.
38.1. Risk is above the new high. Let's see if this holds here. Again, this is going against what my thesis was for the day, but we're getting a little bit extended from what I'm seeing right now, but we'll see. And chat is saying to lock it up. I'm on the stream all day. I've expanded my risk a little bit for the day. We're not going to blow this account up, but
no, we're taking
just trading
trades all
small
day.
right now.
Yeah, taking trades all day.
Hey, from the chat here, our good friend High Volume. I know High Volume. I've been reading. High Volume is one of the Topstep cheerleaders. We love it.
Love it.
Let's get those likes in. Subscribe. We got what 973 only, with nearly 4,500 people watching, listening, and hopefully enjoying here. Let's get that up a bit. Click that like, subscribe, and props to you, High Volume. Thank you. Back to you, Dolby Time.
We love our bell-to-bellers here.
Good people,
Really,
man.
truly
We got
do.
a great community. Great community.
I would say so. I would
Super
definitely
people.
say so. Okay,
Yeah.
so so it could have been a little bit more patient on the shorts. We did not get that support become resistance. Instead, it went up to the 50%, J, of the previous range it broke out of, and then rejected from there. Markets feel like they want to move now. Things have definitely a little bit different.
They're moving. They're getting shaky.
They are getting shaky. Ladder's picked up a little bit. You know, do we like the shorts right here, right now, after that 50% rejection? Maybe, but I think bulls also have a good case at 230s. Kind of just depends on where your bias lies. Man, I thought that was a good short. Just it's a game of ticks sometimes. 20 points.
It is what
One
it
for the
is,
journal.
my friend.
It is what it is. You can't care about your losers all that much. You'll just put yourself in trading purgatory if you obsess over your losing trades. It's not a good place to be. Want to have a clear mind and let all the opportunities happen organically and naturally.
So if you can tell what I'm doing, Dolby.
Yes.
I am long one MES. I'm gonna be off stream. Well, no. I want to get more. I want this 200-day moving average trade. So I'm gonna start very small. Be holding this for a long time. I will keep you updated.
Hell yeah. I love the idea of holding a real long trade. Oh, so what's your total risk on this trade then?
It'll depend on how low it goes and what my average price is.
Okay. Oh man, NQ. Oh, we had the right idea. We really did have the right idea, just not a wide enough stop.
That's what happened the whole day. We
Yeah.
are. I mean, I'm thinking it's not even about timing; it's about stops.
Ooh. God,
yeah, I'm
really
scrambled between trading micros and having wider stops, or just putting wider stops on minis. But that doesn't. It's not that wise, you know. So I don't know. Have to figure this out.
We're not even making higher highs though. You know, it's kind of tough to get longs. It feels like all we're doing is lower highs and lower lows, and that's all that Nasdaq has really been able to achieve so far. That's why I didn't really mind getting short, but getting long, I mean, it is a cheap trade. But man, is there a lot of risk? Because it's just the charts are not saying that, you know, bulls are in control, as Mo would say. You know, if bulls are in control, you want to be seeing at least higher highs, higher lows, something to give an indication that they're in control. But with NASDAQ, I mean, it seems pretty rare that we get a fake out where, if we're doing lower highs, that all of a sudden it's going to catch a big bid. It's been pretty consistent. Apple, new lows. Thank you, JSim.
Yeah, it's gonna go lower.
That's what it feels like.
Revex says, "Someone help Jay." I'm okay.
Everyone's fine.
We've identified what the risk is for the day. We're not close to it, so we're doing good.
No, we have so much loss limit. Not that we're gonna test the bounds of it, but there's a lot of room, a lot left to trade. So I think it's kind of unreasonable to expect 100% perfection in trading. It's not going to happen. We're going to have losing trades all the time, chat. All the time. We are not perfect. You're not perfect. Trading is not perfect. It's how we thrive. We have to get comfortable with the randomness of trading.
Okay, trade a 15 with no stop. Not going to do that. Let's see.
Not going to do that. Not ideal. Shorts really do look tempting here. Ooh, nice trade, Luca. Hello, range trader, I believe. JSim, thank you for the shout out. Greatly appreciate it. Christy, I am sorry to say, no, you are not perfect. Partly, yes, the trade yesterday was perfect after we placed about 3 crappy trades. Eventually, we got one. Felt like Dakota. Dakota places a lot of trades when he's on air. And it's a lot of him testing the waters, get stopped out for a base hit. But then when that big one hits, pays for all of the others. It's exactly what happened yesterday in the house account. So being down to grand right now, not a whole lot.
And that's good management. That's good management.
Yeah, it just depends on what your system is. There's nothing wrong with taking a bunch of trades and seeing what sticks and what doesn't. If it's part of your trading strategy, you just have to make sure that when you do get that winner, you let it run and let that trade play out. But for a trader like Dakota, it pays for him to get a lot of opportunities, take the setups that he sees, that he trusts. Sometimes it works the first time. Other times it's not until the 4th or 5th time that the setup actually does work. No one in chat knows where price is going to go, because if y'all did, you'd have perfect answers for above, below.
Also, no stats, no leaderboards this week. This is DIY Topstep TV. This is the nitty gritty. Everybody abandoned us.
They did.
We're the last survivors.
We're still on the island.
Surviving here.
See how many make it to. It's not quite Lord of the Flies yet, but maybe by Friday it will be. Maybe by
that was a scary movie.
Lord of the Flies?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't sit well with that movie. Come on, kids.
What's his name? Porky? Is that the one that got eaten?
I don't
his
know.
name?
That was
Piggy.
Porky, Piggy, old pork.
there was actually, I think there was somewhat of a true story to that. I think these kids, I forget, they stole the boat. And there was like 6, 7, or 8 of them, and the boat had sunk, and they all got to an island, and they were there for a long time. It's a true story, and it sort of played out like Lord of the Flies. Somebody wanted to be the leader. Somebody wanted to do this. Somebody had to find the food. Somebody had to do. It's a true story, man. I would hate to do that.
How annoying would it be if you get like shipwrecked with like 5 people, and within the first 10 minutes, someone's already trying to be leader? I would just be like, I'm done with it. This is already too dramatic of an island. I'm out. I just walk back out and just drown myself.
I mean, you learn from Gilligan's Island.
100%.
That's what I'd learned from Gilligan's Island,
Yeah.
Movie star.
5 minutes in, we already have an alpha
Ginger
bro.
or Marianne. Yeah.
Check me out.
You got a professor, right? Who can make just about anything with a coconut. Yeah.
Jerome's our professor.
Well, I'm not a professor.
We're assigning you duties.
Yeah, but you could play one on a desert island. You got to round up to the nearest.
I could. Give me a book and a hat, and I'm yours.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm the fat guy, so I guess I'll be skipper.
Oh, nice.
Hey, little buddy.
You. Well, do you like shorts? Because you're getting another opportunity to take them if you want them.
Long 2 MES. Eventually.
Ooh. Long
I
2
don't get filled on
potentially.
more. I'm holding this for no less than 100 points, and it may be days. Maybe by the time the regular crew is back.
Hey, well,
What price
while the
did you
risk
get,
team
Jack?
is away,
I like that.
Jack.
Right here.
MES though, that's nice. Give it some room.
Yes, because like we talked about earlier, this is when you're looking at the day chart and talking about things like, 200 days or 10%, you can't have a 5-point stop or something like that. And so that's what micros are good for because, you take 5 micros for 100 points in the ES. That's a decent amount of money.
Yes, it is.
And, if you're wrong, it's responsible.
Yeah, well, we had
I think saying a decent amount of money is a great way to say I'm not doing public math. I use it all the time.
Okay, $2,500.
That's
For
funny.
2, I guess it would be less. But for 5, it would be
AS, these guys are executing some of the worst trades I've ever seen. That's really funny. Really? Ever?
Come over.
How long have you,
Come over,
how long
brother.
have you been,
Come
how
over.
long have you been watching
Look.
trading? All I'm gonna say is tune into
S-
Power Hour yesterday.
send your email to topsteptv@gmail.com. I'll send you a VMix code. Dolby and I run the asylum this week, and we can come
We
on and
too.
see your brilliance.
Yeah.
And I hope it is.
Let's see. AS, come
Oh,
on
can we
down,
have a
sir.
meet the faders segment?
Ooh,
Right?
that'd be a fun
Anyone who wants to
segment.
fade in chat, it's like, who are you? Show your
I wanna
face. You say you want
I
to
want
fade
to
all the
see
time.
chat place trades in front of 3,000 and counting. It's not the same. All while also trying to talk and entertain. Talk about juggling
There
here.
was a guy. There was a guy at MF Global who lost $150 billion in wheat contracts overnight. And this is
That's
the worst
pretty
trade
bad.
you've seen? You need to expand,
Yeah, right?
bro. There's a whole universe of really terrible trades out there.
Yeah.
Oh,
The whole universe. That's right. We haven't even blown up a hedge fund,
There's
Jack. I mean,
yeah,
come on.
every day there are pods around there are pods of people in Patagonia vests right now that have blown out on this move, and they are crying and they are switching industries, and nobody wants a 40-year-old analyst. But the worst trade you have ever seen was a
Is long 2
10-point
MES.
loss of the NQ. Yeah.
Yep. Worst one. Oh, that's so good. That is so accurate.
Read a
So
book.
accurate.
Man, I
Love
feel
it.
haters' life is miserable. I mean, not only Topstep's
Never
haters.
seen.
Like when you are a hater in general in life, I mean, what is going on so negative in your life so you get so miserable into like wanting to be a
Just hate.
victim or to be criticized and to be the center of attention and pointing at things like you are the Messi of knowledge? You're not going to win anything. Perhaps self-pride, but it's not going to get you like a lot forward in life. I'm saying it with humble and friendly advice and heart. Nobody's got really far with this mindset. And so, like Jack Sparrow said,
What's the goal?
as long as people speak about us, it means we have things to get spoken about. So yeah, keep on hating, but
And
think about yourself as
also-
well.
and
Your
also,
mental health is
I
important.
love
We
it.
need haters. We need haters,
Yeah,
actually.
I love it too,
We're
Jack.
trading
If it makes you-
online. We have to have haters.
If it makes you feel good, I hope you all feel good. We're all going to be dead in 100 years. I once heard a quote that I think about a lot, that hate is a precious commodity, right?
Ooh.
You got to find hate is more valuable than gold, and you have to be very careful with how you dish it out. But whatever makes you feel good, please.
All right,
I love
enough
it.
of these haters. Haters suck, but we do love you because we need you because it means we're doing a good job. Moving on from haters. NQs, 227s. Interesting opportunity here for longs. We cannot get below, break into that lower range in NASDAQ. Kind of curious. Could be a cheap trade for longs here. But we're still not making higher highs, man. It does make it tough. We got Dobson in the back. We're going to have George soon as well. This show is not stopping. We're going the full length here.
Well, you know
Full
what,
length.
Dolby? That brings me
What's
to a
up?
point, is that we're
What
going
is
to
it?
have a little bit longer
Mm.
breaks today so that we can eat protein bars or use the bathroom or stuff like that. So I think now is probably a good time for us to cut fast markets so we can get everyone set for the next segment. We got
Cool.
Tom D and VWAP George, I could see hanging out. So Dolby,
Perfect.
you're the driver. You're the Andre today.
I am the
What do you
Andre
say?
today.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Coach Jay, Jerome, thank you so much for your time. We'll be seeing more of you throughout the week, helping us finish up this week and this stream. This is the unplugged version for the next 3 days. It'll be nice and light. We'll be trading, chatting, but easy on the graphics and some of the other niceties that we typically have on TopstepTV. But with that being said, any last words, Jerome or Coach Jay?
Yes, thank you for having us today. Just want to leave you on a love note. Today, unfortunately, we lost a relative, and so commitment is very important in life, So Topstep's production being under effective this week. So I didn't want to cancel today, and we here, we laughed, we spoke. We did our job because that's what we commit ourselves to do. It's integrity, it's commitment. So love you all. Thank you for putting the show on, and hope you'll have a nice day.
We're going to Jerome.
Awesome,
Sorry
Jerome.
for your
Sorry about
loss.
that.
brother. Yeah.
Thank you for hopping in.
Yeah.
Really
Very
appreciate it. Coach Jay, any last words? You're just going to be around.
I think
we're going to have so much Coach Jay.
I'll be here. I'll be here all week. But Jerome, condolences to you and your family. Family is most important over everything.
Sure is.
Shout out to you for even wanting to be on here. So prayers for you and your family. Hug somebody you love out there in the chat.
That's right.
Sometimes that hate can be dissipated by a hug. If you feel like
Even
you're
if
going
it's a
to
hater,
post a negative comment,
hug your,
hug somebody.
hug your haters.
And take
Coming up
care,
next is going to
take
be
care of the
more of
people
my.
who love you. That
Yes,
is very important.
definitely. Okay, let's switch out here. We got George in the green room. We got James D coming up. I will be back as well. Get into the 11 a.m. segment. Jack, feel free to press that magic button, get us out of here, and I will mute my mic, flush the toilet.
Let's go out with a real classy wipe swipe.
Oh, hello. Welcome back, chat. Yes, we're doing it again, another hour, but with new friends this time. We've got James, our Canadian news correspondent, and we also have George, who apparently is wearing a deep V today on TopstepTV. So props to you on your deep V shirt. Love the swag. Both of you got a nice Topstep hat on, got a nice hoodie on. I got a hat on. Markets are moving. Oh, look at that. What a great hoodie. How's the build quality, James Dobson, on that Topstep hoodie? What would you give it?
It's primo. The shape is great, and the fleece on the inside, top notch.
Very nice.
Comfy, huh?
Oh,
All right, I might need to get one then.
Oh, who had a joke in chat? Who just said it's not? Someone said deep VWAP. I was like, yes, deep VWAP, George. Whoever made that, I lost the joke. That's high quality check. Keep up the good work. Yeah, shout out to 0DJ. Boys,
That's
tariffs were just mentioned once again. Auto tariffs apparently put on delay. NASDAQ bounced 100-something points, 160 points in a matter of minutes, like it's known to do. How are we trading this morning? Let's start with you, George. Taking any trades this morning so far?
I took a couple real small ones. I was trying to be real careful. It's only in Combine. I got a little 50K going, so I'm up like 227. And then we got caught in this range, and I did a pretty good job of staying away. I was kind of listening to Topstep, and I saw you guys, kind of wanting to take some trades, and then by the time you should have, or you did, yeah. But that last one, when Jack would have been long 2 MES, and it shot the moon there, that would have been pretty cool.
I still am.
He still is.
Oh, are you really?
Oh, wait a second.
Okay.
Oh, 100%. One second.
Nice.
Yeah. Look at this.
Look at that guy.
Look at that.
Nice.
So there's that.
Stuff. We're holding this one. This is going to be our entertainment for the whole week. Is Jack's MES trade that he's going to hold because I think the risk managers might be away. So we'll see how much Jack can get away with his 2 MES. James Dobson, been a while since we've had you on. How are you doing? How's Canada?
Slightly less cold. Before I jump into it, how's my audio? I'm seeing it cut out a bit. Can you guys at least
You're a little bit choppy right now, just a hair choppy. Maybe it's. Are you moving your mouse and talking at the same time? Sometimes that's an issue.
I'm not.
Hands up.
I might try to. You know what? Let me know if it gets worse, and I'll try something.
Yeah,
but if
you
you
can also
can
quit and rejoin.
All right, let me
do
that. I'll be back on in 2 minutes.
All right, take your time. We're not going anywhere. Okay, NASDAQ. What kind of trades are setting up? We're still not doing a very good job of making higher highs, to be honest. So maybe shorts are still on the menu here for NQ. George, any levels that you're looking at right now?
I have an anchored VWAP right here from the open, and
price,
but it's just right in the middle of this gigantic range. I don't know if I should take a short here or not. I don't really have any levels. It's just VWAP, just kind of standalone. If I could, I mean, I'll be able to find one if I look for it, but I don't think I'm shorting or longing right here.
Okay. Okay, we will wait.
If it gets down to maybe 2,300, I might take a long.
I like that idea, actually. I was just looking at my 1 minute chart, and I could see maybe a little stop run of 325s into 300s. Maybe we catch a bid there and start forming a new staircase higher. We were talking about the 50% move in NASDAQ. So you just kind of draw a Fibonacci, remove everything else, keep the 50 line. And that 50 line is right at 382 in the NQ. We kind of touched it and rejected. So I'm kind of curious to see if bulls have what it takes to push this higher, but bears have done a very good job of keeping this on the lower highs. So maybe there's a short that sets up, around that midpoint, maybe the 20,400s run, and we sell off a little bit. I think that's going to be the next trade that we try in the house account here, is maybe a short, only because had done such a poor job of making higher highs. I still think bears are in control, and it could be a cheap short. We've already had 2 losers today, not a huge deal. Probably could have taken some more opportune setups. But it is what it is. There's a lot going on today. A lot going on. James D, you're back. How's your audio?
I'm back. You tell me. Is this a bit better?
Sounds pretty
It
good.
is a little bit, actually. A little bit better. Yeah, I would say so.
Well, I'm gonna ream my girlfriend. Unfortunately, it's her birthday today, but I don't think she paid our internet bill, so I'm on my phone's hotspot right now. I did an internet speed test and I got 0.1 megabytes upload.
That's not very good.
No, that's not very good. So I was
That's
able,
not
like,
ideal.
streaming was fine. I was watching all morning and it was fine. So I don't know what's going on there.
Well, your face is not up, but we do have your audio, which is fantastic.
That's all right. I got a voice for
There he is.
radio. Or a face for radio.
Yeah, I'm as well.
Hey, now you're back up. Now you're back
Continues
up.
on. You know what you should do to start is you can click out. Don't share your charts. We could talk through with some other folks, but that takes up bandwidth.
All right, I'm gonna close that. Good call. Good call.
Mhm.
We're all
We're gonna
watching the
offer up-
NQ anyway, right?
Yeah,
Pretty
I think
much.
so. If you want to, you can use my chart. I can maybe try and chart what you're putting down, James, if you'd like.
Oh, that would work
Sure.
too.
I mean, yeah, I trade with the MNQ 1 minute and 5 minutes, so we're almost on the same
Same.
page anyway. And
Yeah.
I've got no other indicators, so I'm good. But yeah, you were
What's your
asking how everything
bias?
went.
Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Today was not great. Honestly, the past, like, all of February for me was just blah. I don't know what it was, but I had, I think, 1 or 2 XFAs. I had a really low DLL, and I was just hitting it every day. And I kept the account for like 30 days, but it was just slowly grinding lower and lower and lower. And I don't know if it's because, sometimes you get into a greed mindset where you're not taking profits on a trade, and it just ends up hitting your stop loss every time because you keep moving your TP higher and higher, and it's never realistic.
Let's talk about that.
So I think, yeah, I was doing a bit of that. So I am in a new combine today. It's the only account I have open right now, just the one. I'm up $1,220 right now, which is great.
Okay, nice.
So I
150K?
might hit that half pass today. Sorry, George, what's up?
Was it a 150K combine?
No, 50K. 50K. I only trade the 50Ks. for
Oh,
some
nice.
reason, yeah. Just
Same.
kind of finding my sweet spot. Yeah.
Sure.
Yep. I really do. I enjoy smaller accounts. I feel like it helps you manage. I think they're better at teaching risk management. I think the smaller accounts do a much better job teaching risk management.
It wasn't even anything that complicated. I was just like, if I'm learning to trade, I'm going to go for the cheapest option. And then once I have a proven track record, I'll scale with more accounts and I'll scale to bigger accounts. And that's the leverage of becoming better at your craft, right?
Yes. I mean, yeah, leverage is a double-edged sword. It's actually pretty funny. So a long time ago, this is Topstep pre-COVID, they used to have a $10,000 account. They don't offer it anymore. I think the max contract size, it was $300 daily loss limit, I think with a $1,500 profit target. And it was the best account I ever had. And the reason being was because I had enough discipline to manage my daily loss limit and not break the daily loss limit rule. And back then, if you broke the daily loss limit, you were immediately disqualified. Like, trading combines were way harder back then. You got punished for everything. But I got moved to a live account, and that was my most profitable account. It's because it forced me to have a $300 daily loss limit. And because of that, it fixed my risk reward ratio. So I knew I could make 450 or 600 trading crude. And so the mathed out, and it was really eye-opening. So I really do appreciate tighter loss limits. They're a really good educational tool.
Funny you should say that. When I was trading the 50K, I was using a $250 DLL. Every day, it just became routine. 6 o'clock, I'd put the DLL, I'd lock out the risk settings, and so I couldn't change it. And honestly, that feature, locking out the risk settings, has probably made the biggest difference to my trading out of everything.
Oh, wow. Because you just
Yeah,
know, yeah. I mean,
it's huge.
back then they did not have that. Trading combines were so hard back then. Chat, be so appreciative of what you have when it comes to
Facts.
prop firms and access to the markets. I mean, it was hard back in the day. So hard.
I mean, it's still hard now, but it was even harder back
Right.
then. So
Oh,
put
way
that in
harder.
perspective.
Way harder. I mean, we're talking strict rules on daily loss limit. That was a rule violation. Trading too much contract size, even accidentally, was a rule violation. There were no risk management features whatsoever. Step 1 took 5 trading days. Step 2 took 10 trading days, and you had to trade all the days. So the
wow.
trading combine was 6 times longer or 5 times longer to pass and had more rules. Yeah, it was tough.
That's
Chat,
crazy.
you got it.
Hey,
So,
I have a limit buy at 358.
You do. Limit buy. Say it again.
Limit buy at 358.
I like it, man.
Okay.
I almost got in like just now. That's funny.
I'm
Limit
working on this
buy,
new
358.
strategy,
Cool.
and I pray for the day that Topstep gets the custom indicators from TradingView. That would be a game changer.
Ooh, yeah, it would be.
But there's one called Candle Trend on TradingView, and it's essentially like a 3-bar reversal. So it'll
Oh,
make
okay.
all of your candles green until you get a higher close, like a break and a close of the previous candle's high, and then it'll
Cool.
flip, and everything will go red, for example. So right now on the 5-minute, that change candle would have been the 1155, and since then, every subsequent 5-minute close has been higher than the previous close.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting
if
to see
we
it too. We're
break,
at higher lows in NQ right
Yeah.
now.
yeah, if we break 358, there's a chance that we're just going to wick down, maybe grab some stops, and then move back into that 5-minute range higher.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
don't know what the upside is because we are kind of overextended a little bit here, but it might be for a quick scalp or something.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, longs. Yeah. We're right at the midpoint for the range, so this is very, very stuck. I was offering up 400s for a short. Never. I think I pulled the order before we got filled, which is too bad because that would have been pretty nice. Pretty nice. But yeah, longs
I
look
mean,
interesting. We're
now,
finally starting to make higher lows, which is great for bulls.
I'll take a little
Yeah, we'll see if it
scalp
gets
above
back down.
401.
For a short or for a long?
For a long, just like a momentum, there's probably some short
Okay.
stops above that high wick at 404. So looking for like
Mhm.
10 points maybe.
Cool.
Just kind of
Hop in there
blow
with
off the
you.
top there and then maybe rebalance price a bit.
We'll offer 403s. It's coming in strong. It's coming in hot though.
Yeah.
I'm pulling this. I don't know.
I
I
want
don't
to
like.
just pop it. 1 minute. Let's go.
I don't
Pop
like
it,
strong
pop it.
candlesticks into my levels.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for. I'm
That's a
gonna be
good
patient. And wait for Quebec if we get one.
Hold it. Yeah.
That was a
This
50-point
looks
scalp
like a
there.
long now.
Just
Oh,
$50 scalp there.
nice. Yeah, long candles into levels is not ideal for a range trader. Typically, it means it's pretty strong. Pretty strong. Doesn't mean it's always right, but it's something to be on the lookout for. Oh, Thomas Tonka has a question for you, James. What was the name of that indicator?
Candle trend.
Candle trend.
On TradingView. Here, I'm gonna do a bootleg version for you guys, sharing my screen. That's what
Love
it looks like. So you can see like the close of the candle. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'll
I
share
like
my
that screen
screen. I don't
share.
have one.
I like that screen share. That's pretty cool.
That's how we used to do it before Zoom existed.
Yeah, right. Oh, this looks fairly bullish right now. I think the
Yeah,
hold off
sure
on
does.
tariffs. We might get us range to range here, and I haven't looked at a large time frame in a while. But we have a lot of room to the upside if we can end up holding this. Even the 30-minute chart, we could be looking at 600s. Oh, I think we have to get long. How do we get long?
Do we
though?
have
That is the
anybody in the
question.
hack to do a poll?
Maybe. Maybe if Eddie wants to do a poll, maybe we can do a poll.
I'm $130 from passing, and I want the chat to help me pass the first day
Yeah,
of
we don't
this
need a poll.
combine.
We don't
That'd
need
be
a poll
sweet,
for that.
man.
Okay.
Chat is
You wanna
already
do a
saying
poll?
yes. Oh,
As
I
long as you don't mind blowing up the
$5.
combine.
Fair. I'm willing to risk $130. So it's either we pass it or I do the rest of the work.
That's
a 1
cool.
to 1.
All right, I like this. Chat is taking the wheel here.
Okay, I got it. I'm here. What do we got?
So I guess what would even the question be? Because I don't want to just throw on a long or a short anywhere. So
Right.
What
I
market?
have an anchored VWAP from the open at 360. That's what I'm waiting for, and I kind of missed the boat the last time. Hopefully, I get lucky and drops back down there a bit. But I'll be going
your
long from
anchor
there.
view up is the blue.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, dude, I love anchored VWAPs.
Oh, sweet, right?
I get so chopped up trading them because I'm like, oh, it's above, go long. Oh, it went below, go
Right.
short. Above,
Oh,
long.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I try. And honestly, the Brian Shannon interview that you guys did was super insightful. I was
Oh,
like,
man, it
wow,
helped me
this
out a
is
ton.
really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I find it's more to help me formulate a bias than anything else. Like I'll look at VWAP and I'll go, okay, where are buyers? Where are sellers? Where is their pain point? And that kind of stuff. So,
Man, quick pullback. Buyers came in super fast.
Yeah. Damn.
I wanted to actually bid 380s, did not even get close. Buyers came in very, very quickly here. Nice 1 minute range in the NASDAQ kind of forming, doing a really good job of stair stepping higher. Finally, we might have a trend here that we can take advantage of. A little bit of resistance at 420s. What's up, Eddie? But we'll see if we can break that. I think there is just a lot of room to the upside in NASDAQ still left. I just do not know where to slap on a long here. It's almost
what
like,
I will
there it
say,
goes.
whoa, right now.
right now, right now, that's when the time is.
The second time
Us
today.
talking,
Okay, keep in mind.
more trading.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, it's super low probability to have a double break on IB. Obviously, it can happen, but IB high is at 2497. So that's only 50, 60 points away. So this could actually be a good short area because, at least for this trade idea, you'd have a pretty defined risk. The question is, do we get any price action that would support that? Right now, the answer is no.
I'd see these higher lows, and I am not very interested in trying to reverse that. I mean, as soon as we bounced off 20,000 230s, it seems like the attitude of NQ has changed a little bit. We had that tariff news come out, and I think bulls are just kind of back on parade. I don't know what bears really have to lean on right now. If it ends up happening as a trend that we keep on rolling back tariffs, it's just going to make bulls more and more aggressive. And shorts are going to have to start covering. But damn, does it look tempting to hop into
True.
a long.
But I mean, you could argue that tariff candle from 1158 that was blowing off a bunch of the shorts there.
Oh, 100%.
So there might still be some stragglers, but you know what? Are we going to go for the double break? I will put a limit buy at 477 for a break of the IB high if we get up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a bid in on a pullback. Let's see if we can bid 443s here. We're doing a very good job of stair stepping higher. I kind of feel like we might be a little bit late to this just because it's so much going on. But let's see if we can get we already had the pullback was the problem. It's so tricky to do all of this. But love the action though. Today, even today was actually a pretty solid range trading day.
So, okay, I'm setting up a futures equivalent of it wouldn't be a condor. I don't know what that'd be. I don't know what the hell I'm saying, but I have two potential trade ideas formulating here.
Okay.
One, this 5-minute candle closes and we retrace down to 420. Blaze it, baby. And then we go long from there with a stop at the low of the 5-minute, which is about
I like that.
40 points of risk, and we're targeting IB high, so that's like a 3-to-1. Or if we don't get that touch of 420s, a market buy at 477 for the break at 497.
Ooh.
So 20 points, just
Ooh.
momentum. Like if we blow through
Got it.
477, we'll likely
Yeah.
just take out the high.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at those two things. It looks like we're not gonna. Well,
Mhm.
5 minutes about to close. 15 seconds on the close there.
Yeah.
So
Okay, cool.
it potentially just like flushes down, touches it, and runs back up. We're in that kind of
I'm
market
hoping.
right now.
I want to see it. I'm going to bid these 423s and see if we can get filled on a pullback. 423 is kind of
happen quickly.
Yeah. Oh, it's sitting there. I've not had very good luck getting filled on limit orders today. We've just been like a couple points off. So let's see if we can get this one, but it's just still doing a very good job of doing higher highs, higher lows, stair-stepping higher, very clean technical price action in NASDAQ right now for bulls. We'll see. YOLO Baggins, funny name. Congratulations on your practice account. That's where all the good trades happen. Doesn't it, chat? We're all millionaires in our practice account.
That's right.
I don't know if they changed something about the practice account, but mine went ineligible point and the trading was disabled. But then one day I went back in and it allowed me to trade, and I ran it all the way down to like $10,000 balance left, and then all the way back up to like 250.
They should totally get rid of the max loss limit.
Yeah, right? Give me the 50K. I can handle
That's
it.
right. All right, we're back at opening price here.
Yep.
What's the loss limit on a
See?
150K? It's 6, right? 6K total?
That's
4,500,
100K. 4,500 is the max.
4,500. Gotcha. So that's
Yeah.
22K if you had 5? 22K of drawdown?
Mm-hmm.
Give or take?
I think so. I'm not doing math on air. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not happening. I do like this pullback long. I just hope we can build on it. It looks good on a 5 minute.
I'd be willing to get in at 24 if we get it. And
It just makes me want to buy it now, though. Oop, heard an order filled.
I'm in 5 MNQ.
George is in. Let's go.
You're long, George?
5 MNQ.
Yeah, I'll put it at 419 for my stop, risking 325.
Getting a little bit of wiggle here in the ladder. I love the fill, though.
I thought you were saying my risk is at 325, and I was like, holy shit, that's 100 points, man.
High confidence, long. He saw Jack's trade and got inspired. He's like, I want to hold
That's
right. I think I can do this.
I like it.
I don't know if it's going to work out, but it feels good to be in long. You know what I mean?
I want to
we were trying
FOMO right now.
440s. We pulled 440s, trying to get 420s, and it just did not happen.
Yeah,
did not happen. Buyers are very. Who's chiming? Is that you, James? You make some deals off to the side.
No, it's my family Wordle group chat.
Oh, the worst. You have like 30 people in your Wordle group chat.
Right.
No, it's only like 5 people, but somehow I'm getting notifications from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. They don't stop doing Wordle.
Constant.
George,
my family has like a 20-person Wordle chat group, and it's hell on earth. I'm not in it, but I heard it's just brutal, absolutely brutal. What a rally here in NQ. What a rally here in NQ.
There are some.
Yeah, George has a great trade on.
What's your target on that, George?
I have it at 517. That's just here.
Best case scenario.
Yeah, I'll probably trim out. If it closes above the Tuesday close or whatever, I'll probably hit it. But if it starts giving me some pullbacks, I'll
walk
trim
us
out.
through. What did you see? What did you see to get you into that trade?
So it bounced off of open. It gave me doji here, and then as soon as it started going white, I just jumped in, and it had a lot to do with us chatting it up and all having the same idea. More brains are better than one. You know what I mean? So it was kind of part of my plan. might be a little bit of FOMO too, because I really wanted to get down or get long way down here, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And
Popping it
looked
out.
like it was going to keep going, so why not?
Okay.
George, did you come on air and let us know that, and did not let us know that you're only $600 away from passing a trading combine live on air?
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
I'm talking about pass with the pros. Meanwhile, he's already on day 2, ready to pass it, and the lips are sealed. You don't want to jinx it or something?
Yeah.
What's up
What
with
is the
I kind of
secret?
forgot
Like,
about it.
Tom.
I might want to shorten this up a little bit. Yeah,
Nope.
that'd be
Too
cool.
late.
that? I'm long. I'm
Too late.
long.
Right?
Let
I'm
this
long
cook.
with you, George. My TP is 496.
496.
Well, actually, it's going to be less because I'll hit the 15. It's actually 491 because that's my profit TP for today on the combine.
Nice. Man, we're gonna get some trading combines passed on here. This is great. Great TV. George, you sneaky son of a gun.
Yeah, we'll see.
Not trying to make you nervous.
Dolby, I
You're
really-
doing great.
Oh no, you're good.
Better
You're
than
good.
me.
Coming up to a little bit of resistance here, probably, huh?
Dolby,
Maybe.
10
Maybe
lot
not.
at 462. 462, throw on a 10 lot.
462? No
462.
way. I want 10 lot at 20,240s. That's where I want a 10 lot. I want a
Trust me,
hindsight capital. This thing.
462, if we touch 462, put on 1 lot at least. Stop at 33s.
One? Why do you like 462 so much? Just what
That's
do
a
you like
wick
about
test
that
on a
level?
5 minute.
Wick test
It's
on
a
a
wick
5
test on a
minutes.
5 minute. Yeah.
Well, it's shit. I can't even get filled.
You might have missed it. That might have been it. It might have been 63. Would've been good.
So
Yeah.
aggressive, George. Your trade is so good right now. Are you nervous, George?
Not at all.
What's your heart?
I mean,
What's your heart rate
worst
at?
case, I'm up 225 for the day. I'm risking 325 on this trade. I mean, so
If you don't
maybe
move-
I'm
if
red
you-
on the day, but this is
If
looking
you
pretty
don't move
good,
your
right?
take profit, do you pass?
If I don't move, I don't think so. I might be a little
What do you
off on
need?
it.
You need
Let me see.
$400. Dude.
He's still 400 bucks away.
Yeah,
That's nothing. You could walk your take
Yeah.
profit down. You don't need all that money.
Just set in your risk settings.
Yeah.
That'd be complicated. I just set the personal daily profit target at the number that I need to hit for that day.
I gotcha.
It can sometimes mess with your head a bit though, because then
No way.
I will
Yeah.
say the one downside with prop firms in general is like all the different targets and how they anchor your mind in different places. Whereas if you're just trading your own account, you're like, I have no targets.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing I need to hit or can't hit.
Also,
And that
one
can sometimes
pro tip, for setting that target, the daily profit target, I might liquidate, but I don't liquidate and lock out. Because sometimes you get news and it just screams past your target and you would have passed, but you're like $1,000 over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're
Yeah.
locked
Yeah,
out. So it's like, okay, well,
That
shit.
happened to me yesterday, man. And now it's like
Yeah.
the second day, you got to make even more. You know
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Funny you mentioned that, George. I was driving my girlfriend to work today and I was thinking about combines, as one does. And I was
Of course.
going, they should really eliminate like the overpassing rule. So if you were to make on a 50K, if you made $2,000 in the first day, let them make 1,000 in the second day. Or at
Right.
least like
Oh, I see.
reduce the
So it's more like
consistency.
1 to 1. So it's more like
Yeah,
1 to 1
or
instead
or
of
even if it was like 2,000 on day 1, you could still do 1,500 on day 2 and pass.
Right.
And that way
Good
you wouldn't have
feedback.
to overtrade just to hit an arbitrary 2,000 number for consistency.
Yeah, that does make sense. We'll talk to the team while they're gone. Send them an email. Get on that, guys.
You know what? Just tell them not to come back. I like this.
Yeah, you like this? You like this? Okay. All right. That's right. To hell with them.
If you
Just
want to
kidding. Come
talk
back, please.
shop sometime, I can explain why that would be pretty much everything we do would be good for people that are trading normally, but there are ways that would be abused by the people that like to do that. I'll explain sometime.
Oh, That's true.
Are you
Maybe
thinking
over
I
like
a
could
people
see
beer.
it. Like
kinda
you're
look
making too
into it?
much money on day one, and then not enough in day two.
Well, there's so
People
many
will
people that
always find a way.
Yeah.
YOLO combines just to try and pass, 25% of them just by taking, you do a 1-to-1 limit order, you make the consistency rule, you do it again the next day.
Mhm.
If you
Right.
expanded that
Right.
to whatever, they just do the 1-to-1 limit order for whatever minus $10, and then have like 50 cracks to martingale to pass the combine.
Yeah.
So we'd end up just passing a ton of people who are gambling.
YOLO
Right.
artists.
Gambling.
Yeah, because some people will just brute force. We try to think that everyone has good intentions, but it's more like water. They will find whatever little cracks they can to get an edge, even if it's not trading related. Maybe program related, for example. But we want you to trade
And I'm
well.
curious. I know from like a proprietary standpoint, you can't release all those numbers, but I would figure that even the percentage of people that are doing successful gambling for that 2-day period wouldn't make it past the payout policy on an XFA. Or it would be a
Oh,
much
listen.
smaller percentage of the people that did that successfully that could do the XFA payout requirement as well.
I don't know if our risk team is hiring, James, but if you want the insights sometime, that's if you want to look at spreadsheets
I already
all
asked,
day.
you guys don't hire Canadians, man.
Oh, well, hey.
And we never will.
Never. That's right. George, you
know
still
what?
on your trade?
Fuck.
I am. Took a little bit of heat. Might take a little
Still
off
fl-
at this resistance here.
Oh, hang in there. You're doing great, George. You're doing
Let's
great.
see. Hold on,
We're going to
hold
break
on.
20,500s. Doing wonderful.
I think it's gonna pop here. It's gonna pop here.
It feels like it. I
There you
feel
go.
I have FOMO.
Let it go to 500 at least.
Yeah.
Dolby, I literally gave you the trade. I handed it to you on a silver platter. I basically begged you to take it.
I got salad dressing all over my hands this morning. All over my hands. I'm just fumbling shit left and right. I'm Mr. Cheerleader
fine.
today.
It's fine. You're driving.
Maybe-
You're driving. Don't trade and drive, folks.
That's right. Wait, whose order filled was that? It's not me.
That was me. I
Hey,
took
you,
some
Jack?
off.
Took some off.
That
Okay,
was me. I
nice.
took
What do we
some
long?
off. Long 2.
Perfect. How much more money do you need? Not that much. You need
Not that much.
450 more dollars or something like that. You're doing great. George, you coming back on later today? I kind of want to see you pass this thing. I think you're gonna get it.
Right? That'd be cool.
I think you're gonna get it. Sometimes when you're in a winning trade and it feels good, it's just better to let it run, because if you hit that profit
Yeah.
target,
Hey,
There it goes.
then you want to keep it. You want to keep it.
Right.
I just hit 1,500 day one on this account.
Nice job.
So that's it
Nice.
for me.
Oh, no, you don't want to see my account. My account doesn't have anything good on it right now. I'm just down $1,000.
You still in
Imagine
sure,
your
I'm
doing
sure
a
I'm
trade?
sure.
reversal challenge in this market right now.
Huh? No,
Sorry.
I think your long is very good. Even if, like, what probabilities would you need, George, to hold on to this trade until you hit your profit pass? 40%, 30% comfortability? Like, what's the break even there? Because it's like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm at break
have it in
even
your
now.
okay.
Yeah, I'm at break even now. So I mean, I'm risk off.
You're risk off. Nice, you
Do
got
I
a
take
freebie.
this off, or do we wait for a
So
full
I
100
took three.
points?
I took 3 off,
Oh,
and I'm
Hold
risk
it, Jack.
off at 452, and my profit is at 552. So if it gets there, it gets there.
okay.
Jack, I think you got to
552
let
is
it
the
ride as
magic
long
number.
as George leaves it on.
Yep. Literally everything is hinging on George's trade right now. Pretty much everything.
Of course. Do it.
This is Jack. I actually would hold that trade. You had a thesis and a theory on that. I just stick to it and let it play out. We're not going to get any smarter. We don't know. We don't know what's going to
And
happen.
where did you
anyways.
get in, Jack?
Oh, he had a great
At the
entry.
bottom.
At near the
Damn.
bottom.
Look
At
at
the
this.
bottom.
So I had. It's just 2, but like I wanted more. I have moved the stock. Like I only got filled on 2. The move's happening, so we'll just let it play out.
That looks great.
Yep.
Picking bottoms over
Honestly,
there.
Jack, what are the chances?
He had a good
that
thesis. He had a
you
super
call-
wide stop.
Call the risk department and let it ride. It's
Oh, they
been
don't have a
out of the
choice.
Well, I'll just
past, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The past 13 days, 3 of them have been green.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
We
I
had
mean,
good
maybe
news,
I'll just
too.
take it off and put it back on because I think this account automatically will liquidate me at 310.
That close.
We'll see what happens.
Probably. Yeah, we'll hold it that long. I mean, you have fundamentals seem to be in our favor right now with tariffs being paused. So shorts might be in trouble here, Jack. Might be covering all day. Unless Trump decides to send out tweets again, which is entirely possible because that's the world we live in now.
Hence the
Anything's
5
happening.
MMQ.
Nothing but
I think we
love.
found the Trump put 10% in the NQ.
Ooh, NQ still bidding here. We got King George diamond handsing his trade. Someone's Fed beige book coming soon. I don't know if that's going to move the markets all that much. George
You know
feeling
what?
good. Yes?
That I could honestly see a lot of buying in the next like day or two. If someone wants to pull up the 5-minute for me and scroll back so that you can see like Feb 20th till today on the 5-minute. On the
We got to
NQ.
go way back. Fed 20th. Jeez.
Here you go, Dolby.
You got it, Dolly?
The 20th?
Just yeah, Feb 20th. So yeah, just to the where it's essentially started breaking down.
Oh,
And
I
then
see.
hide
Okay.
just hide these lines if you can. Yeah. So we basically have this very strong downtrend, and then today we put in a higher low at 11:45,
Oh, yeah.
which also happened to be a failed downside auction on NQ. And I
Okay.
could really see shorts starting to get pressured here. If that, like, I'd say that higher
Where?
low has been validated now today
That's
from
the higher low.
11:45.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, I got
right
all my stuff back up here. Hold on.
which
All right,
means
keep on
that
cooking.
preliminary targets could be 728, like
Sure.
20,728, and then potentially even up to 21,000 and change.
Yeah. George,
I
how's
could
that
see
make you
that
feel?
playing out over the next 2 days.
I like it. Yeah, that totally makes sense to me.
Because it's been very hardcore selling, just nonstop for 2 weeks basically. But sellers are going to take their foot off the gas at some point. And what's that going to look like? Are buyers willing to step in here, or
Look like short covering.
do we have more?
It's going to look very
Yeah,
much
a
so
combination
like
of short
covering.
covering and long-term buying.
Yeah. Well, tariffs were the big word, right? And if, like I said, if Trump keeps on kicking tariffs down the road, then shorts don't really have anything to lean on because that was the kind of their big thing. But if that's off the table and everything is fine, then I probably gives bulls the clear. I mean, that's going to reduce some volatility. Buyers might start coming back in again, pushing this market higher. George, you're only about 45 points away. But really good higher lows ever since those 240s. Very, very clean price action. No reason to think anything otherwise. Maybe 520s, we get a little bit of resistance to the upside just because we've had so many touches of support. Maybe this turns into resistance. But so far, so good. Maybe we can help George get long by going short first.
There you go.
But nice 1 minute range here in the NASDAQ could be a nice little scalp.
Yeah.
Get in long.
I kind of like the long off of the IB high here, just for like a quick 10
What's the
points or
price?
something. 5, like right here, basically.
Like
I mean,
right here?
an entry at 488. 488 would be ideal.
Oh my
And
god!
then
I literally was gonna press the buy button. It's just I'm gonna give us a second chance. All right, let's see if we can bid 489s. George, if we get filled and this loses, I'm so sorry. I just might have.
It's all right, man. I'm good.
All right, we're in long 20,489.
That's a good fill.
can you put a stop below 460?
I can do whatever you want. There we go.
The concern here obviously is we broke above IB high and now we're back inside. And if that does fail to hold, we could see downside. but I'm tempted to say that this is going to have a little bit more bullish momentum like we saw yesterday. We had the break of IB high, retraced, broke it again, retraced, and then ripped higher until the end of the day.
Yep. That could
Yeah, I'll have to
definitely
pull that.
happen. Yeah, I mean, I'm also going to bid more too because I like averaging down. Not everybody does, but I do enjoy it. Bid 466s. So far, so good, though. Interested in kind of taking profit at range high. I kind of cut our loss in half on the day. Not that we want to be trading our P&L. We really want to see 500s get back above that, though. I don't want to watch this turn into a new,
Step lower.
maybe, a new stair step to the downside.
Yeah.
Just kind of feels like
Yeah,
that's what's
you know
going on.
what?
But let's wait.
I'm not a huge fan of that close on the 5 minute.
No, I might be cursed today. Actually, let's see.
I'd maybe take it off and then
Take it off, huh?
yeah. Well, look at the change of character on the 1 minute. We had really small candles. We got up, we broke IB high, and now the candles like doubled in size, and they're all coming to the downside. So you could always get back in if we do get some more momentum to the upside, but that doesn't look bullish to me.
Yeah,
I'm just going to hold where my stop is.
Yeah.
Again, I'm risk off, so.
Yeah, you're risk off, so.
Fine, we'll reduce our risk to negative 405 and see if we can get out for flat. Just in the chop shop today. Okay, though. That's what it's like sometimes. Okay, we're out. Not a huge deal.
You know what? Not to like flip the bias too hardcore here, but we just had 2 hours of a bullish 5 minute trend, and we're now getting a 3-bar reversal right at IB high.
Right at IB high. Okay. Still kind of like longs, though. I think it might have been just too early.
Fair.
Like
fair.
440s might be okay.
Let's check out what the equities are doing.
My original trade was on the 430s at market open price.
At open?
Still have
Nice.
a up there. If you were still interested in those longs, Dolby.
I think I am, yeah. I mean, we just kind of bid a little bit. We might have to start just getting some. We've had a very hard time just even getting on base today, and it's just getting chopped up. But that's okay. There's a lot going on. Chopped up. Man, what a pullback here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, got above like 500s, just melted lower. It does.
I mean, it kind of needed one, I guess, to go higher if it's gonna.
Yeah, it was a hell of a move.
Yeah.
Hey, if you took the shorts in chat, congratulations. If you talked about taking the shorts and didn't take it, tisk tisk.
So I'm excited for Friday.
Yes. Friday is going to be super fun. We're doing Reversal Challenge Canada versus Missouri. Kansas City, I should say specifically.
That's right. And I thought it was funny. You know, as far as the trash talking goes, you got a guy from the Midwest in Kansas City that's, you know, those people are generally pretty nice, open doors and yes sir, no ma'am.
Yeah.
And somebody from Canada, and I don't know how much trash talking there's going to be, you know.
Sorry, eh? I didn't mean to beat you like that,
eh? Lots of apologizing, if I had to guess. That's kind of what it sounds like. It's a lot of apologizing.
Yeah, I know.
Good
That's
Lord.
the most American thing I've seen all day today. Bald eagle and an American flag. Nice.
Let's go.
Oh, NQ.
I love it.
Oh, look at that.
I was just talking about
knew where my stop was.
I have to do less thinking, more trading. This is going to work out. Too much overanalyzation.
I'm shorting
very
in
nice
the practice
bounce
account.
440s. Shorting in practice account. Okay.
Short from 479. Stop at
Buyers
high of day.
Really came back in very, very strong. Very, very strong. I missed the long, Matthew. Missed it. Too much talking. It'd be very boring, though, of a show if I was just trading because it'd be dead silent. Dead silent. Locking in.
Man, I like these longs again.
Yeah, aren't they pretty tempting, George, huh?
Oh, man.
Pretty tempting. Look at this. 40
Dolby, you
point
know what?
bounce. God damn it. What?
If this 3-bar reversal doesn't
Son of-
close and it
Yeah.
closes inside of the previous candle's low, you could take a long there.
Mhm.
That would be
So
validation of a
expensive
trend
now, though.
higher.
So expensive now. Is it not to hop into a long?
It depends what
No, I
your
think-
target is.
I need to have multiple time frames up. I think that's the issue. Multiple time frames. That's the key. Getting too locked in. Now, 1 minute chart. It's like, ooh, 30-second consolidation. That's exciting. Like, probably pass on that one. Doesn't need that degen. Don't need to be that degen.
I don't know how people do like the seconds charts. That's
Yeah.
just on
Yeah.
one to me.
It is, yeah. Well, honestly, it's a thing for, I think, for all traders, especially for range traders too. We get like so locked into a like a short sort of time frame trade that we don't look at a bigger picture. And 30-minute chart's one of my favorites for just establishing levels. And had I been more patient, maybe had my other chart up and had 2 time frames, I would have noticed that, hey, 445s, we have a little bit more going on for traders to come in. And if you're day trading, you really do want to try to find locations in which other traders are coming in and want to interact with price, because that's how you get momentum. The trade previously did not have other people interested. Oh my God, we're making new highs.
Yeah, and also
One of those days.
What drives me crazy is like KV would probably yell at me because my original stop was at 429.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and you moved it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I took 3 off and I moved it to break even. I'd still be in this trade. Combine passed.
Oh.
Here's my original stop. So
Oh,
I took
see?
some off.
That's what I'm
Look at
saying.
that. Yeah.
Guys, what's nice about being up big on a trade is that I added 2 MES on that dip.
Ah, you
Oh,
son
hell
of a...
yeah. Hell yeah, Jack, let's go.
Let's do it.
Jack,
All
that's a
things-
I'm
comeback.
wallowing in my stop loss move, and you're like, hey, by the way, I'm a genius.
Love it.
I'm not,
Hey.
but it's time to win one.
I love it.
Yeah, after that, you had a rough day. What was it, like 2 weeks ago? A week ago?
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
On fast markets? This is
Following
vindication. This is the
Dakota.
comeback. Yeah. Dolby, you could take
George,
a
I'm sorry
long
that happened to
here.
you.
You could potentially take a long
Long,
from
this is-
512, the retest of that previous high, if it gets there. And it's gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
In true NASDAQ fashion. I think, George, like you touched on something I think it's like really important. Like when you're either in trading combines or maybe even live accounts, it's sort of like how like one decision can lead to another decision, can lead to another
Yeah.
decision. And like perfect situation, you're in a great trade, you move a stop, and it ends up being the trade that would have hit your take profit. But, maybe it was, overmanaged. Maybe not in your case, it was part of your plan. But other traders, sometimes they overmanage trades. And then you get into a position where it's like, shit, had I done absolutely nothing,
Yeah.
I would have been better off instead of having to make a decision. And then you get into another decision that you wouldn't have even had to make in the first place had you have done nothing the first time. And then you can start chaining together kind of negative scenarios off of just one bad choice. And it can get really, really
man,
hairy.
Look at this price.
Look at this, George. Perfect. Thank you so much, George. Perfect example. Perfect example.
You know what I was on that note, Dolby,
Butterfly
you know what I was
effective
thinking?
changing. Yeah. What's up?
How going to break even can significantly change your stats over time. And
Yeah.
what
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean specifically is if you go break even like plus $2 versus minus $2, because the outcome is essentially the same, but it's going to greatly modify your stats. On one hand, you'll have a higher percentage win rate, but you'll have a lower average winner because that break even at plus $2 counts as a winner and it's going to drop your average. But on the other side, if it's -2, you're going to have a lower win rate, but a higher risk reward. So definitely something we're thinking about. And then, of course, if you don't go break even at all, if you just keep your original stop loss, how is that going to affect your trade set? So
That's always.
The thing is I was in 5M and Q, right? And I took 3 off. So not moving my stop loss, I'm still up. I shouldn't have moved my stop loss
on the trade.
Yeah. Yep.
I say this every day. I've lost more money going to break even than I've had in outright losing trades, and it's not even close. And that what I mean by that is by going to break even, I have kneecapped excellent trades.
Yeah.
Oh, in the tens of thousands, literally tens of thousands. Versus, I don't want to take the risk. It's like, yeah, but what are you giving up? So much. What? So I don't want to lose, dude. Who gives a shit if you lose? It's about winning. Gotta think about winning. Hey, man, this segment is blowing by. George.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Excellent trading.
Whoa.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, welcome to the time warp, baby. It's a new type of show going on. James Dobson, George, thank you all so much. We will definitely
see you Friday.
See you back this week. See you
See you
Friday.
Friday.
Dobson, you coming back Friday again?
I'm on.
Fantastic.
I'm on for 2 hours on Friday. I'm on the hour before
double dose.
reversal challenge, and then we're doing the reversal challenge with the Kansas City boys.
Oh, that's gonna be so much fun.
Looking forward to trying some
Gonna put a
barbecue
smile on my
sauce.
face.
There you go.
Ooh. Oh wait,
Barbecue
what's the
sauce
bet? What's the bet
versus
before we get
syrup,
out of
right?
here?
Yeah,
what's the
yeah.
bet?
If me and Min win, we're getting Kansas original barbecue sauce. If the Kansas City boys win, they're gonna get some original maple syrup sent from Canada, plus a 25% tariff.
I'm gonna use that maple syrup to make barbecue sauce.
Oh, I like that.
Better than brown sugar. I'll tell you that
much. As Coop said,
dude,
yes,
it's
the
so
most
good.
polite
I
shit-talking
drink
ever.
it. I pour maple syrup into my hand and I lick it like a cat. It's insanely good.
Oh, all right. You're being too Canadian for us right now. We will see you on Friday, James. We will see you on Friday, George. Jack, please save us. Canadians. We're going to lunch. Hold on, just before we go, we have Lunchbox trading coming up. Eddie, get your beautiful face ready. You're going to be on screen, my guy. And Coach Jay and David Green are going to come and rock an hour segment. And then after that, Deanna with Fatima and Paul H. And then myself, Jay, and David Green for Power Hour. It is David Green Wednesday. So everyone stick around, hang out. It's been a blast so far. Jack, take us away.
All right, welcome back to Lunchbox Trading. And of course, we got our good friend from the East Coast, David Green. Yes, and of course, Coach Jay back with us again here for the remainder. All right, and you guys, well, we know that Coach Jay has had some trades with us today, but let's say good afternoon to David. David, how are you today, man?
Good afternoon. Always a pleasure to be here with you guys. We have had some trades today. Been kind of
what'd you have?
Let's see. All right, you guys want to? I've kind of stayed away from trading the combines today because I just thought we'd have a lot of volatility, and it's just been very, very difficult trading. But let's see what we did today. Where is my stuff? Hold on one sec.
Hey, we got some real quick here. We've got some biscuits over the wire here.
Oh, here we go.
U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick. Trump is leaning towards the USMCA market excluded from tariffs. He also says that Trump is leaning towards helping out automakers for a month. Now, this has been talked about earlier, but I guess this is reaffirming what was said earlier regarding the automakers and the tariff. And I'm going to pass this back to you guys.
Just so you know,
the wire here.
Yeah, I mean, every time something comes out, that's when we can get this giant volatility. And we started getting this big rally up when he announced that he might not be doing the tariffs that he was going to do on April 5th, right? That's why we started getting this big rally out. So a couple combines, I qualified a combine today, and then I was messing around with a couple other combines, 1,300 in one and 1,000 in another. So a total of about $4,000 today. But taking it easy in the combines, waiting for really big outside moves, which we've had plenty of. I think at this point now, definitely looking on the long side. But I'd like to see us pull back to some of our trend lines. First spot I'm looking at is like 50. Where are we? In the ES, it's 16 down to like 10. I'd like to start getting long a little bit.
I love that area. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly where I'm looking also.
So we got an order out to start a little at 16. I don't mind adding that down to 10. See if we hold all of it. That's our 200 EMA and the 15 EMA. Not much as far as resistance is concerned. We have the previous week low up at 58.48. Yeah. So that could be a target to the upside if we really get going from here. So about patience now. I'm not chasing anything up here. Let them come to us. And I think that's been the theme really since the inauguration and since he took office. You just have to be a little more patient and disciplined. Trend trades, Jay, I'm sure, they happen, but they're a little harder to come by these days because we get these massive reversals coming at us at times. So you just got to be nimble.
David, do you
anything? Oh, sorry, Eddie.
No, I was going to say, David, do you see more opportunity or do you see just a harder trade here?
I think it's a harder trade. I'll tell you what we've done, and there's nothing wrong with this, guys and girls. It's not a dirty word. I've been doing a lot more scalping lately than I have been to trend trading. You know, trying to get 10, 20 points in the NQ, trying to get 3 to 5 points in the ESs, and taking advantage of these outside moves that we see occasionally. You know, this morning, a couple of things set up pretty nicely in the ESs this morning. Spiked all the way down to our pivot point right here. And it was also the previous day low, which was absolutely perfect. Okay, so that was a level where we scalped a little early in the morning. We spiked all the way up to our 200 EMA. That was a level that we spiked a little bit. And we just got hit at 58. What did we get hit at? I don't know what it was.
16.
Yeah, just got hit a little bit at 58.16. And I'm going to add to that down at the 58.08 levels. Now, we just had a shitload of volatility. Even in trades like this. Yeah, and we got a nice little pullback. So, you know, listen, if I get 3 points on this up to 19, I'll start trimming a little bit. And it's just the kind of market that it's been. It's just been a market that, you know, you got to get in and out and take what the market gives you. And that's it.
Exactly.
So,
yeah,
we'll
and
see what happens.
Don't harp on it. Take it and look what the next opportunity is. Now, Coach Jay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on it, but you were going to say something by all means.
No, I think David was, talking about trend trading right now, and ideally we want to hold a trade, right? From the lows, Jack was buying 58, 57 50s in the S&P, and it's been a nice trend. But the way I've been approaching, kind of any bigger market moves is I don't necessarily have a profit target because a headline could move us way more than I expected, but I'm trailing from the other side, right? So if I get a
You
trade
may
that's
have
in
one
my
now.
favor, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
just
we
hit
got
the
some
09s.
sellers in the market here.
Again, we just
Finding the
this,
spot to
this
trail.
market has been. This is what we're getting in the middle of the day, the middle of nowhere. We just get these outside moves for absolutely no reason. Well, there's a reason. The reason is there's more sellers than buyers. That's the reason.
There we go.
So we're sitting right on the trend line now at 05. So let's see if we get a little bounce from here.
I do like the longs also. I'm looking at VWAP, which is down at 96. Let's see if the selling stops here. This is definitely a headline or something.
65 EMA is down at 97 also. So let's see.
Okay.
But yeah, this is what's happening. This is why you got to be Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, because it's just very difficult. We get these outside moves coming out of nowhere. I mean, the first time we hit that 16, we spiked up to 19 for 3 points. And now we've just gone straight down from there. So the level we really have to hold now is right where you said, the 96s. Is the spot. But we're getting a little bounce from here now.
I had to be quick with that one.
It didn't quite get there, though. What did we get to?
No, I think that was 97.
75.
Yeah.
And look at this. We just bounced 12 points. You tell me just why we just bounced 12 points. It's crazy.
Yeah, David, let me ask you. You mentioned that these markets are sort of putting you in the opportunity to scalp. You sort of played that off like it's a bad word. But I mean, is it putting money in the account? And I mean, is this something that you can be comfortable with?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you have to adjust, but based on what's going on in the markets, right? So, we hit the 16s, we hit the 09s, and we're right back up to the 13s now. So again, you just gotta be Jack be quick. I do not mind scalping. Like I said, it's not a dirty word, especially in markets like this. You gotta be able to adjust your trading style to what they put in front of you. Bottom line.
Right. You got that right. Well, opportunity knocks. Answer the door. I mean, if this is something that I myself scalp, when I do trade, and I mean, it's not always right, but it's how you look at the market, how you feel the market out. And David, you are on the trading floor, so you've got that sort of that sixth sense. Just seeing the way the market's leaning, the way the market's moving. And I think that's we learned that on the trading floor, and bringing it to electronics. So that can help also.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Sometimes it's just we've seen this movie before, right? And we kind of know how it's going to end. So if you look, Coach Jay, we just missed that 96, right?
Man.
I mean, by a point, and we spiked up 14 points from there. By 1 point, and we spiked up 14.
There was So, David, I'm a big volume trader. On the way up, right around 12:21 Eastern time, there was a pretty big buyer that came in there. And now we don't know if they're buying to open or close, but someone traded 1,500 contracts in the S&Ps traded in a second, right around that range, 57.94 up to 5,800. And that's why I was looking at that price, right? If those are buyers that are buying to open, when we get back down here, are they defending that price and to the tick almost in that 96 area? Really like these longs that you're in right now.
Well, I would be trimming now because I got the 16 and I got the 09. So this is a trade to be out of right now. The average was
nice.
Like 08. This is 10 points on that trade, so I will be getting out.
It's a great trade.
Here.
Yeah, hell yeah. Especially this time of day. Like David said, take what the market gives you.
Flat.
If it's 5 points.
Yeah, 100%. It is not easy trading these markets in any way, shape, or form.
And the thing is, if we continue to see what comes over the wire, the news, a lot of people like, I don't trade the news. Goodness. This is something that you might think twice on. considering what we're seeing, and how these news flashes over the wire are directing the markets themselves. So you got to be really careful. You got to know what's going on. I think earlier
I'm looking
today.
I'm looking at the ATR and the ESs. I mean, it's 13 points. That is really stretched out for the ESs to have a 13-point ATR. And for
You
those
on a
who don't
5
know,
minute?
yeah, on a 5 minute.
Yeah, it's a lot. That is a lot.
And for those who don't know what the ATR is, it's the average true range. And what that is, it just adds up the last 14 5-minute candlesticks. And it gives us the average of those 14 5-minute candlesticks. And a lot of times we'll use this to base our stop orders. Not so much in futures, because for me, I'm not getting into a trade with a 13-point stop. That's just way too much for me. I'll use it a lot more in stocks. If we look at the NQs now, okay, how about 56? The average 5-minute candlestick for the last 14 5-minute candlesticks is 56 points. But
how do you manage your risk?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you just 100% have to be technicals, right? But this was the same trade, Coach Jay, right? We went from 25.78 to 24.63. I mean, we went down 100 points and we held those same exact levels, right? To our 200 EMA and our 15 EMA after going down 100 points. And, Scout, it gave you, 40, 50 points on the upside. So my technicals, and again, they don't work all the time, and I don't have the holy grail of technicals. I can tell everybody that right now. Everybody uses different things. But when I see 50, 60, 80, 100-point moves, and it's coming to a support level in my chart, that's where I'm going to make a trade every time. And that's exactly what happened, and we exactly held those levels.
Looking at the tilt here. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just say it's been uneventful these last few days, but we do have crude 72% long here, 66.02. But yes, Nasdaq, Dow, pretty much 50-50 here, even though we've got some movement here. But yes, David, you were saying.
No, I don't remember what I was saying.
That's right.
This is what we've been given. This is what we've been given for the last, couple of months, and you just gotta be a little more careful. Cut your size, and just wait for outside move. That's what we've been doing, and it's okay to scalp them for a few points here and there. That's it. That's what you got to do these days. At least that's what we're doing. So I was able to on that trade. So on my Express account, I made like $380 on that trade. I think I was up $50 when we came on. Now I'm up $439.
There you go.
Nice trade.
From the little trade that we just did.
Build that foundation.
That's it.
David, how often do you look at that 200 moving average? I work with one of our coaches here, Coach Paul, and he kind of built his whole strategy around looking at that 200 moving average, especially on higher time frame charts, right? If we're on a 30-minute and 100%. The market's above it, he's looking to buy it. Below it, he's looking to sell it. I hear you mention it a lot, even on shorter time frames. If the market is trending and getting back to that 200 moving average, is it almost, and nothing is just a blind buy or sell, but is it pretty close to that high probability for you?
For me, it is. If something has moved far enough to get there, Jay, that's the whole key, right? When I'm looking at the ESs, I mean at the ESs, I want it to move at least 10, 15 points to hit that. That'll put the odds in my favor of that trade working. And in the NQs, I'm looking for between a 50 and 100-point move for it to hit it. So, if we go here, we went from 205.82 to 120 points. When something goes down 120 points and hits what is my strongest technical indicator, I'm going to make that trade 99% of the time. Yes. And especially on longer term time frames. Yeah, like if we go to the NQs and we expand a little bit, right? Let's go just see if we have anything. So here is my 1 hour chart, right? And my 65 EMA, which is also very strong.
I don't think we have your charts up.
Oh, that's okay.
But, if you're on a 1 hour on the Nasdaq, I can switch.
There we go. So I'm looking at a 1 hour of the NQs now, right? And here's my 65 EMA, second strongest moving average. And that level is 205. Well, it tells me right here, 205.93. And we just missed that by 12 points after going up all this way, right? We got the 205.82. So if we go back to the 5-minute, so my level, again, was 205.93. Go back to the 5-minute, and we missed that by 10 points. So we missed that gigantic level, longer time frame, 65 EMA by 10 points, and went down 120 points from there. Again, this isn't normal, right? This is not a normal. That's not a normal bar. But I had the resistance up at 92 on a longer time, so I would make that trade every single time. Also, I wouldn't expect to make 100 points out of it. This is just, this is the crazy volatility that we're in. For me, I will never make a trade unless my technicals tell me to make a trade, no matter what time frame it's on. There are going to be times, and it's been a lot of times lately, guys and girls, where you can take your technicals and throw them in the garbage, right? So when I see that we're extremely volatile, especially in the mornings when we have PMI, this Friday we have the jobs reports coming out, technicals don't mean anything during those periods of time. And there are going to be times when you have a beautiful technical and you get into a trade and anything can happen at any time, and you're going to have losing trades. We have losing trades. Coach Jay has losing trades. Everybody has losing trades. It's part of doing business, and how you handle them, obviously, without blowing up your accounts, is the most important thing. But 100%. Anytime one of my technicals set up, one of my setups, and I look for several different setups. I'm not going to go into them all right now, but there's 5 different things that I look for that basically encompasses anything that the market can do. And I have to have those conditions set up, depending on what I'm looking for, before I'll ever enter into a trade. Try not to think, right? Thinking gets me in trouble and it hurts my head. And I try not to hope.
God, man.
If you're in a trade where you're hoping something's going to happen, you're probably not in a good trade.
In a bad place.
Well, I tell you, you blow the confidence when you're dead to wrong, making sure, it's going to go this way. It's going to go this way. And you're not open-minded where, hey, you know what? It might go the other way, and you're not thinking that way. But earlier today, David, RSI was mentioned. And it was mentioned, how many traders use relative strength index? And your name came up. Now, I got James Dobson in the chat here asking if you can sort of share your RSI scalping strategy.
Yep. Okay. So what I'm looking for in relative strength, and I have mine set on 20 and 80 on a 14-minute time frame. Okay. What I'm looking for in that, especially in the futures, stocks, whatever you want to look at, I'm looking for the RSI to get around 20 if something is going down. Okay. So if we look at the NQs, this was 6 o'clock in the morning, but it's just an example to show you what happened and where we would have gotten in the trade. So let me just see how far we went down. 2055, we went down 100 points. And if you look at my RSI at exactly this time, it was around 23. Okay. So what I'm looking for when that happens is a reversal from there. When we have an RSI that's approaching 20, what it means is something is very oversold, and we can expect a bounce from that level. When you have an RSI that is 80 or higher, something is overbought, and we can expect a pullback for the level. So when I look for these situations, the way I will enter this trade is I will go to a 1-minute chart. And if you notice here, guys and girls, this also hit my pivot point, which is another one of my technical indicators that I use, right? I use pivot points for support if something's going down and for resistance if something's going up. So not only was this stretched RSI wide, it actually hit a technical support level on my chart. All right. When this sets up, I'm going to go to a 1-minute chart because I don't want to try and guess where this is going to reverse from. I'm going to look for some kind of candlestick that tells me that it might be reversing from there. So I'll go to my 1-minute chart, and we'll see if we can go back to 6:45 this morning. Let's see if we can find it. I'm trying to find out where that was. Difficult to find this on a 1-minute chart sometimes, but okay, here it was. All right. So and this is a 1-minute chart, we had like 20 down ticks. We got the RSI below 20 on a 1-minute chart, and this is what I'm looking for. This is my signal to get into the trade. The first sign of a green candle that I see when I switch to the 1 minute chart is where I'm going to buy this with a market order. It's extremely oversold. This is where I'm going to buy it with a market order. And my stop order will simply go at the low sale of the previous bar. So not a lot of risk here. Let's say we got in at 203.40 and the low sale of this bar was 24. My risk is 16 points. That is my risk. And you can see 3 minutes later, from 203.45, we were up 75 points 3 minutes later. So when I get into this trade, I'll do it with my maximum contracts. If that's 1 for you, that's fine. If it's 2 for you, that's fine. I would suggest always doing a minimum of 2, and I'll take a quick 20 points. But then I'm going to wait to get out of the second part of my trade until it hits a technical resistance level. And what you're going to see is 90% of the time, I'm going to let you guys, 90% of the time when you see this happen, okay, it's going to go back to one of these resistance levels. So you can hang out with the second part of that trade until we hit a little resistance level. And that's how you get, a 100-point banger on some of these things. So that's what.
So you had a 100-point banger the other day on Twitter.
On a pivot point. Yes.
On a pivot point. There we go.
Yes. Yeah. So here's the actual trade from this morning, right?
Thank you, David.
If you got in at 2040, let's say, look what our resistance is up. The resistance is literally 100 points. So you take some profits out and just keep raising your stop and following it up until we hit that resistance level. And that's where you get out of the last part of the trade. And it's happening a lot these days. And it doesn't work every time. Sometimes we get in, it blasts through that level again. That's why I'm having a nice tight stop. If it blasts through that level again, I don't mind risking 15 or 20 points to potentially make, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 points.
Good stuff. Thank you, David. And
well, they're welcome.
The chat is very thankful also. Just explaining that.
And again, guys, nothing works all the time. All I want to do when I'm making a trade, I'm sure Coach Chase feels the same way, is try to put the odds in our favor of that trade work. Really, that's all we can do, right? And we still don't know which ones are going to work and which ones aren't. We don't. That's why anytime I see a setup, I'm going to do it. Every time I see a trade that is setting up, I'm going to make that trade. Because if you don't, what ends up happening, and even in my private trading room, when we're trading all day long, I'll say to people, did you get that trade? And they'll say, oh, David, I missed that one. And I'm like, well, if we're posting trades, you can't miss them because that's going to skew your hit rate, right?
Yeah.
So every time you see a trade set up, you have to take that trade. And, of course, journaling is one of the most important things that we do. So, yeah, we're getting a giant pullback now. So let's see where we are. So if we go NQs, our VWAP, I don't know if you have the same thing now, Jay. Our VWAP is around 204.20, which would be down 100, right? We'd be down 150 points to hit that. It's a trade I'm going to make if we spike down, another 80 points from here. And don't say that anything can't happen these days, right? Get that out of your mind. It's never going to get to that
100
level.
100 points could happen before you click the button.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So that would be a level we'd be looking to make a trade.
I am looking for potential longs here in the S&P. 58.10 was a pretty big level as a resistance on the downside. That high volume that we just had, where we all kind of reacted to about 20 minutes ago, the low of that candle is 58.07. So I'm looking to buy, and I'm almost being too perfect with these entries because looking for somewhere near 58.07, where my risk would go 10 points below 96, that last 3-minute candle that we made.
Got it.
So
we're sitting right there at 07 now, right?
Yeah, 58.07 I'd get long. Risk is 97, and the target would be 30s up at that high we just made. So let me just put the limit order in there right now.
So we're looking at SPX?
Yeah, I'm looking at the ES.
ES.
The NASDAQ, it would be 2040, 2480 would be that level in the NASDAQ.
Okay, I'm going to be with you. I have like 58.04. That's close enough. We'll try that. I'm with you. So 58.07 to 58.04 is where we'll look to get long, guys and girls.
I do know that you were saying that potential test of VWAP is always there as well. Let's see.
VWAP we're down at 98. So
Yep.
just keep in mind, everybody, these aren't normal times.
Not at all.
Technically,
Well,
that's
you know, I
great
think a
setup.
lot of us are adjusting well. I mean, I see a lot of success. Obviously, there's the other end of the spectrum, but I think we're getting the idea that, hey, if somebody's doing good, I want to know about it. I want to know how. I want to know if I can add that to my strategy, or if I need to fine tune anything. And I think a lot of us are working together here in the community, and seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
That's the greatest thing about Topstep. It's not even close to anybody else out there. That's the bottom freaking line. Everybody wants everybody to do well, whereas some places that I know, everybody is hoping that you don't do well.
Yeah, well, like I say, David,
That's why
and I firmly
everybody
believe
who's here is. Go ahead. Go ahead.
what goes around comes around. And I
with
firmly
you on that.
believe that,
There isn't anybody who's here that I'm with you guys about a year and a half now, and we put our blood, sweat, and tears in this to try to get people to a place where at least they're comfortable with doing this thing, and hopefully making more winning trades than losing trades. Look at Coach Jay. Coach Jay's been here for 50 hours already today. Guys, looks like he's going to fall asleep any
50
second.
hours in one day.
I'm awake.
I don't know. I've been having
And you
somebody
don't
dump
get there. There's just no other prop firm in the world that does this. So I wouldn't even think about going anywhere else.
I'm gonna cancel that limit order. I'm gonna cancel that limit order for now because I want to see what that momentum looks like when we get down there. If we hit 04s and bounce, I'll take the market. But there's also the potential to flush this right back to VWAP at 96, which might give us a better entry. So general area, just watching the that price action.
Yeah, and at this point during the day, I'm on micros for the rest of the day. That's it.
Nice. I like that.
It's
Don't want to give back. Don't want to give back. It's been a really good day. There's no reason to, give back any significant amount of what we've made today. Thinking of trading, a private trading room this morning, same thing. We had a bunch of good trades early, a couple of little ones a little bit later on, and I make everybody leave. Bottom line, get out of here. I'm shutting it down.
Is it time based or is it?
No, it's trade based.
Okay.
I'll stay all day if we have to.
David,
Right.
you're mentioning this private trade room. How can they sort of check this out? Is that the D Green 927?
Yeah, guys. And I only do this for people on Topstep. Period. What did I get filled in? Did I leave an order out? I left an order out somewhere. I don't know why I had an order at 07, but let me get out of that. Yeah, I only do this for peeps on Topstep, guys and girls. You can post my email, dgreen927@yahoo.com. And what we'll do is anybody from Topstep and Topstep only. Well, first of all, I don't know it. I'm not affiliated with anybody else. So not that I have an affiliate here either, but come in and hang out in our live trading room for 5 days. I give it to everybody on Topstep. Send me an email. Come hang out with us for 5 days. We do a lot of teaching during the day. And we post every single trade that we do live in real time in our real accounts. And we answer any questions that you have. So just shoot me an email there. I'll get you guys in next week for the entire week.
That's awesome. There it is. I posted in the chat. D Green 927 at Yahoo. Done.
And I appreciate that. So we're sitting at
test coming up.
Yeah.
Yep. See if we hold the 97. So if we hold the 97s, you can probably jump in with a little market here.
Oh yeah. Yep. If we hold 97s, I'm in. Stop below 90. I'm in one. I'm in from 03. Stop is at 94.
And we got to the low of 99. So there you go. So if we hold the recent pattern over the last 45 minutes or so, you should get, probably get yourself a nice 10 points out of this.
Not gonna let this turn into a loser at this point because I'm just in a one lot.
Jay, I swear to God that was going to come out of my mouth, and everybody should heed this advice. No, it's true. If you have 5-6 point profit in something and you're not taking the profit, do not let it turn into a loser. There you go. Boom. There's 10 points right off that level.
I'll take at least 6. I'm gonna try to trail because if this wants to go and take out that high, I want to try to be a part of it. If I was in multiples,
go.
I'd be taking one off right now, just to pay for the trade. But I took one, so I got to manage it as a full position.
Yeah, that's why I always, even in the micros or whatever I do, I always take 2
Multiples.
because I want to be able to scale out of some. 100%. From 03, we just got to what, 17?
Right.
14 points. But what we were saying before is, guys, if you're in a trade and you haven't taken a profit, whether it's 5 points, 10 points, whatever it is, don't let that turn into a losing trade. Just get out, break even at worst, and then wait for the next trading setup. That's it.
Right. Even if it's a small winner, you're building confidence mentally. And that's what we got to do. We got to build confidence because as confidence builds, the next opportunity is seen clearer. You've got more focus. You've got that pat on the back saying, you know what? This is what I want. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it.
100%.
When you start blowing confidence, we talk about the personal loss limit. I preach that, and I practice what you preach. I practice what I preach. I have that personal loss limit. If I hit it, it's not an option or a choice. It's an action. All right, you know what? I hit it. I'm done. And you've got to be that way. You can't say, "Oh, come on, one more trade." I've did that too many times, and you learn from it.
100%.
So, like David said, gosh, a winning trade. I hate seeing that. David used to coach people a lot, and you talk to somebody early in the morning, and they were up like $1,200. You check back with them at the end of the day, and they're down $700. It's like greed factor is swarming you. You're reckless, and the question is, were you lucky this morning, or was that a good setup? It's something that you do not like to see.
100%.
Even Mick says in our risk management, if you're going to trade, if you're out, let's just say you're up 1,000, don't lose more than 50% if you continue to trade. Right. That's part of risk management.
My rule is 20.
20%.
I don't let anyone give back more than 20% of what they're making. And by the way, guys and girls, this is going to make a huge difference in your P&L. Right? If you take that little profit and then get out break even, rather than just letting it go to your stop order and losing 5 or 10 points on something, it's going to make a huge difference in your P&L.
Right.
Look, when you guys come in next week, I'll spend the first 2 hours of the day talking to you guys about rules and psychology, because bottom line is that's more important than anything else that we do. It just is. It's more important than anything else that we do. It's the most important part of this. Technicals, Jay can teach you technicals. I can teach you technicals. Everybody can teach you technicals. It's following the rules, knowing when to get out when you're losing and you're winning, not blowing up trading accounts. Don't treat this like candy. When I'm in these accounts, this is my money. And I know we say that all the time, right? When you're up money, it's your money. This is your money, right? And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult to do. And it takes time to learn how to do it. But one of the biggest rules ever is just don't ever turn a winning day into a losing day. And you know what we try to do here, which is mega, mega important? We've made all these mistakes, guys. I've been making these mistakes for 40 years. Okay. That's how long I've been doing it. We've made these mistakes. So hopefully you guys don't have to, and one of the greatest things about Topstep is that it doesn't have to cost you a lot of money to learn how to do this. That's the beautiful thing about it. Does not have to cost you a lot. I have people that come to me that are in the room and stuff that spend $20,000, some of them $50,000 trying to learn how to do this. I won't mention any names of where they went, but you can probably figure out a couple of places that they did and got nothing out of it. 0.0. So you guys have all hitched your wagon to the right star by being here with Topstep. And Jay's a perfect example of that. So
appreciate that.
Stick here, listen to what everybody says.
I want to talk a little bit about the other side of that, right? A lot of times when we talk about, what do you do with a winning day? You want to secure some of it. I came into the session down today. Now I was at about 60% of what my risk budget was for the day when we came into fast markets, and I've recovered most of that where I'm probably at 10% of it now. And some of the traders in Discord, they said, that's great discipline. If I was down that much, I probably would have just hit my max loss limit for the day. Let's talk about that side of it, right? Like, how do you, if you've already decided how much you're going to lose for the day, just stick to process, right? Every trade that I've taken so far has just been what I've measured, right? And for me, what I understand today, coming into the day down, the trades that I took that led to that drawdown weren't part of my strategy, right? I was trading like an asshole, to be honest. But when you get back to your process and follow your process, you're able to pull out of a drawdown and not thinking about the money, right? It's thinking about just, hey, just take the next trade. I'm still down on the day, but was able to recover getting back to process. David, when your first trade of the day is a loser, how do you respond?
Just as if it was a winner. If I executed it properly, Jay, there's no difference. And I just move on to the next trade. And I can tell you, if you come close to hitting your max and you get down to almost 10%, that is a huge winning day. A lot of people won't look at it like that. They're going to say, okay, I'm only down 10% now. Let me put something on here so I can get that back. And then let me put something else on so I can be up for the day. It's like almost getting stopped out of the trade and then getting back to break even. That's a great trade, guys and girls. And a lot of people overstay their welcome. When you get close to getting stopped out in something, I'm going to get out of that trade as close to break even if I can, because to me, that's a winning trade. And it's the same thing you were just talking about during the day. It's so hard, Jay, for everybody not to get away from their process sometimes. It's hard, man. Yeah. It's hard. Like you said, you lost trades this morning because you weren't doing what you should have been doing, right?
Right.
So it's just we're human beings, and it's so hard to be 100% on your game every step of the way in every trade that you do. Sometimes we get FOMO, right? And something gets close to where I might be looking at it, and I want to jump ahead of it. And our mind plays all sorts of tricks with us. That's the bottom line.
Right. Hey, real quick, this coming over the wire here, press secretary says the U.S. is giving a 1 month exemption on autos coming via USMCA. So it wasn't thinking about it, maybe, possibly, could be. She said that, yes, it will be. So there you have it.
There you go. Well, I think that's probably old news because we're not doing anything on it now, right? They announced it earlier that they were possibly going to do that. Was I right? Or, so now it's official.
Now, if you're wondering what it is, it stands for United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. It's a trade agreement that went into effect July 1st, 2020. USMCA replaced the North America Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which was in place from 94 to 2020. There they have it. Little education.
It's a good question in the chat here from Brad Sims. What are your thoughts on taking break even when a losing trade gets back to even?
I'm all for it. I am all for it, especially if it came close to hitting your stop. I'm all for it. Trade, once we get past our heads and we get our rules down pat and stuff, then trade management now becomes the most important thing. What do you do when you get into the trade, right? Are you getting the most out of your winning trades? Are you losing the least out of your losing trades? I have no problem being in a trade that was against me getting out break even. And then here's the thing, though. Don't look back then, okay? Don't 5 minutes from now say, oh, my God, I should have stayed in that trade and it went 20 points in my favor. Next trade, okay? That will kill you if you keep doing that to yourself.
Oh, you dwell on it, right?
Yeah, it'll kill you. Just don't look back. It's on to the next trade. The great thing about this market, is with all this volatility, guys and girls, there's always going to be another trade. That's it. Always. All day long. Now we keep pressing
what I would say,
little... Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was going to say, what I would say to that is it really depends. If you found yourself this morning, for example, like I said, I took trades that were not part of my process. If I we know whether or not we took a playbook trade or if we were just clicking the button. If it was a click the button trade and I got back to break even, I'm out. But I had a gold trade right before we got off of fast markets this morning. I took a short and it was initially in a drawdown, but it was a trade that I would take 10 times out of 10, right?
That's
So
fine.
that type of trade, as long as it fits my process, you know, I'm not going to always get a perfect entry where there's no drawdown, right? I don't know how many
That's right.
trades you take, David, that are no drawdown. It don't happen for me a lot.
None.
But
None.
but if it fits
Does
your, if it
anyone?
fits your process, then you can hold it. Yeah, I mean, at the least you're paying commissions.
Yeah.
So you
I
start
don't
in a
think I've
drawdown,
ever
but if it
gotten
fits your
to-
process, hold it.
100%. Now, I agree with that too, Jay. If you got into a trade for the right reason and it's down against you a little bit and it's not coming close to stopping you out, then let it
Right.
play out. 100%.
Right.
What I'm talking about is, you know, you miss getting stopped out by a point or two. You know, when you have a 20
Yeah.
point stop, then if you get to break
Yep.
even, it's a blessing. But no, I'm not saying if you get into a trade that you calculate it based on your technical analysis or your method and it goes against you a little bit, that's fine. It's normal. There's always going to be slippage. Very rarely do I ever get into a trade at the exact price I want to get in a trade without it going a little against me. It's almost impossible.
Right.
It's almost impossible. My strategy for the rest of this day is going to be probably absolutely nothing.
Like that.
You've got a good
It's been
day.
a really good day. It's been a
Yeah.
good day. Again, that doesn't mean I'll stick to the MESs, and if we get outside moves that hit our technical levels, I'll be back in. You know, I have a 200 EMA all the way up here at 58.42. Love to get short there. We have a double bottom down here, which, guys, by the way, we hit the previous day low down here and a pivot point. Check that out at 11:45 this morning. We hit our pivot point at 57.51. That was exactly our pivot point. And as a matter of fact, guys, I can tell you this. I think I missed this trade by 25 cents. Okay. I think we were bidding.
Oh, no.
I'm serious. I think we were bidding
That's it, man.
57.50. And it got to 57.75. And I didn't chase it. I missed the trade by 75 cents. And in 2 minutes, it went up 20 points. That's going to happen also.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. You know, sometimes you miss by a quarter of a point or a half a point. You can't get frustrated at that either. You just got to move on. That's all.
Right.
I think we might still be holding a house account long in the micro ES from down there.
Yeah.
Jack,
Oh,
you
we
can
sure
confirm that.
are. We
Oh,
sure
yeah, I love
are.
that, Jack. Love to hear that.
It got back
Looking
down
good.
to 99. So, yeah, we're back up to 13.
We
now.
flipped 2 in the middle and re-added. So right now we're long actually 5 MES. We have $1,000 realized and currently 140 unrealized. So
Nice trade.
we'll see what happens.
You do a lot with micros. You can do a lot with micros.
Yeah, 100%.
So much more comfortable.
Exactly. Is that Dolb?
No, it's
Jack.
Jack.
No, it's
Oh,
Jack.
What's up,
Big
Jack?
Dolby, as they call me.
So what's the average price now?
Oh, the average price is totally different than it was, but we got in right at the bottom with just 2 MES and held it pretty much for the whole move.
Beautiful.
Kind of flipped it around a little bit.
Excellent. Nice.
I want the new highs.
Well,
Let's
they
see
were
if we can
going
get
that way, Jack. They were moving that way. And sellers decided, nah, let's continue what we've been doing all day.
I mean, I think it's almost time to start thinking about, you know, what this trade position really means for a longer time frame, right? I know we're day traders here with Topstep accounts. We got to close positions. Check with that one with a live account, you might be able to hold it, but you know, we traded below that 200 moving average on the daily, right, which is up at 58.63 right now. Do we think that? I mean, I think at least there's a possibility of a retest of it, right? You know, reclaiming it and trading all the way back up. That we probably need some good news. Can anyone think of a catalyst on Friday that might move us
jobs
up
report.
there? But right,
We have unemployment numbers coming out on Friday.
On a higher time frame, I like that as a swing trade.
Yeah,
And we talked about that this morning, Jack.
I took one more off. I love it because the play, David, was we reached the 200-day average pretty much in SPX. So I was trying to average into a position.
I see it. I got it. Excellent.
More positive movements here. Some comments coming from the White House again.
Oh, here we go.
Seems like Trump is open to hearing about additional tariff exemptions. So
Thank you, Daddy.
he's pinned in the corner. And, the administration is doing everything they can regarding that. National Security Advisor Wall says he's been talking to his Ukrainian counterparts about what? Maybe a barbecue this summer. I have no idea. You come by, we do good barbecue. Yes, barbecue, yes. I have it.
All right. Recent highs are around 30, so it'll be nice if we can clear above that stuff. Then we got nothing till like 47. Talking the DESs.
Yeah, we're down to 3 long now.
Nice.
Great job. Coach Jay, you still have one?
No, I got out. I just like, I mean, I've been saying this on the air, taking more than one. I took that one at 03, got out at 09, and just trying to trail it. But I mean, how do you trail with all this overlap? It really wasn't a good spot, right? But yeah, I mean, I like this. If we can hold above 20s here, which that high volume, I look at a 3-minute chart, but on a 5-minute, it's 50% of that big candle that we had to the downside, 58.20. If we can start to hold above that, I really do like this, at least for a test above and then a test of 30s. But there's some room up here.
Check out, pop my chart up for 1 second, if you can. This was the pullback, guys and girls, exactly to the 65 EMA, to
Nice.
the penny, to the penny, which was like 5,800. I mean, literally, it hit it to the penny. So yeah, now if we can clear this consolidation up here in like the 30 range, I think we got room to the 40, 45, 48 range. Hopefully, when we come back on closing bell, we'll be up at that 48 level.
Okay.
So we had that spike down yesterday into the close. The high of that spike was 58.75, we'll call it. And I look at 50% retracements for everything. We're trading at 50% of that right now. So if this holds, again, maybe we fill the imbalance to the other side like we've been talking about. Making the case for both sides. We could very easily just sell off here again. But the bad news is kind of being erased, right? Where if we're delaying tariffs, the boogeyman is gone.
And it's 151. That could change at 155.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're definitely looking more positive now, no question about it. Above all the moving averages now. We closed yesterday. Previous day close was 25, so it'd be nice if we can push above that. That was our previous day close. So a push above that could give us some room here up into the 40s.
We got one more question for you, David, if we can. How important
Sure.
is volume to you? I see it on the bottom of your charts. What are you looking at? What are you getting from that volume on your charts?
It depends. Certain trading setups that I'm looking for, like if I'm looking for a momentum trade, where something hits a level several times. Let's see if we can clear the 25s. When something hits a level several times, and I'm looking for a momentum trade to break that on the upside or the downside, that's when I'd like to see a little volume come into it, because it's hard to build momentum to break above something or below something when we don't have a lot of volume. So that's really the only time I take it into consideration. That's what I'm looking at. You know, like this would be, right? So how many times are we going to test this? What is it? 11? 22, right? We tested 22. We tested 22. We tested 22. We just tested 22 again. So 5 times we've hit this level, up at the 22, 23 level, and we haven't been able to break through it yet. Oh, no, not the 20. Around the, trying to see what's that. This 28 level. Call it 30 even. Tested, just tested again. So look at the volume. It's very hard to get a bust through that unless we could pick up a little volume. But that would be a level if you're a momentum trade. If we can get a little volume in and we get above these, 30, 31s, we got room to the 48. So that's when I look at volume.
Nice.
All right. All right, gentlemen, we are coming to the end of this segment. Lunchbox trading and what was in your lunchbox. Hopefully, a lot of good education, a lot of knowledge that David and Jay shared. Great stuff, David. This is our
Thank
first
you.
time, my first time being here with you, but it was an honor. And remember, David Green's email, dgreen927 at yahoo.com, exclusively for those here in Topstep. What's the code word, David? You got a code word? Make
No,
sure that
I will
they
send.
are.
I will send everybody a link. Give me a couple
Okay.
days. We're going to make it for next week, guys, because we're already at Thursday. I don't want you to come in for 2 days. We'll start on Monday. I will send every single person who email me a link to the private trading room on Sunday.
Okay,
This way we can
fantastic.
hang out the entire next week.
And real quick before we go, Greg B said, I really appreciate the conversation. You guys are saying things that are confirming things I wasn't sure about. I'm new at this, and it's great to hear from the pros. And yes, David, appreciate you being here with us. And you're going to be with us here at the end of the power hour. We're going to end of
We'll
the
be
day,
here
right?
for Power Hour. Yes.
All right. Go hit the gym, and we'll get you a little later on.
I haven't hit the gym
coming
since 1994.
Well, if you see a guy named Jim walking down the hall, just hit him, and I'll consider that.
Thank you guys so much for having me. It's always an honor to be here.
All right, brother. All the best. Hey, coming up next, we do have we got Back to the Futures. Yes, we do. We got Back to the Futures, and that's Deanna, Fatima, and Paul going to be with us here. So we're going to take a little break here, just for a few minutes, and we'll be right back. Stick around.
welcome back to the futures. We got Paul, we got Deanna. We don't know what happened to Fatima, but wish her the best. Hope she's trading well, but we're gonna kick it for the next hour. We're gonna chat. We're gonna chat about trading and what other stuff we get our minds into. Could be anything. Nasdaq rallying here, very strong. Anyone have a position on right now?
I still
Yeah.
Not.
Jack.
Yeah, not at the moment. Talk to us, Paul.
Well, you see, the thing is I've decided to come up with a bit of a challenge for myself, and I was talking to the guys at the Buzzer last night, and what it was is I said, you know what I'm gonna try and do is just come up with this one micro position, one trade per day, one small 50k combine, and see how long it takes to pass that combine. And it's entirely about the process, because the amount of profit that you're going to make with one combine isn't great, right? Except it is, because I've managed to make $600 with one micro before now. If you get on the right side of it, you can just ride it all day long. Now, it's tricky when it's one entry, one exit, because I was just listening to the segment before this, and Coach Jay is like, yeah, I like to be in with 3 or 4 so that you can scale out, etc., etc. And he's talking micros at this time of day anyway. And I totally agree with that, and that's how I normally trade. The idea of this one micro, one in, one out, one trade a day, is really about trying to improve my accuracy, right? Now, today, I'm not doing terribly well. I've been watching the market off and on all day, and I've been very, very patient all day. And then suddenly I saw this setting up with the ES, where we were coming up against this daily trend line.
And Q is out of control right now, Paul. Sorry to interrupt you. Massive pump here, up almost 50 points in NQ. If anyone has any trade ideas on, please let's get to those. But if not, Paul, continue on.
The only one that I've got is short R Bob.
Okay.
Short R Bob.
Well, none of us have that one.
I know.
Hey, if you got the chart in the setup, take it,
D. What is NQ doing?
It's all about I know NQ. Okay, NQ seriously though is still pumping.
Yeah.
Seriously,
I know.
It's
a crazy
counting.
Market. Yeah.
6:15 counting. Oh, I wanted to just slam along too. What a bummer. Anyways, one lot challenge. What do we got, Paul?
Yeah, so what it was is that I saw that if you look at the markets, the chart that I'm showing right now shows you the monthly view, the weekly view, the daily view, the 30 minutes and the 5 minutes. Now, the reason I'm looking at all of those different time frames is to try and work out where the long-term high, the long-term low, the long-term value low and value highs are, point of control and all of that. Using that, I can see if I look down at my daily chart here, which I know looks quite small in the bottom corner there, you can see that trend line. It's been downward for a long time. Now, today, in the last sort of 15, 20 minutes, we've had 2 lots of positive news on the old tariff front, right, that they're being pulled. Yeah, and that's kind of blown this trade, right? In as much as the for me, the stop was right here at this value high, which is also, if I switch to the ES, not that one, that one, it's also this GEX1 level, right? So we've got a GEX1 level, which is at the same point as that, as what we were just looking at. The GEX1 level, just for those of you that are looking at numbers, it's 58.50, right?
And that's so 58.50. Right, Paul?
Yeah, the options, the options exposure level, right? So the GEX1's quite an important one. So I set my stop just the other side of that. It's like if we break through that, then the trade is broken. Until then, there's every chance as we keep coming down and testing the put support that we'll break that down to the downside. And if we do, then that's the trade. And so that was the trade idea for this one. Based on the fact that we're hitting the trend on the daily, I thought it made sense. It still makes sense in my head, but it hasn't worked.
Still rallying. Yeah, NQ's still rallying here. Looking, any like entries, Paul, to like right here, right now, anything, or Deanna? I mean, you're kind of looking at our Bob, but you got eyes on NQ. We'll take anything you got. Just looks like a smash and buy market
so let's have a look. I'm going to look at ES because NQ gives me a headache.
Okay, we can do ES too. Also cruising to the
Yeah.
upside here.
It's also rallying. It's probably not as crazy as NQ because it never is.
Never is.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look. I mean, this is an equity index, so we have to take any shorts with a pinch of salt, right? Because we have seen this market be incredibly resilient and clinging to every bit of good news that's been coming out of Trump and the dreaded T word. As soon as they can cling to something, they just whack it back up and keep going. So whenever we're looking for shorts in equities, we have to be extra careful. The only time I would be looking for shorts is if we're at the end of the day, you know, we kind of lost sort of half an hour of power hour and they're not really pushing, right? Then you get the MOC, and if still nothing is happening longs wise, so there's no short squeeze, that would be the time to do a little short scalp. But I'm always careful with equities because of that resilience that these markets have. I have known so many people that have lost their shirts saying the famous words, "How high can it go?" It's like
very
for
high.
40 years,
Higher than your
these
stock.
markets have been going exactly higher than all of your capital, and you know, you just have to be a little bit careful with that. Yeah. So let's have a look at the larger time frames. Now, what I can see here is that there was a huge liquidity sort of grab spike to the downside, and now they're pulling it up on the weekly chart. Where is it being pulled? Back into that old range that Dolby we were all looking at. Remember, everybody was looking at these lows. Whenever I see this on whatever time frame I'm looking at, if we pull back into the range and we stay there, that means that we've reclaimed the range. It's exactly like NQ overshooting VWAP and then reclaiming it, right? So it's not, VWAP is not broken. So this range is not broken. In order for it to truly be broken, by the end of this week, we need to be down below sort of 5,800s. That is my line in the sand. As long as they keep pulling it back up, I'm not going to be looking for shorts at this point. Okay. So that's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to get long. It's just very bullish.
Yeah. It's
Let's
very
offer
hard when it does this as well. Yeah.
It is.
Because, you know,
We're gonna
these are
see
the
if we can-
moments where
High.
risk is sky high. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're
Now,
up against
Paul,
the 200.
you had. Yeah.
I was going to say we're up against the 200 on the MQ on the 30-minute time frame. So that's another thing that's coming into play here, right? So if we break through that 200, then that's some further confirmation that we can get in. Yeah.
Exactly. Confluence. Now, Paul, you mentioned the GEX 1 level. Where was that?
Well, that was for
Remind
the
me,
ES.
'cause-
So that,
Yeah.
58.50.
Just tell me.
Yeah, I'm on the ES with you. Everyone's on the
58.50.
ES.
Okay.
58.50,
So here's an idea. If we retest 58.50, that GEX 1 can actually be a springboard for further upside. So that would be one trading idea. The only thing that we see close to this price, if it shoots up, 58.50 is only 7 points away. So you can drop down to a super low time frame or watch tape or however you want to execute that trade. That would be my orientation point for further longs. If that breaks down, then we're back into the range.
Wow.
So we can watch
still
58.50 as a potential entry.
Still pushing.
Still pushing.
It's just one of those things. Well, it's just, you know, you feel trapped, right? Because if you don't want to pay so much of a premium, but also your pullbacks are really not getting filled, and that kind of leads to the chase, if you will, the thrill of the hunt of getting filled on a pullback in the indices.
Yeah, like a lion chasing. But here's the thing with lions, they only have about 30% success rate. So, you know, I'd rather be a lizard on the branch hunting because they actually have 70% accuracy of catching prey.
Oh, that's much better.
So yeah, exactly. So you can chase.
What's up?
We're out.
Yes.
We're out. Okay. Well, recap.
Yeah.
Took it not to get greedy. I took the 2 off for 100 points in the ES.
Wow.
Great.
We sold. We bought. Like honestly, I guess I got trade micros from now on. We sold some. We bought the dip here. We got up to like 5. Took some heat and then took them off on the way up and took the final 2. So I made
Smash.
$1,700
Good job.
on 2 to 4 micros.
Let's go. 1,700 on 2 micros.
Yeah.
We got
That
the
is-
4.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, the
Well,
mix
that's
is
incredible.
high, right? That's what you get. So whoever tells us next time, why do you trade micros? You can't make money on micros. Just push this day in their face.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Like
insane.
I mean,
Take
with
that.
a single micro, you can make $600 easily. Well, not easily, but on a good move, right?
Not
It
easily.
doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Most days, it's like a $50 win or a $100 win with a single micro, but it's just a case of it's not about that. It's about improving the accuracy, my accuracy, and looking for better setups.
And the process. Yeah.
And the process.
We just
exactly.
had
So it's like,
yeah. We just had a very good trader on who exclusively trades micros, and they're putting up 3-4K days. Whoa, Deanna!
Can I just say something about
the
D
dog
this
pound?
morning?
What's up? What is up?
D this morning, while she's muted, D this morning did a brilliant walkthrough of her process and how she takes a long-term view, like a weekly, breaks it down to the daily, then moves to the 4 hours, then moves to the 30 minutes. Her segment, the London session, is a separate segment, so you can find it right now on the YouTube channel. I'm not saying you should go and watch that now. I'm just saying we could maybe drop the link to that to the chat or whoever, because it was a
For Deanna's,
it was
of course. I don't know how to chat right now.
session. I mean, it was a brilliant session. I'm not just saying that because Dee's here. I'm saying that because I learned a lot during that session. It was a brilliant session. So, and I know every time I come on here, I'm always saying good things about the coaches. I don't mean it to come across that way, but every once in a while, something amazing happens, and that was this morning. So, cheers, Dee. Brilliant. Thank you, mate.
And you're on today, doing double duty, Deanna. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes, very welcome. Now,
Wow.
I have a little bit of a precarious situation over here where my husband has locked himself out of the house, which is why the dog's kicked off. So if I could just go and get him.
Yeah,
I'll be back literally in a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Not a problem.
All good.
Mute your mic. You don't want to flush the toilet or something.
So,
Paul, you and I can hang out for a bit.
Yeah, well, what I was just going to say is we could take this setup that Dee's talking about. If we get this pulled back to Gex 1, it's a good entry, right? What I've also noticed, though, and I learned this from Coach Jay, is that if you look at the VWAP for today, look, it's flat, right? Even though we've just had this massive rally up, it's like it doesn't look like it should be a day that's going to make you a ton of money on a trend, right? It looks like it should be a range-bound day. So that's the only.
Still kind of is, Paul. I mean, if we go to a 30-minute or 1 hour chart, maybe even a 4 hour, we're kind of right at higher range right here, right now at 58.60. I mean, do sellers start coming in? This is kind of a cheap short. I mean, Jack got flat, and Jack's a genius. Did he just call the highs up here? Who knows? Who knows?
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I'm just like, I've just got out of a short because it went against me, right? And it's like it feels wrong to get into a short here when it's going up, but it's like it's been a range bound day all day, and the longer term time frame says it should be a down day today, not an up day, right? So there is that possibility. I mean, this is it. This is the other side of what Dee was saying. It's like we're at Gex 1. Do we go long or do we go short? What the hell? I don't know.
Yeah, and look at this rejection. I mean, look at Jack's timing. Holy shit. That is
it's brilliant.
Bonkers. If this ends up pulling back like 20 or 30 points, Jack literally bought the low of MES and then sold the high.
And sold that. So Jack, what made you exit?
He's gone.
I was down.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, here we go.
No. I'm here. I got to switch the charts. We're in it all day, Dolby. What made me exit is we'd taken out the previous highs. And it was already 100 points in my favor, and I had 2 on, so maybe there's a pullback. I'm still like medium term bull. Like I think that the 200-day moving average in SPX is going to hold. I wish we'd been able to fade into more, but you know what? No complaints.
Yeah, incredibly good trade.
Great job. Amazing.
Yeah. It just goes to show you, buy and hold. Sometimes pretty nice. What do you got, Paul?
I I've got another little story I wanted to share, which is I recently went through a long period of like 13 red days in a row, and sometimes you get to the point where you'll take a combine and you say to yourself, right, okay, look, I've got very tight personal daily loss here, and because it's been 10 days in a row, and it's like, do you know what? I'm just going to increase that because it's not good enough, and you know that in that moment you're doing something wrong. You know to yourself you're doing something wrong. And a phrase that I was on the phone to a buddy of mine at the time, and I said, you know what this is? This is that moment in Star Wars when, in the original movie, right? In the original movie, when Obi-Wan Kenobi says to Darth, sorry?
So go ahead.
When Obi-Wan Kenobi says to Darth Vader, you can't win, Darth. If you strike me down now, I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. That, to me, is when you've turned to the dark side because you're going on tilt and you're thinking about moving your personal daily loss. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, right? In that situation, if you increase your daily loss, you move your stop and the trade works out, you may win on that trade, but you've lost because the market's just rewarded you for bad action, right? For being
behavior.
A bad person,
right?
Bad behavior.
Wrong
That's decision,
the phrase. Good result.
Wrong
Not
decision, good result, and that
it's the
just
matrix.
is going to take your account. It's going to take your account in time, and it's going to take many accounts from you in time. And that's what I think that speaks to. It's like you can't win in that situation. Once you get on tilt, the only thing you can do is walk away. If you stay and start messing with your stops and start trying to win, even if you win, you lose. It's like that's it. So that was the thought I had
do the matrix right
last.
now.
So I'm still in two minds here because the volume is, well, I don't know. The volume's all right, isn't it? At the moment, it's not exactly low. But yeah, I mean,
it actually bounced pretty strongly.
It did straight off that Gex too, didn't it? I think that was was
Coach
probably
Hoop
a
just
good
said, "Hey, this is your pullback," and I was like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it feels
There's
weird.
the thing, you've got to have courage
so quickly.
You've got to have courage in certain situations to just trust that the larger time frames are taken over, and that whatever level you've chosen has worked in the past, right? So this is why it's not good to change your levels, because you'll never learn how they behave and how strongly they react in certain situations. So this is why it's so important. Coach Jay says it, I say it all the time. Have a systematic framework. Always go for the same types of levels, right? So if you know that whatever that was, Gex 2 was reactive on the upside when equities start going crazy, you put that in your journal, and next time it happens, you're like, let's see whether this happens again. So now that then you go through like 3 months of observing that, it's going to give you confidence going forward. But it's not going to happen overnight. Most people stay in with like 2 days combine, I'm in an XFA, then they blow out and they're like, oh, what happened? But I read the levels. Well, do you? Because what are you doing in the combine is blowing up. You're not spending enough time gathering stats and collating data, right? That's the difference.
It's the worst, writing down your levels and then taking trades in the middle of those levels. Been there before.
I've been there too. I think we all have.
Yeah.
This also speaks to another problem, doesn't it? It's like I've had a short bias on the ES because of the long-term position, right? The long-term, even on the daily, it's been downward every day. If we just switch to a daily chart, let's just have a quick look at it. You see what I mean? I mean, that's a hell of a trend right there, right here. This is what we're in. Yeah. So I've had this negative, this short bias today, which is why I waited until we got to this point to take that rejection, to take that. I actually managed to be away from the computer when it ticked up to it and then came back. So I chased it a little. But then it went back through. Yeah, it's gone back through. And it's like, okay, right. So now it's broken out to the upside. Dee's breakdown of that whole scenario was really, really cool. It's like, look, if it comes back down to Gex, and as Hoops just said, look, if it comes back down, it's done your pullback. This is the moment to get long. We've got good news going on. Has the market conditions changed? But the other side of me is saying, but the long-term picture is this is still a down day. So, and we haven't yet.
But is it though? Is it though, Paul? Because if you look at the daily charts, like I said, there is a range there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a range there.
Yeah.
So those are your demand levels. And, you know, when they're sort of in a range, they want to take that. Who's they? The Wizards. You've heard me say that. People with big
the
pockets,
Wizards? Is that what we're calling them
those
now?
areas. Yes, of course we are. Yeah, the Wizards.
Wonderful Wizards.
The wonderful Wizards, yes. But that is the whole point. You know, we need to understand the games that they play. And, you know, you can't get stuck in a retail mindset or this is going to happen. This is where when MP says have a flexible bias, that's what we mean. Yes, absolutely have an idea of what should happen. But if that's not happening, you need another hypothesis.
You have to pivot.
So have different hypotheses for three different. Yeah.
It often seems like too, most of the time, at least from my experience, like most of the time I have a losing trade, it's because my bias was wrong from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And like just getting in line with the market is so important.
Right.
Because there's other ways to lose, right? You can have a good trade, but maybe the stop is in the wrong place, or you get stopped by a tick. But you know, if trading feels hard, it's probably just because you're just trading against the trend. Because if trading feels easy, then you're just trading with the trend and everything's great. So that's like
I have my thoughts on that. I have my thoughts on that because look at Paul today. You know, he was trying to trade with the trend, and we got to a point where the train stopped. It arrived into a station, right? It went from all the way up here, down there, edge of the range. Is that really then a good idea to keep going with the trend? Probably not. The trend is not your friend in that case. The trend be taken with a pinch of salt, especially downside in equities, right? So I'm always real wary.
It also depends on what time you're trading, D. Because if you were trading anytime before, let's say 10:30 today, you know the trend was your friend to the downside. Anytime after tariff news, trend totally flipped. So if you were bearish this morning and came back, you're probably getting hosed right now at 130, trying to still short this thing. And maybe they do play out because we're at 58.60. We have some lower highs on major timeframes coming up. So maybe this does end up topping out here. But, you know, this day is split in two between bearish and bullish.
And
but
so
it usually is. Dolby, you talk about partially your day into different sort of personalities, right? Into different characteristics. What should happen here? Do we usually get reversals here? Yeah. How do I approach this? And time of day can actually give you great context in what should happen. For example, we know MOC usually brings some sort of craziness. What's that? That is time of day. It's nothing else.
Yeah, 250.
So if you know that, if you know that, and then you're like, oh, 250. Maybe I should look for a momentum trade. Is there a short squeeze? What's happening? And then you can anticipate the move without being, oh my God, what happened? Being in that sort of deer in the headlights mode, right?
Euro close. Another great example of something that can impact markets.
Yeah, Euro close.
Exactly. Happens very impactful for crude oil. Because if it's trending one way, sometimes Euro close will flip the trend just in the last 10, 15 minutes, and then it'll flip back over again. Nice coiling here at the ES. It's starting to get a little bit Dorito-y on the 1 minute. 58.60s has kind of been the ceiling. Maybe shorts start feeling a little bit comfortable coming in here just because it's cheap shorts. Maybe the tariff news is worn off and technicals are more important. Yep, go ahead.
By the same token, 58.50 remains the orientation point. So we need to break through that GEX level in order for us to say, yep, market makers stepped in and now we're reversing. So it's all about maintaining objectivity around the areas that you're looking at. And GEX levels can provide that. The reason why they're so important is because now we have a lot of people trading 0DT options. So naturally the volume from those options is seeped into what we're doing here. And if you're not looking at them, especially in ES and NQ, I think you're probably on the wrong side of things a lot. So they can provide context. So let's see what they want to do with 58.50, and then if that breaks, maybe we can find a short to the downside as it starts rolling over.
Yeah, so I think long 58.50. Go ahead, Paul.
No, it'll be a short if we can get down here.
It'll be a short if we
because
break
if-
it.
Below it.
Yeah.
Break
if
it.
we
Got
get
it.
below
Yeah.
the
Cool.
gets, if we get
I
below
like
the,
it.
Yeah.
the gets, then it'll be a short.
The line in the sand, either or, right? We hang
Yeah,
above
like
it,
the
and
short.
at this
we go long.
time of day,
Go below it, we go
yeah.
short.
Yeah, exactly
Just
right.
hit one right now. I mean, it makes sense. It's top of range too. We got higher range at
It's
58,
just-
60.
just ticking. Yeah, let's just
We
look
can
for
do
a
a
little
feeler
bit
trade.
longer. And because if this goes, it's going to be a drop. Do you see what I mean? So it's starting to.
Yeah.
All right, we're
It's
shorting it.
starting to
I'm
play out.
convinced we're shorting it.
Let's just-
I just sold the lows, then so be it. And oh my god, it's already coming back. All right, but we're short 40 and a quarter.
this is, I
If
just
this
held
rolls
on
over.
for just a little bit longer. Yeah,
Yeah,
Wanna
I was
short
going
more
to say.
then?
So,
I will be going
So you
short,
could-
but just wait for it to
I'll
come
flat
below
it
that
right now.
candle.
so having a
We were below
doji close on a
50.
10-minute chart might be a bit tricky. So I would want to see at
Ugh,
least.
this sucks. I'm flat already. I'm flat. This is a terrible trade.
Okay.
I'm not
yeah.
letting this one run.
I mean, you could take your range from like, let's say, yes.
If we were going to range trade it, we want to be
Yeah.
short 58.60 and then long anything like
Yeah.
58.45 because that's the range box.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could do that. Oh god, dogs are going nuts.
Hello, pups.
Like DEFCON 1, stranger danger.
Yeah, right.
It's like, calm down, guys. There's no one here. Yeah, you could take your idea of scaling into trades and then have your stop safely above this entire structure somewhere at 58.70.
That's the ideal
and
trade.
then try to kind of plow in at least 3 of them. And see whether
be
we
fun.
roll over. And if we don't, your risk is still very much controlled.
It's quite short, isn't it? Yeah, it's quite a small risk.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't sell it now though because I was just there in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope. All right.
All right.
Well, it was
We can
50%
watch it,
retracement too,
You know.
which was good. 50% retracement was good.
Yeah.
That would have been a better short area. That would have been 58, 54, which is like middle of range for the range that we're in.
Mid-band,
I'll see
yeah.
how this plays out.
Mid-band trade, yeah.
Yep. 50%.
Nice.
It's been pretty reliable. I really wish we just got short 58.60.
It usually is. Yeah.
the range
it
trade.
usually is. Middle of the ranges are pretty tasty.
Yeah, who's putting stops there, D? Like, because I never ever hear anyone talk about, oh yeah, I put my stop at the 50% range, yet it ends up being a level that gets respected. So clearly someone out there is feeling impacted by the 50% of a range that no one ever talks about. Oh, I put my stop. Someone's stop is
Yeah, I
there.
think. Yeah, you don't want to put stops in the middle. You probably want to put
don't.
entries there. Yeah.
But someone does it. Someone is reacting to price, typically in the
Someone
middle of
is, yeah.
ranges.
And
Someone.
But
you
wouldn't
watch
that be an
Coach,
entry though, rather than a stop? Because
Could be.
new entries can also cause typically the price to
true.
go somewhere, right? If it's large enough.
Oh yeah, most
That-
certainly could be.
that
I'm just saying, it just
plays out.
it's a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
good
for
stuff. If
popping
you go back up to
stops,
58.60, maybe it's the trade.
yeah, for
Go on.
popping stops, I think we would see a bigger reaction. It wouldn't be so orderly, so they're just like moving it. Popping stops, you know what it looks like. It's like whoosh, we pop stops, back
Yeah,
we
it's
go.
fast. Very,
Yeah.
very fast.
There's a price velocity about it. That's a particular behavior. Oh, RBOB is
it's-
making a move finally after settlement.
Ooh,
It's
RBOB?
late.
Nice.
Yeah. It's trying. I don't
Deanna's
know where they're
one
going to
of,
go with
one of
this time.
3 people at TopStep who trades RBOB.
Yeah,
That's got to
that's
be
right.
somebody.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Should we have the tilt?
You
RBOB tilt.
guys,
What are 3 people at Topstep trading?
100%
Yeah,
short,
yeah.
100% long, or 50-50. That's all
That's
you get.
right. Yeah. Yeah,
Nothing
and you
in
see our
between.
entries as well.
That's right. You just wave to each other on the dome.
Exactly.
NQ
yeah.
holding up
Thank
very
you.
well. Some lower highs thus far, but still holding up pretty good in the NQ.
Are we allowed to mention
Hmm.
deaths, Steve? We're allowed to just mention that again.
You can.
It's like it's one of those things. It's one of those things that at London we like. Is markets like RBOB, like platinum, silver, the coppers. All of that seems to work better in our time zone the ES and
It
the
does,
NQ are kind of flat during London, right? It's not a lot. I mean, sometimes there's a move, but it's not. Do you know what I mean?
It's not the
whereas
norm.
DAX is,
Yeah, it's definitely not the norm. DAX is beautiful. Yeah, I've been campaigning for DAX for a year. Apparently, they're working
there
on
are
it.
many
So,
fans.
you know, I'm going to put
Many fans of
trust.
DAX.
I know. It is one of the main, very popular markets. Like when I worked at a prop firm over here, a lot of people were trading DAX and Bund. That's where I kind of learned how to do that because I was like, well, what's DAX
Boon
then? I
bobble
didn't even know what it
shots.
was, right? That's right, Bund bobble and shots. They are the bonds from our friends, the Germans, with very fun names. And you have spread traders that were doing like arbitrage between those three, and you know many people did that for decades. So yeah, it would be nice to get those at Topstep to give a bit of an oomph to the London session because it is what I trade during London most of the time.
At the
look at
firm
that
I
range
traded,
on
we
the
were.
5.
Was that Jack?
Sorry, Jack.
I said
Yeah,
it
go
was
ahead,
always
Jack.
a sign of acute mental distress if some trader was, because we were 99% treasuries, and then when you saw someone fire up the Boon bobble shots, it meant it wasn't because they were killing it in
They're
the
a bit
treasuries.
mentally unstable. All right, yeah. They're like, let me go to the European markets. Maybe that will work. It's like
What if they
sort
were
of like
German?
clinging on for dear life, right?
Go ahead, Paul.
No, I was just going to say, look at the 5-minute. We've got a lovely little range there. I think this is one of Dolby's.
very nice.
He loves a 5-minute range, doesn't he? And it's
Really,
so if
truly.
we put a sell there, then we're going to then, because I'm still thinking this is short, and I know that may be crazy to some, but that's kind of where I'm at.
I see
And
the
so
thesis.
now
I see the thesis.
if we hit this,
Right,
it's a
yeah.
cheap short. If we break below this, I'll jump in with a 1 lot. The only reason I'm putting 2 there is because I intend to sell 1 there, right? So I'll take a 2 there and sell 1 there, and if it continues, then great.
I wanted
But
to
if it
sell
breaks
one, did I
below
not?
this range, if it breaks below this range, then if it breaks below say 58.46, then I will jump in with 1 short. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's not going to be a huge loss in any event because it's cheap short at this point. So
It is, but it is a very good 5-minute range. Thanks for bringing that
That's what I'm
to
thinking.
our attention. One of my favorite setups.
Yeah, look at that.
5-minute range. It's very, very good.
Yep. It's very tempting.
Oh, it really is. It's tempting on both
Yeah.
sides too, which is kind of unusual, but short is technically the right
There we go.
short up here. Or the right
Okay,
trade.
well, I've taken that
so
1 short.
Mhm.
You're short 1. Okay.
And, I'm short 1, and I've set my stop above that range, say 70 ticks.
What's your entry?
Which is a $95 risk. So the entry price is 58.45.50, and I took it just as it flushed down below that range. So with any luck, that'll keep going down now, and we'll see a decent pullback.
So let's leave black out of it. So what we have the previous candle low, which was the bottom of the range at 58.44.50. We really need to break that and hold below that. Not okay. It's happening now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And usually on neutral day types, which is what we have today, I take the middle of the profile or developing POC or anything that's like the middle of the middle. You can use session VWAP. That would be my target. I wouldn't be looking for a full rotation back the other way because A, this is an equity index, and B, it's a neutral day type, right? So the middle point return to the middle is the highest probability.
So D, that puts us right down just above that put support there, right? As the midpoint of the range of the day. And we've come down here and we've tested this put support a number of times. So I think that's a decent target. But whether this will stop us out or go with me, I don't know. But either way, I'm very happy
range.
with this trade.
I think your trade was an excellent concept and execution. Well, it's funny. I have the 5-minute range up right now in ES, and the low is 58.41, and we go right down to 58.40 and 3/4, and then rally 10 points. So the 5-minute range is holding really well, but it's also maintaining its uptrend pretty pretty well as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we need to sustain at least a 15-minute candle below 58.44.50.
Below.
Yeah.
Yep. For that to actually be have some conviction behind it. Right.
A true rollover, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Have some legs.
It's also the mindset too. 58.40 is a good level, just in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can.
I mean,
I don't want to get long.
This is one of those.
It's way too late.
This is a combine that I started about 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago.
Wow. Okay. Any resets on that time or no?
No resets.
Yeah, Paul doesn't use resets as a crutch. Yeah, exactly. And this is something really impressive about Paul. He will not use resets as a crutch.
Here we go. It started on January 28th.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So the first week was a pretty good week, and then beyond that, I started to not have such a good time of it. But sticking to the 12% to keep the account alive, 12% of you available drawdown as a max daily loss. Yeah, sure.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's at the full calendar. There's a
yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize you couldn't see that. Yeah. And then if I go on,
Paul, let me ask you a question. Stop sizes. In light of this increased volatility that we're having, have you reviewed your stop sizes? Because usually in larger volatility, we can't keep trading with the same size stops. This is one of the mistakes that I see all the time. When ES goes from like 200 ticks per day to over 500, that's a big increase in volatility. VIX goes up. And so does the daily range. And then people are like, oh, I'm still going to trade with 10 points. Well, you need to, adjust that. Otherwise, you're going to have a miserable time. Yeah, even if you're right on direction, your stops are going to get taken out all the time. Like just as an example, last year, towards the end of the year, I was trading DAX on about 25 tick stops. Excellent. It was fine. It was slower. Now I actually need 55 to 100 ticks for that first position that I'm doing, then maybe scale into a larger stop to the max default size. But it's like, it's giving me nearly 500. Like today, DAX moved like 540 ticks in one day. I can't use a 25 tick stop. It's insane. So I'm like, okay, let me give it room. Let me give myself room to think what I want to do with this. And so have you done that? I'm really interested to know.
What do you use to define the width, like ATR or something like that?
No, I use my average session range over a certain period. So it's not enough that we just have one day. I need that expansion to happen over at least 3 to 5 days. Then I will take it into consideration, because it's like, okay, this is something that's holding as a new market state. Yeah. Now I need to change the stops to reflect that. And sure, I might have a couple of days here and there where it's like, I haven't done very well. But then I review that at the end of the day and go, well, what happened? Oh, I got whipped out and then it went my way. Okay, what's going on with volatility? Right. What's VIX doing? Excuse me. And so most people don't really think about that. They're just like, oh, click, 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 click. It's like, what is the overall? I don't want to change
anything.
Yeah, but you have to. Yeah. You have to be flexible and change with the market state.
And you have to review.
I think truthfully, I think the reason this account has had such a long so many red days is because I had sized up from say 2 micros to 4 to 5, and I think what was happening then is the stops were too tight, because I didn't want to risk more than say 200 or 250 on a trade, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's the real crux when I analyze myself and I think back about what's gone wrong with this combine. It's like, that's where it's gone wrong. It's like, right now I need to go back to 1 and 2 micros, build some confidence, have nice wide stops, which means more success, right? The wider the stop, the more success you're going to have. And when you're wrong, you're really wrong. Okay, you're wrong because it was a wrong trade setup. With this one, we can keep it tight. Yeah, exactly.
To a degree.
This one, we can keep the stop fairly tight, right? Because we know if we get above that 58.64, then it's definitely this trade idea isn't working. And that's the point. It shouldn't have anything to do with the monetary side of the trade. It should have everything to do with, look, if you break outside that range to the upside, then we're done. this
Yep.
trade idea hasn't worked. The short is not valid. If and that should be the only reason to set a stop. It should have nothing to do with the monetary value. And I think I've taken my mind off of that. I've started to think, do you know what? I mean, I've had some really good days, both in the XFA and in the combine, where I've made good money. But then I've gone through a long period of drawdown, and it's because of sizing up too soon. That's not
very
heart out there. That's absolutely honesty. That's what's going on, and that's what's going wrong. But D, taking on board what you're saying about the volatility of the day, the volatility of this current market means you've got to go even smaller. It's like, you're probably right about
smaller
that.
size.
But I've been dealing with my own demons as well, so it's like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of a bit of both.
What you
are
said
right
is
about that.
typically a symptom of trading too much size when you're not mentally prepared for it, is that you start tightening up all your stops, all your take profits, and then your strategy kind of goes out the window because you're so nervous trading size that we can't even think about things we need to be thinking about because our mind is locked in on financial stuff. It happens to me. It happens to everybody. I think a lot of traders try to size up too fast because they want it, but can't handle the heat, extra heat.
Yeah, for me,
because it gets difficult, and
Deanna,
even if even if you're successful, you still get to a point where maybe the account is a little bit too small for what you're trying to do size wise. Sorry, dogs again.
That's right.
Go ahead, Paul.
I think one of you guys, one of the coaches said something about, well, you really want to size up to 1 mini when you've got an available drawdown of say 40k, not 4k or 10k or 5k, right? And that's the thing. It's like you have a couple of really good days. I had a couple of $1,000+ days, $2,000+ days. In the XFA, I had a $4,000 day. And it's like you have a day like that, and you just feel like I'm a trading god, right? I've got this. I don't feel like a trading god, but I've at least got a small amount of confidence that means I can afford to size up. And the answer is no, you can't, you pillock. You're not ready yet. You've got a long way to go. You got to get to 20, 30, 40 grand's worth of available drawdown. Then you can start to add a few. And I've learned that lesson the hard way.
In there.
I'm happy I've learned it. Yeah.
Anytime people are sizing up, they go from 1 mini to 2 minis, and I see people who are trading 50k. They don't have that much experience, and they're asking questions on my own YouTube channel when I'm banging the whole same thing about don't size up, slow down, size down, slow down. I'm like a parrot at this point, and basically they go, so are you saying that 3 NQs, like full and 3 NQs on a 50k combine is too much size? I'm like, well, duh. It's like, did you think it wasn't? Like, what are we talking about here? Here's something to think about. Whenever we have, whenever we think about risk, there is something called the value at risk. Now, it sounds scary, but it really isn't. It's basically talking about how your position would do and how much money would you need to take if you were an investor and you just plop in a trade, let's say, 1 NQ, and it goes against you on the worst or the best day that we've had in the last 3 months. So from there, you extrapolate how much money you need to have in order to handle that sort of a day. Now, 5% on NQ, it's something crazy, like I think it's like 6,000 ticks or something. Obviously less in points divided by 4, but we've had 5% days in NQ, right? We have. Now, what does that do for the buffer? Like, how much buffer would you actually need to handle that sort of a day if you were an investor and you just put in a trade and it goes against you? It's like 30, 40, 50, 60K, right? And if you think about it this way, trading with too much size is ludicrous, man. Like, to me, I'm just like, what are people doing? And yet they want to, I get it. They want to get to a payout. Yes, exactly. You need to stay calm. The trade needs to be boring. And here's something that Coach Ray says a lot. If you put on a trade and you can't walk away from your desk, you're in with too much size. I think that's a great measure.
Exactly.
If you feel the need to keep watching it, it means you're trading with too much size. So size down
if your heart
until
rate
the
jumps
point that
10, 15 BPM, not good. Not ready for it.
Yeah. 30,
somebody
don't
sent me
trade.
a
Lock
photo.
yourself out.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
trade.
Somebody sent me a photograph of a guy sitting there with some headphones on, with sweat streaming down his face, and he's like this sort of thing, and it's like, this is the first 5 minutes of the market open. I'm like, well, if it is, you're doing it wrong, right? For a start, the first 5 minutes of the market open, I'm just sitting waiting for the IB to form.
Oh, they're
Right?
terrible.
I'm not even looking at taking a trade for the first hour. So you know, it's
You're
like
observing.
seriously, just chill.
Look at this.
Well, basically, moral of this whole segment:
Jack's
chill
cooking.
the f out.
Yeah. Slow down.
Chill it. Just
delayed gratification. Get used to it. Practice it. Trading is the game of delayed gratification. Whether
It
it's
is.
you know managing personal daily loss limits, not sizing up too fast. It's all about just going as slow as possible and as steady as possible. It will come.
It's
Just
a
gotta
patient
wait.
game.
Wait and follow the
It's a
rules. It's a
patient game.
very patient game. Speaking of patience, we're back at top of
absolutely.
range here and 5
Yeah.
minute ES, top of range,
No.
58.60.
To me, this
Started
would be
right where
already something I don't want to see. So I would be bailing early out of this.
Right. Take it off now.
Yep. You like
Yeah.
cheap
But yeah,
shorts?
you know
Here's
what?
your chance.
I'd agree with you, but it's just come back down. So I'll just
But it
hang
hasn't
on for
gone
a
down
few
below 58. It hasn't gone
No, it
down
hasn't
below
gone below-
58.44,
below
which is what we. It popped
Ooh,
down
you said
and then
15
did
minute.
with a range shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
it would
I
have
would
been
say
nice
I'll
5
take
minute
that.
long.
Yeah, no, I'll
But,
take that
you
off. It's a 48 buck loss. It's no big deal, right? So that's
Oh.
fine.
Exactly.
Nothing.
But you know, but it was a good idea. I think it was a good trade idea. It just hasn't worked out. It's one of those things.
Yeah, and that's why we take
That's
it
okay
early
though.
and reassess. Yeah.
I would much
Yeah.
rather, if I was coaching, I would much rather have a trader who's overactive and taking their setups versus too hesitant to. Hesitancy
yeah.
is not
Yeah,
something
yeah.
I
You
want to
can't.
teach out of a
Yeah,
trader.
you can't be. Yeah, you can't be
So
scared to put a
difficult.
trade on. But when
I
you're
think I
trying
had
to
one
work on-
guy.
Ooh, yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, D.
Paul.
No, go ahead.
No.
Oh, Paul. Okay, Paul.
Yeah, I
Paul,
had
then D.
one only one person that had trouble entering a trade. It was like, in my system, I have a pretty clear entry trigger signals, and he's looking at the setup, looking at the level. The entry trigger is there, and I'm like, right, are you in? He's like,
Go.
no. I'm like, why? So what I did,
Right.
we used limit orders and we used buy and sell stops to push him in.
Uh-oh.
D's gone.
What she was
ID.
saying was
Anyways.
too important.
What? Jack. Oh, no. Jack's a part of the Illuminati and had to yoink D. The sauce was too good.
I
Let's see
think
what I can do here.
Let's see if she comes
Yeah, I
back.
mean,
yeah, Goldman snuck in and cut her off.
What I was going to say is that when you're looking for accuracy, that's a reason to hesitate. When you're looking, it's like, right, I need this, and it's not hesitation. It's like, I need this, I need that, and I need that to fall in line. And if they're all there, then we've got a trade. So, but yeah, I'm with you, Dolby. You can't be afraid to take the trade when it sets up. It's like, I've got to take.
You have
this.
to take it.
Do you know what I mean?
It's your job. It's what drives me crazy when some people are like, "Hey, here's a short.
Right.
There's a short up here." I'm like, "Where's your end? Where's you get in at?" It's like, I'm not in the trade. Well, it's like,
what are you gonna do?
Yes, your confidence wasn't too high, huh? Wasn't too high. Big difference between calling a level and trading it. And honestly, it is. I think I learned that on TopstepTV. Actively was learning how important it is. If you see your entry, just take it. You just have to take it. It is your job as a trader. Where's that 200-point trade today, Dolby? I don't know. There's still an hour left. Yesterday, we did it in 10 minutes at the end of the day. It still might be here on the table. Still might be here on the table. You never know.
We're not really seeing any big orders to the downside. I've seen a couple of 20 lots to the short side, a 20 lot to the upside. So it's very much right now. There's no decision. There's no direction. Do you know what I mean? So I'll take this short again if it comes back down. But if it goes up, then I'd equally see this as a long. Once we get above that 58.67 mark, then we're not in that range anymore. Now we're going to have some continuation. So it's a case of just waiting and see. isn't it?
He's
Hold on.
back.
All right,
You
I'm gonna
just
bring
got,
her back
we
in.
can get D back. Can we get? All right, we have to wrap
D's
up
back.
anyways, but we can get D back in for maybe 2 seconds, so she
Yeah,
can finish
that's
her
Alright.
no
thought,
worries.
and we'll get on to Power
We
Hour and
can't
be done.
we can't
I was
not
doing the
have
best I
D.
could to cover for you, D, but
We
you
have to
know,
have D come back.
I'm no star.
Get
I think Coach Jay
get D
said he
back.
jumped
Get D
in.
back.
Wait,
Get
no,
D
David
back.
Green. Oh, now it's a
Quick,
foursome.
quick.
Chaos. Absolute chaos. All right,
Nice
hold
one.
on, D. D, what is your final thought? You had something. Goldman interns cut
My
you
fi-
off. You were cooking for a second.
Yes, my final thought. Yeah, definitely difficult to sort out issues with under trading because it comes from some sort of a psychological trauma that the trader has experienced in the past. And in that case, I would rather have those who click buttons so we can practice control with them over the ones who are
Yeah.
just afraid to click a button because that's just like, oh God, man, now we have to
Is there
do
some
a
baggage
lot of
from
work.
30 years ago?
Yeah,
Not
probably,
speaking from
yes.
experience. Anyways, trading is so much fun. And it's fun hanging out with you guys
It
as
is.
well as you, chat. But we still have
Yeah.
one more hour left. David Green and Coach Jay are coming back for Power Hour. We're going to keep on trading, see if we can get this house account, or at least this portion of the house account, back to break even. Jack had the God trade today. But Coach D, so good to chat with you. It's been a while. And Paul, thank you so much as well, our very friendly UK traders. But Jack, please take us out of here so we can get ready for the final segment of the day, Power Hour. Hello and welcome back. Last hour of the day. It's this power hour, boys and girls. We got Coach Jay. We got David Green back in the house. Both of you guys doing your second lap on TopstepTV. Hope you got your water and your electrolytes. You got 57 minutes left of market action. NASDAQ, ES pushing new highs. What do we got on, boys?
We got nothing
currently.
on. When we left us and Coach Jay, we were talking about being on the long side. We were down at the 59.20 level. Said hopefully when we come back, we'll be at the 48s. We went through those 48s. Now we're trading in the 60s. Tough to buy it up here. I'd like to see some kind of pullback if we can get it. Got some short levels up at 84. Real. Some short levels up at 84 and 91. If we spike up from here, we'll take a little look on the short side.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's what high of day yesterday is 84.
Previous day high. That's exactly
Previous
right.
day high. It's like I'm learning something, David Green. There we go. 84 is on the ES. Keep an eye on them. 5-minute range. We're at the top of it right now. Jay, what kind of trades do you see? Have you traded since we've last spoke?
I haven't. So I took that one trade when I was on with David earlier. Got back to down 500 on the day. Started down about 1900. So I'm calling this a winning day. If I see something great, I'll take it. But I've already won today. But I do like the shorts up here potentially. We are very extended from the VWAP, right? We are about 2 ATRs, maybe even a little bit more. Yeah, we're 2 ATRs on a 30-minute chart away from VWAP, which usually means we're going to get a reversion to it at some point. Now, patterns are patterns until they break, but yeah, I kind of like them up here.
Really?
We're still in that range from yesterday.
Very, very cheap. Still are.
Yeah. I do like David's 84s because then what we could run those highs and then come back into them if that happens. I mean, we're talking about another 20 points up from here, but I would not be surprised if it happens here.
Okay. So I like that idea. Those 84s are really nice. It still feels like it wants to just bid up here. I mean, it's still all higher highs, higher lows, solid uptrends really since like 10:30 today. Bulls have been in control, as they say. All it takes is the T word to change things around, and certainly it has.
The long trend right now is down around the 48s. So that could be a spot to try a little long. 48s. I'll put a little bit out there also.
48s, I like that too. I like that
48s
too.
are the trend. Again, it's the last hour of the day. Got to be careful, but 48s is down.
Hey, we had fun yesterday, David Green. We had a lot of fun yesterday. 200-point banger. Short the NQs. Oh, yeah.
And that was late in the day, right?
Oh, super late. It was like past 250.
Wow.
NQ was on a roller coaster. Oh, all right. Pushing highs again in the ES. Shorts presumably still covering. Starting, let's dower up. Oh, my God. Nice Jack. Jack is cooking in the back right now. Jack, if you were cooking, what would it smell like? Just give us some smell-o-vision.
Just garlic, mostly, I would say.
Okay, Jack's house smells like garlic. Everyone, smell garlic. That's what his house smells like.
Love it.
Now. Hey, old garlic and butter and onions makes any kitchen just smell magical. Let's see.
So pushing the high of this range.
Yep.
Right around the 66s, 67s.
Yeah, looking at again, Doe, we were saying this in the green room. Today's price action and yesterday's price action, even into this close, looks exactly the same, right? Even this kind of rally
pull up your chart and do that.
It's almost identical.
That was a good point,
right?
Ooh.
So we have yesterday's. This is yesterday's price action. I did regular trading hours. So we sold off in the morning. Kind of found a base near that 200 moving average on the SPX and bounced from there. We rallied, VWAP stayed in the middle of the range, and then on the close, we got that sell-off. Today's price action looks exactly the same, right? Where we sold off, found that 200 moving average. We're up near the highs of this range again. VWAP is still a flat line, which means that price is going, volume is not. EH has a comment. Does that mean it's going to play out the same way? Nothing ever is that simple.
Never does.
it's a pattern, right? So I would not be surprised. Again, we have kind of empty price action right now. If we're looking at volume, price went higher, volume's not going with it. I would not be surprised at a reversion. Now, Hoag says it all the time. The markets would like to make a liar out of me. If buyers step in right here, then I'm wrong. But that's the puzzle I'm looking at.
I'm with you. I like it.
I'm with you.
I like this theory. Yeah, this is awesome.
Where do you start the short? That's the question.
Right, and I think your
84 is I'm starting. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, here's a level. I can throw this out here. 84s is good. 50% would be 58.71. That was the last kind of big range we had on the 1 hour, and that was March 3rd. A little bit of March 4th. So maybe if we get some consolidating or maybe a wiggle around 58.72 in the ES, that could be an indication. Otherwise, I think, David, your 84s are most certainly going to be a target here for day traders. And maybe the flip that you were talking about. Bro, what if Trump just comes in right at 58.84 and says tariffs and we just sell off 200 points?
So what I will also say about the short is if it happens, I don't think it's a trade that you need to try to preempt, right? You didn't have to try to preempt a 400-point move yesterday in the NASDAQ, right? Let the market tell you that, hey, oh shit, you had that reaction, Dolby, right? You were on air, you're just like, whoa, something's happening, let's get short. I think this move will look like that, right? Where it's not going to happen slow. We're running out of time. So if it's going to happen on that short, it'll be quick. So
yeah, exactly. This is start getting a big red bar down. We can get short against the highs we just made.
Right.
Yes, we can. Yep. Well, we got a little bit of rejection here off the 50%. See how this maintains here. 50% can be a decent short trade or a decent long, just depends. It can be support if you're a range trader. Trade gold. Wish we could. They don't have data for it right now. Gold and oil both would have been very, very fun to trade. Yeah, a little bit of a sell-off at 50%. I don't know if you want to hop into a short now, though.
Looking both ways before you cross the street, is there a reason to buy this right here?
Yeah, sure. I could make one. It would be stair-step highs off of a 5-minute range. Also, we've had 58.59 hold the support several times. It's also basically the consolidation of the 50% midpoint that we were talking about right here. So sure.
And it's a 9 EMA.
And it's a 9 EMA.
First trend line.
Slam longs.
I'm not doing anything dope. I think it's just too risky.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Neither do you.
You don't
have to.
It's true. No, that's true. But I want to. I love this time.
Oh, here we go.
What do we got?
No, I was just wondering. I'm going to go for coffee. You guys want coffee?
I had too much. I had too much coffee today, Eddie.
Got mine right here. Little iced decaf hazelnut.
All right.
Ooh, iced decaf hazelnut. Mm-hmm. All right, chat. Put in your coffee order for what you get.
I'm going for coffee.
Your fancy
stuff. Coffee order. I'll bring it all back.
All right. I want to see what chat.
Eddie,
drinks.
I almost hit the market short when you did that. So,
dude, that'd been awesome.
As soon as I hear that,
well,
tariffs short, automatic.
Look before you leap.
That's so funny. Yeah, Eddie, that's a dangerous button there. Maybe the gong for next time. We got people triggered on shorts just to hear that beep 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 sound. The power you have now, Eddie, moving the markets.
No,
so this could be the start of a little pullback.
I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. We love you, Eddie.
Love you too, man.
Could be the start of a little pullback or consolidation. So still nothing clear here.
Yep.
Still leaning long. The wiggle hasn't come into the ES yet to indicate anything otherwise. I could also just put on a long and we can just watch this roll over and just make this happen.
You did say that yesterday. It's like, want to watch me call the high of the day?
Sometimes that's how it feels. It's not fun.
I don't see anything to say that it's still not a long, Dolby.
I think it's definitely, yeah. No, I agree. It's just casual bidding to the upside. Very casual bidding to the upside. And why even hop into a short here when you have 84s, previous daily high so close? So close.
Pop, 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 pop.
The later we get in the day, unless it's something very definitive, this is probably a no trade. But if it's definitive, I'm taking it.
I'll tell you where my
I
orders
kind of
are
want to
at
have
right
one
now.
on. What if we offer
orders out.
64s?
Offer 64s or buying 64s?
Sorry,
What are you doing?
bid. It's been a long day, David. Maybe bid
I'm with
60 bid 64s. That's not getting a pullback. What am I saying? We should have been talking
No.
about bidding 64s
I mean, the
5 minutes ago.
The 9 EMA is 59, if you must, and then 52.
59s and 52s. I mean, if we're
David,
just talking
David,
ranges. Yeah.
David, you were going to say where your offers were? 58.84 is that 200 moving average on the 30-minute.
Also, and it's a
Ooh.
previous day high.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I
They have
like
size
Love it.
there? Oh.
Yeah, look at
Size
that.
No size on
there,
the
Check it
books
yeah.
right
out.
now.
Look at Jay right there, baby. Yowza.
That's
Double confluence.
interesting spot. Interesting spot.
It is an interesting spot. We're very, very close to hitting some major levels. Oh, we got some size. It might be spread bros though. It's between 74s and 75s on the ES. A little bit of a wiggle there as we speak.
Where are we
Kind
long
of one.
versus short in the room? Do we have that? Or the
Can
traders?
soon.
Where
Chat.
are we? long versus
The
short?
tilt.
Chat, bullish or bearish? ES.
Yeah, the tilt. What's the tilt?
Oh, all right. Chat. Chat's also the tilt. Let's see.
56% long from 58.51. So they're in the
All
money.
right, there you go. Nice.
Damn. Not a great trade. Shorts are at 50, just eating 20 points, apparently. When's that rubber band going to snap and they have to cover? All right, chat's bullish. Chat, one of the best momentum indicators on the planet. We're just so close. I mean,
Thank you,
maybe
Ed.
we do get some 60s. Little 5-minute range.
First level is 60 and then 54s.
Yeah, I like
Those are the
60s.
levels. 60, 54.
This is wiggly though. This is wiggly for ES.
It is.
Someone in
It's
chat was
316
talking about,
already.
It is. Someone in chat had said they just bought L2 data and have no idea how to use it. That's one way to use it. Does the dome start getting wiggly and weird when price doesn't move that much? That can kind of be a sign. Additionally, looking for large orders on the dome that kind of stick out. So 300 contracts at 68.75. Maybe that's significant. 70 evens has some. Look at this pullback. So that 50% was 58.71. Did not get close enough.
So we got
bit of a rejection there.
54s if you like the long, and then 48s.
48s, probably lean toward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like 52s as half. 48s is good too. Ooh, sellers. That wiggle kind of preempted this little sell-off here.
63% short now in the tilt.
Whoa,
There you
okay,
go.
good call.
It just went from long to short.
Just paired off. Yep. Yeah, I think this is the move we were looking for. Let's see.
Man.
Volume picking up a little bit.
Oh
Let's see
yeah,
if we break the 48s.
yeah. Even those 40s.
Stepping away for 1 minute,
40s.
boys, to get a granola bar. Then I'll be back. We'll
All right,
stay on
you're
this-
allowed
There
to
we
eat,
go.
Jack. That's fine. You're allowed to eat.
There is the short playing out.
Oh, the wiggle. Oh my
If
goodness.
you want to be
That was
long,
it.
Dolby 40s. If we hold the 40s,
I
it's a
don't
good
know.
spot.
I do like 40s though. If we're talking strictly
I'm trying
range trade,
I'm trying a little at 40.
then 40s does work.
Small one.
Let's see if we can get. Yeah, we'll bid 40s.
I'm
just
seeing a
doing the
potential
micros.
short now at 55.
55 for a retest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see that too, Jay. I mean, you know, the trend was like 57 and we broke it, so that could be the short now if you want to be short.
Right.
I mean, honestly, as a range trader, I'd probably prefer being short because that's more technically sound from a range trader perspective. Just because we have a 5-minute range up at highs of a 1 hour or 4 hour range doesn't necessarily mean that longs are the way to go because you got big time frame going up against a smaller time frame. Little 5-minute.
See how we missed the 40s by nothing and went up
ticks.
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 Well, actually, it was 3 points. Wasn't that close?
It's we've missed some good trades today by a couple ticks. It's not fun.
Happens
I was
all
losing
the time,
trades
man.
though. Took those pretty easily. It's always fun. Man, this 5-minute range is solid. Really, really solid here. So you like 55s as a short? What do you see in there, Jay?
So we just got some pretty nice volume to the downside. 50% of that volume on the 3-minute candle is 58.56. Then I have VWAP attached to that, which is below that 50%, right? That VWAP is at 53, which is just confirming that there were actual sellers in that and not just BS price action. So the order would be at 56, stop would be at 70, which is a lot. So I'm taking it with micros.
Yep.
And go from there.
Like
But
the idea
I'm
of
not just taking it yet.
I'm with you, Jay. I'm
That's
offering
the
at
idea.
57.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the idea of having
Again, just the
stops
small
above-
ones.
Stops above
we're risking
71s or so. I like that idea.
So we're risking $70 or so on one contract. That's fine. Whatever.
Nothing.
Nice. Yeah, that's nice.
I mean, yeah, shorts look.
I would have
good
loved to
right
have gotten
here,
the
right now.
40s. I would have loved to have gotten the 40s long for a quick spike, which would have worked.
I mean, we got right to the 50% of this 5-minute range and just sold off 5 points. So maybe maybe that sell is a great idea. I feel like I'm chasing now, though.
Yeah. Don't chase. It'll give
We're
it to
not
us.
chasing. I don't have the energy to chase anything right now. Operating on coffee.
I am with you.
Water, half a
It's
soup.
been a long day.
It sure has. It's been a fun day, though. Thanks for sticking around, chat. Really appreciate it. Hope you've all been entertained and have learned a thing or two today. Hopefully you are 1% better as a trader by the end of the day today.
That's it. 1%
And coming in,
100 days. In 100 days,
full
we'll be the best
disclosure.
trader in history.
Ooh, what do we got, Jack? We'll have
I
disclosure
feel like
agreement.
as we count down towards the end of Power Hour here, there's a non-zero chance that our fearless leader will be broadcasting us to a live room of the entire company.
Oh.
If this is the case, I have informants on the inside who will let me know. I'm going to empty every meme I have of MP, and who knows, maybe put on a 10 lot or something. We'll see. But
All right. I'm short
guys-
2 micros. I'm short 2
hold on.
micros from
You're short
56.
ones. We didn't. Yeah,
All right,
I
we're
tried to
short
get
one.
56. I missed it, but I'm short 2 micros
short
for
one with you.
51.75. Risk
We're
is
short
just
50s.
above that high. Okay.
We're short 40 minutes.
56 was the perfect spot.
It was
I'm
right
with
there.
You guys. Small at 56.
I'm with you. We're short 49s, not the best spot. Let's see if we can get midway point, which would be 58.10s.
I will cover some at the 40s, though. That's my 30 EMA.
Where's your stop
Get
at
down to the 40s.
for this? Do we try to short more too?
Well,
if we
now
break
my
the
stop is
5-minute
break
range?
even.
Well, isn't that
My
nice?
stop is break even at 56, but I'm going to take one off at 10 points right here. 46.
Oh, you got 56s. That's nice. I wish I did. Should have put the limit in there.
That's how I had a limit order. Yeah.
Got to
I
do it.
market ordered into a short. It's better roll. All right, do we?
Downside target. I like David's 40s, but I also like 30s here potentially.
I want to. How do we get into size in this? This feels like this is about to sell off.
I covered one.
Can we sell
Like
more
that.
42 and 40s? That would really screw up our average, though.
Let's let it break, Dolby. The reason I'm saying that high volume candle that we have, we're right at the lows of it right now. If the sellers failed here the last time, right? So if they fail again, then we're popping right back up through these highs. I would almost rather us break the low of this candle and then add on a break because we're holding to the tick that low right now.
Yeah, All right, and I got a good stop location for this one. We'll just park it like 58.57. That's why I don't like doing sell stops or to get into an order, because you get filled at like 44s and it rallies 5 points against you.
Yeah, I might go
Not
break even
good
on this.
location.
They needed to go.
So y'all are done with this one then? Might just get flat?
I wanted them to go, and they didn't. Maybe I'm choking it.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm flat
I'm
then.
out. I'll take it
Okay.
again. Yeah.
Okay, I'm flat then.
All right.
I didn't like our
flatten out.
location in the first place anyway, because I was chasing on it.
I'll flatten out.
I don't want to
from
rack
56.
up. I don't want to rack up
Nice
L's
trade, David.
on suspect entries.
Nice 10 points there, right from that 56. But if I'm going with what the trade says, the location was right, but the momentum needs to continue on that, or they go the other way, right? Flat VWAP means range bound market, and 46 was the low of that range. So
yeah, we got the 43.25. I mean, to have a meaningful reversal, we got to break like 40.
40, yeah. I mean,
buyers
came back in again. I mean, this 5-minute range to the long side has been really solid. It's bounced at least 4 times. It's been good. It just feels, a little suspect getting long so close to such an important level between like 84s, 60s, 70s, flat and all.
just like yesterday, also, Delta is very positive. This is the same puzzle as yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, do we think they flip the
positive-
script, Jay, and they just run this thing 200 points to the upside and see if they can just bait in a bunch of shorts and just melt their faces off, Indiana Jones style?
Definitely could.
Movie.
So what happened was yesterday it was right at the midpoint, right at 2:30 is when we saw that selling start to come in. So right now I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait this 5 minutes and see what happens at the turn of the last half hour.
Yeah.
56 is a
I got to
key
go back to
level.
range school.
If we get above 56, then we kind of negated this whole downturn. So.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, these shorts could really be in trouble because they were very, very tasty shorts up in the 60s. And I don't know if they like seeing this right now, to be honest, at all. I kind of want to get long at 45s again. All the scary trades are the ones that work the best today. Actually, that's not true. They work every day. The scary trades are always the good trades. Just how the market works, David.
I'm with you, man.
We don't make the rules. That's just the rules. All the scary trades are the best trades. Here is a powerful mover of the market. Probably one of the most powerful.
We're in a chop city right now. That's the bottom line.
We are in a chop city.
Not busting above the 56s yet. We didn't break the 40s.
Sounds like you just moved away. How'd you get so far away? Come back.
Me?
Your microphone got really quiet. Yeah, your microphone got super quiet. It's like you just went to the other room.
Whoa. Hold on. Check.
All right, that's better. There we go.
Check.
All right, little hot.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you're good. You're great. Look at this rally.
Got above the 56s.
Are we gonna paper hand shorts up here, Jay, and just not take them at 65 or 70s or a stop run? I'm not. I'm taking it. I think I have to take it short.
If we get up to David's 84s, I'm taking it again.
Yeah,
100%.
I've got way too many paper hands over here today. Not enough confidence. Not enough confidence. It's okay. Tomorrow's gonna be great.
Tomorrow's Thursday. We got unemployment numbers on Friday.
We do. So what does that mean? Maybe range bound market tomorrow, unless Trump starts tweeting all over the place.
Depends on where we are at the end of the day. If we really extend it to the upside, you probably get profit taking late going into that number.
Mm-hmm. Most of chat is bullish.
We flipped the short.
Going great today.
Now we're coming up from 44. So.
Yeah, Yep, 60s
I
are
know 40s
strong.
was your buy level
Yep.
down there too, David.
I had my 30 EMA at 40. We got to 40, whatever it was, 43.
43, nice. I mean, we're basically
That's where
still
we got.
scratch on the day for the house account. Thanks to Jack, some excellent micro ES trading. Absolute
I mean, you want to play
sniper.
this little 20-point range. We went from 44. 64 could be a cute short.
Yep.
100%. 100% it could be a cute short. All about cute things.
Could be the hard one, like you were just talking.
Might be the hardest short of all. Getting short into momentum into the end of the day. But hey,
What time is it?
maybe
It's only
Jay's
3:30.
scenario plays out. It's only 3. Yeah, we got plenty of time. We got 30 minutes. Anything can happen in 30 minutes.
And these days, it usually does towards the end of the day.
Right.
Oh, yes. You get a 200-point banger at the end of the day. Just gotta wait. Wait and be patient. Jay, you're doing after the buzzer today? Fantastic.
Yes, sir. Yep. You're doing at the buzzer and slow markets tonight.
Ooh.
God bless you.
Double
Jay.
duty.
It's a marathon. It's a marathon.
Jay, you love the markets so much. You love them
I
so
really do.
much. Trading is so much fun.
You are doing slow markets tonight?
I am doing slow markets tonight. Yep.
Oh, I better set up that stream.
Oh, there we go. Oh, we're not doing it tomorrow though, Jack. Here we go.
Cool.
This is short.
There was your cute little short at 64, right?
We wanted to get closer to the highs though before we pulled the trigger on a short.
I'm just saying, if you're playing this 20-point range, you're getting 10 points out of it every time, up and
Would've been
down.
a good one.
Right.
It's been very consistent. Almost makes you nervous how consistent it's been. A little slippery here.
Hey, Jay, for everybody,
this
what
is
time
the
does
one.
At the Buzzer start?
At the buzzer is 4:15 Eastern time, 3:15 Central, and then slow markets tonight at 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central.
Cool. I'm definitely not asking because I need those to make the stream. But that's
I mean,
cool.
Jack, you knew that.
Of course, I watch it every day.
Right.
Every day. After doing 9 hours, you watch us more YouTube.
Right.
Jack's dream. Not that he has kids or anything, or a wife to take care of.
This is why Topstep
family.
is the best.
That's right.
Why Topstep
All
is
this
the
free
best.
content we give you.
24/7, man.
Basically.
Doesn't someone start at
You want to learn about trading, you're awake.
With London or something?
Yep. Got some good news. We're only expanding.
I have a
Only
bid out at
expanding.
42 if we spike back down small.
Bid at 42 is nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea of.
It's 3:30.
I'm-
Let's see what happens.
Yep. We can get a really good range trade. I gotta hop in. A little out of sorts today. Little out of sorts. Way too much caffeine. Not a performance enhancer. Do we got more range? Hold on. Pedro, don't be frustrated or irritated. It's just a day. There'll be many more.
Tom
Before
Petty
you
said
manage
the
your
waiting
daily
is
risk, though.
the waiting is the hardest part.
It is. It is. FOMO. So many good moves today. So little time.
Also keeps you out of trouble.
And Nasdaq is starting to shake, move around a little bit. That
Will?
Dom is getting wiggly. Dolby.
Yeah. Time to. Oh, yes, it is. Good call. Wiggle in the
Something's
NQ
about to happen.
dome. Something is about to happen. How do we? Is it a short though, or is it a long? Probably a short, right? Who's that just snoring?
That's not me, but
Oh,
I
I know
agree
who that
with that
is.
snore.
I know who it
Not
is.
me.
Is that Rodney? Is that Rodney the dog?
No,
Jack.
No, it is. No, it is not. It is not Rodney. It's all just babies crying here. I'm watching my mother-in-law through the glass right now deal with two angry little people at once. God bless her.
It's the best. Someone was snoring, though. I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Eddie. Maybe Eddie fell asleep briefly. There's no news. Hot mic.
Now,
So
Busted, Eddie.
there's a comment from Frank Costanza. I love how the wiggle gives you no information in terms of a trade plan. It actually does, right? It's a feel thing, though, where
It is
we
a
have an
feel.
idea for what we want to do, right? We want to either get long or get short. We have levels. When you start to see the DOM move around like that, off of feel, you can start to expect a move.
Yep.
How do you teach someone that? I don't think you can, but you start to see it in the depth of market first. You start to see orders start to move around, volume start to pick up, and then it usually means there's a move. But it's all feel.
Think of it as like a tsunami warning. Does it mean the tsunami is going to come? No, but it puts you on alert. So when you see that wiggle in the ladder, typically you will start getting tests of the extremes of range of whatever it is in the range. Does it happen every single time? It does not, but it happens certainly enough that it gets my interest. That I put the market on like a 5-minute timer. It's like, okay, in the next 5, we got a wiggle. Let's head on a swivel for the next 5 minutes. If nothing happens, nothing happens. Otherwise, though, it can be some indication of something changing. Something changing. But you don't have to use it if you don't want to.
I have no orders now, Dolb. I got nothing.
That's fine.
There's just nothing to do right now.
Yeah, just hang out. Hang out with us. Look at the dome. Look at chat.
Because if we start breaking down from here, I don't like the 40s. It's only a 10-point move from here.
Mm-hmm. Got NQ doing nothing. ES doing nothing. Still feels like it wants to sell off, though.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
I still like the feel.
Not giving us anything, though.
Not
Feels
really.
like they're going to do it in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, of course, Jay. Right into MOC, maybe.
That wouldn't shock me either. See a 100-point move in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, right. Kevin, do you get a lot of tsunami warnings? Not in Chicago. Not in Chicago.
Not down here in Florida either.
No. There's probably your mama joke in there somewhere, but I'll pass on it since I'm a man of taste.
They're itching
higher
for us to
lows
get
are still
short
coming
here.
in.
They're itching for us to get short.
I know. Just traps everywhere. Traps everywhere.
This is a good lesson in
like
patience.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a good lesson in patience and discipline. It's just nothing to do. And if we start spiking down 20 points, it's not like, we should have been short. There's nothing set up to do right now.
The only really good short that any long-term shorts would have been anything over, I think, 58.60. I would feel comfortable holding, just because you can have your stop set outside of highs, and so at least you have some comfort. And the market has to work to get you stopped out. But any trade here, it's like, well, shit, you're still in range, even with a decent stop. That's not good.
Yep.
What stops out of range?
100%.
Those stops outside of the range, not inside of the range. Very, very range bound. Speaking of which, not a whole lot going on. Just so everyone knows, if you're still tuning in, for the next 2 days, we're kind of doing TopstepTV Unplugged. More of a chilled out stream, less production, more chatting, less stats, less promos, less commercials. Just bringing you trading
trades,
action.
maybe. Oh, wow, look at that.
Oh, yeah, for better or for worse, 100%.
Right. We took a decent amount of trades today on the stream.
Oh, we did. Yeah,
Let's talk and more action.
That's right. Oh, look at this rotisserie of... Thank you, Jack. Rotisserie of memes. Do you have emo Dolby back there, Jack? I think that was a good one. Might need to...
Let me see. I had it in the back box. I don't think they have it in here.
Oh, okay.
What we got?
We need to get a wig and actually play that character. That'd be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. Thank you, Jay Sims. Thank you for the compliments. And or EJU as well. I'll keep on taking compliments. Everyone's working super hard back here, though. Shout out to Eddie, Jack, even Tim for putting together the schedule. Partner in crime.
Where our boys are.
Yes. Yeah, no, that is exactly right. That's pretty much what's going on.
Absolutely.
Oh, trading. We're not always in the red, actually. Believe it or not. We had a two-week winning streak.
Yeah, Dolby, you had like 10 days in a row, right?
Yeah, 10, 11 days in a row. We had a 200-point winner yesterday. We've had some really good trades. The problem is that you look at a P&L, like you screenshot someone's P&L, and like you don't have the story of the entire trading session. There were like at least 2 trades we had that were very, very good, but we did not get filled, and the market ran away from us. We're talking like ticks of banging trades, and then we got full-on losing trades. Just happens. It's the way it is. It's trading. If you care about losers, you're going to have a bad time in trading. It's going to happen a lot.
Mr. Venom says, I'm 55 cents in profit. You could buy a gumball from that restaurant Jack was at yesterday.
Love it.
Right from it. One gumball, one bouncy ball.
I wish I was up 55 cents in this house account. I would take that money in a heartbeat.
House account's roughly scratch.
We are.
Right now.
Yeah. Still higher lows, lower highs. Yes. Locked up right now. Completely locked up. Matt P, can you somehow record and show this wiggle? Because probably most of us are confused and don't know what to look for.
In the DOM?
It is hard. It is hard to record. It happens frequently on live stream. So when we're watching a market, also watch the market and at least have level 2 data as well. And we'll try to point it out when it happens in real time. But it is something that just happens kind of out of nowhere.
Here's my question, and Jay. What does a wiggle look like? Is it the spreads get wider? There's less bids and offers. Bigger size comes in. What exactly?
They get a little wider. So let's say you have your Topstep X DOM set to auto center, which if you're trading the Nasdaq, it gets pretty crazy. You'll just see it move around, right? I actually have on another platform. I have the Nasdaq up on the side, and I'm watching the S&P, and I can see it out the corner of my eye. Right? It's just it does a quick auto center. You see the orders start to flash around a little bit, and then I'm watching the volume to see whether or not we're actually getting trades or if orders are just getting shifted. But it's noticeable, right? Like I can see it out of the corner of my eye.
That's funny you say that because that's how I started noticing it. Is the corner out of the corner of my eye, because I don't really trade off the dome, but it's on my screen. And then you look at the charts, and all of a sudden you see the ladder just like flicker, and it's like, whoa, what was that? And then you see that enough that you get triggered.
This is the correct term, but you'll understand exactly what we're saying. Is that it's just when the dome is spazzing out for a few moments, having a little seizure.
Yeah,
that's simple.
And in a tight range. It's like in a tight range. It just like flickers up and down within like 2 or 3 points. It's not like a big range, but it's chill right now. Watch the ES. It's not really doing anything. So we'll keep an eye on it for you right now. But everyone watch the ES. We'll keep an eye and see if we can spot a wiggle. But this what we have right now, I would consider orderly price movement in the dome. And we'll see if it wiggles and we'll call it out.
So here's another question that everybody's probably asking. How do we use it to make a trade, Coach Jay? Like if we see that wiggle and then we start moving in one direction, do we want to get on the same side of that trade?
So from there, I see the wiggle, and then I expect to see volume, right? And then I'm basing my trade off of that volume. So for example, right, that high volume that we just had to the downside at 3:15 Eastern, there was a wiggle right before that, and then all of a sudden some trades came through, right? So now I'm framing my trade based on that volume, right? So we got short right at 50% of that volume because we know that there was a market participant that just traded here, and these prices meant something for them, meant something to them. I don't know what it means to them. They're going to tell me, right? Do they hold it here? Do they continue to sell it? But they wanted to trade at these prices with some significant volume, and I'm just going to follow it there.
Perfect. Perfect. So I hope that makes it a little clearer for everybody out there. Kind of, we want to get in the same direction of that move when we start seeing the volume come in and the spazzes.
Yeah.
Yep. But so
Like,
far,
yeah,
I've been watching it. It's been very orderly thus far, so no wiggles yet. Let's see, RJ still
7 minutes
calling
to
out
market our
trades.
close.
Yep. Like, even though we've sold off 3 points, I wouldn't consider this a wiggle. So it's not about the width of the movement. It's about the flutter of price. It's like kind of picking up a little bit here.
Yeah.
And volume.
But it's not, still wouldn't say it's a big one.
Yeah, and then for me, that volume, David, is super important, right? A lot of times traders, they're like, "How do you read level 2? It's all spoofing. Somebody throws a big order out there." You can't fake executed trades, right? And that's why I read. That's why I read volume, right? If you put on a trade, if you put on a 1 lot, you put on a 100 lot, it's represented by that volume. So the DOM by itself, I don't think is enough information. But the DOM with time and sales or with volume, then you kind of put that puzzle together.
Yep. And it's just another tool in the tool shed. That's all.
That's all it is. Nothing's giving you the right answer.
Nope. That's not even a part of like really my trading plan either. It's just like an observation of the market, and it just puts me on high alert that, hey, a thing might happen. Like if I'm already in a trade, then I certainly am going to perk up and be like, hey, maybe this is the move that's really going to push us. I'm starting to get starting to pick up a little bit here.
So it's not
Typically,
something
it comes
that
out of nowhere.
Not something that I've looked at before, but it's something that I will look at from now. You cannot have an ego in this game. You always have to be willing to learn. And, whether you take what you learn and use it or not, you just, it can't be your way or the highway. I'm doing this for 40 years and I just learned something new today. So there you go. And I will use it.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's super cool. That's the beauty of TopstepTV. Just sharing knowledge just all the time. All the time. We had a fun question for chat a while ago. It was like, hey, what's the one thing you've learned from TopstepTV? And everyone put in one thing they learned. It was very cool.
That's
saw
great,
volume profile. I think we saw some range traders. I know Paul got into ranges. Coach Jade, you got a shout out for your volume stuff. Anchored VWAP got a shout out. And people are learning stuff. You just got to kind of grab what fits your personality and put it in your toolbox so you can become a better trader. But not everything is going to resonate with you as a trader. So you don't have to have every trader strategy in your toolbox. You just need what you need. Ooh, 100%. Over under. That's a good question. What is our over under?
Going S&P or Nasdaq?
Let's see.
S&P.
58.30.
I like 58.30. That's fair. A little above below.
I like it.
Eddie?
Yeah.
Eddie, you back there?
I'm working on it.
Oh, you're the best. You are the best. We'll do above or below ES 58.30.
So let's see. If we break these 44s, we can start getting some follow through to the downside, but there's still nothing actionable here. That I see.
No, it would still feel like a guilty trade.
Got a question in the chat here from Vivek. How do you control the urge to change the red realized to green? I've been red all day, so I've just accepted it at this point. And like I said earlier, I'm counting this as a winning day because I was a lot more red. Red is okay. And I think if we try to make every day a green day, we're just going to have way bigger red days, right? Because you're not going to avoid it. There's actually no way for you to do that unless you just don't trade. So I'm accepting it. It's $500. I can make that back tomorrow and I don't need to, right? I'm just going to trade another day.
Very important lesson, guys and
And
girls.
there is
extremely
the poll.
important.
Ooh, thank you. I want to get back to Jay's point, but yes, poll is up for above below. So chat, for this poll, you're trying to pick, is ES going to close above 58.30 or below 58.30? And if it closes, I don't know, within a point of 58.30, then Jay wins, and then everyone in chat loses, and Jay's the best. Yeah, I think another way to think about it too, for whoever asked that question, is I would consider a winning day any day that you stuck to your personal daily loss limit. I would classify that as a winning day. So that's a red day technically, but I think as traders we need to redefine what a winning day is, because if you did do your job and you did all your entries correct and all your exits, and it just didn't pan out, and you just happen to hit your personal daily loss limit, that is also your job as a trader, is to stick to that. So that can still be a winning day. Don't be scared of small winning days, even though they're the hardest days to have as a trader. So hard.
Yeah, and how many people out there have had these small losing days and turned them into big losing days?
Everyone in chat has. Every single person.
Exactly right. 100%.
Multiple times for many of us.
Yep.
It's a game of delayed gratification. That's kind of the
30
base game of
seconds.
trading. Oh, MOC's coming up. Day has been flying by.
Coming up.
Speaking of which, I am going to go ahead and hit that lockout button. 10 minutes to go in the day. I'm not going to be tempted to try to do anything here, so I'm locking it up. And we'll trade again tomorrow.
I am with you, Jay. No more trades today.
There we go.
Well done.
All right, now let's put on a 15 lot in that practice account.
Only if.
Right. Oh my goodness. 51 million buy side S&P. Nasdaq 557 million sell side. Dow 219 million buy side, and the Mag 7 418 million sell side. Once again here, S&P again catching a little bit better here. 89 million buy side, and Nasdaq still 543 million sell side. Back to you, folks.
Thank you, Eddie, for the MOC. That is market on close. So market just got a bunch of orders to fill. Not a ton.
Yep.
In the billions, it starts getting a little bit hairy. ES started.
We were in the billions yesterday.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Do we
that
buy
short.
here? I don't like buys here. This 5-minute
No,
candle is too long.
I think we get that test at 30s at least here, Dolby.
Yeah, I like long.
28. I like 28.
28's for
I like
longs.
19 even better.
Yeah. I love both of those prices.
This has nothing to do with market on close, guys and girls. This is just your 350 pullback. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it feels a little bit weird getting long here, just because
I'm putting out 20
go range
small.
to range.
Spike all the way.
Yeah, 20 small.
All the way to 58 20s.
VWAP's at 08.
08. Oh wow, I'd almost like a short then. I guess at short 42s. Maybe that's support
some
become
buying just came in
resistance.
there.
Although we got smoked on that trade last time we tried that though. That's not great. That would have been a great little buy at 34s. Just the stair step trade. No. Shorts are kind of interesting. It's just your stop is in such a terrible place, though, is the problem.
Unless we spec up to 53s, maybe you could try a little bit. But again, I'm done now.
Yeah, you're done.
There's no sense in pushing anything on in the last 8 minutes.
No. There is not.
I will say
Nice
the
balance.
reads today on the show all day have been on point. Really,
Yeah.
by everyone. And we want to
really
execute
good.
on them, and we executed on a decent amount of them. But the reads, the levels have been on point all day.
Yep. We just didn't execute on it. It's a little bit of a learning curve. This is way different. I mean, you gotta, driving the whole show. Typically, the way we have things set up is the house account manager is just focusing on the charts and not chatting and engaging chat and stuff. So you're so locked in to just like ready to press the button. You're spending times looking at levels, like visualizing trades too is pretty important, right? Because you want to visualize the trade, take it, set it up, nail it. But when you're doing so much at once, it gets a little bit tricky. But we're gonna fix it. We're gonna improve every day. 1% better. Live and learn. A little bit less coffee. It'd be great. Execute trades a little bit better.
Dolby, are you
it's
on
been a
Red
fun day,
Bulls? Are you on Red Bulls right now?
No, I'm on coffee, but I'm caffeine sensitive, so one cup can last me like 12 hours.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, that's a thing. It is a thing. But yeah, probably no trades here either. I'll probably just lock this out, actually. We'll also lock it out. All
Nice.
day. Yeah. So basically, it ended up being a scratch day between Jack and I, which is super cool. We love seeing that. Jack had an
Good way to
incredible
start the
MES
takeover.
trade. Yeah, break even. Honestly, break even's not bad. You know, you dip your toe in, you got some unfamiliar territory, unfamiliar waters. But I think break evens is a great result for how things are going. Very, very good. Very, very good.
At 20
Nice bounce
points.
here. Yep, we do have above
20 points
below.
off the
We got some
34s.
people. Probably should pull that pull. We can, yeah, let's pull it. Yep, man, I even thought about bidding 40s too. So I was like, well, what if we just maintain the 5-minute range and just rally? But it would have been a guilty trade if we had lost. Sometimes kind of your mental capital just gives out at one point, and it's like regardless of the trade, like the emotional loss far outweighs whatever you would have gained just because you're beat down from having three or four losing trades in a row.
David, I know
just not worth it.
Peter Tuckman does a lot around MOCs. Do you look at them for your trades at all? You know, are you considering that information for
don't.
any trade decisions? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something really out of whack,
Yeah,
I'll get a message from Pete.
gotcha.
And then I'll definitely.
Nice person to know.
Yeah,
Good guy to know.
That's what he does.
Yeah,
for a
we'll see
living,
moving
so.
here, guys.
Right.
We got
Ooh, what do
the
we got?
S&P 575 million buy side, NASDAQ only 20 million sell side, Dow 30 here 315 million buy side, and the Mag 761 million sell side. That's what I got.
Mixed bag.
All right. Thank you for that. You missed lunch. Eddie was on air for lunchtime today. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Dolby.
He's doing great work. Got 5 minutes left.
JR, what
Thank you,
time are you
chat
on tonight
for-
now?
Oh, yes.
Tonight, so
What we
we'll
got,
do
Jay?
the market recap right after this at 4:15 Eastern, and then tonight at 8:30. 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central.
Perfect. I won't be joining you for either of them.
Thanks for the shout out. I know you guys normally do a webinar around this time also, right? I think you said you're doing it next week.
Well, no, we got a couple of weeks for the webinar. I just
Gotcha.
invited everybody to come hang out for a foodie week with me next week and hang out in the trading room.
Nice.
So, Dope, you want to pop
it.
my email up there one way or another? It's fine. dgreen9.
Yeah, I think,
I got it.
Perfect. Appreciate it. I think we have like 90 people from the earlier show that want to come and hang out. So appreciate it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. Yeah, great community you guys have over there. Really high quality resources. I was able to take a peek at some of the courses and stuff they offer. It's all in like 4K HD, super well sorted out. Really, really good stuff.
Just what you want to see me in 4K and HD.
Oh, yeah. Of course. You got like an extra nose hair in there somewhere. I want to get that trimmed. I want to get it trimmed. Coach Dakota is also on vacation, unfortunately. If it wasn't hard enough, also Dakota is on vacation this week. Really testing the team. But we love Dakota. Dakota needs a break too. Although I think he did place a trade while he was on his vacay.
He was
made, like,
short the
6 grand or
NASDAQ the other
something.
day. Yep.
Right, email is up
Obviously.
in the chat.
Thank you, guys.
dgreen927yahoo.com.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Want to
Thank
try to
you,
help as many
David.
people as we can.
That's
Only
right.
for Topstep.
So generous. So
Only
generous.
for
Just giving your email out there. 3 minutes left. Everyone on screen is locked out. We are just hanging on. We just gotta just chill. Kill 3 minutes. We did it. We did it, boys. First day in the books. First day of 3. Topstep TV
Dude.
unplugged. That was a good session, to be honest. Went really
So
really
shout
well.
out to Jack producing the show
Oh,
and
yeah.
taking the best trade of the day.
Yeah, Jack.
Yes. I
not
mean,
easy to do.
seriously.
My ears were
job.
burning.
We're just giving you your praise, putting on the best trade of the day and working in the box. and doing on-air stuff. Oh, a jack of all trades. Probably heard that
Literally.
one before.
Hmm.
Probably heard that one before, huh? That's all right. Only 2 minutes left. We can let that joke just wear out. We'll stop feeling icky when it's over. Can't all be winners, y'all. Can't all be winners. Minute left.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, the humanity, right? AST really digging the Unplugged show. Thank you. Maybe we'll send out a form after this. And you can all give us 5-star reviews, everybody. We all want 5-star reviews.
Hey, Nick, or guys, if you need me for anything tomorrow, let me know. I'm pretty good all day tomorrow. If Jay gets tired or something, just shoot me an email if you need me.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We might, actually.
Appreciate that.
We'll see.
Well, yeah.
That'd be amazing. You can come on there anytime you want. Anytime you want.
30.
Oh, Ezekiel, you showed up a little bit late, sir. But tomorrow and Friday, we will be talking about ranges a whole lot.
Okay.
Shubo,
Dolby.
thank you so much.
We'll do it again tomorrow.
So yes, sir. 8 seconds. And Eddie, you are going to take
everybody.
this thing over. Get us out of here.
Sir.
So close. We did it.
Ga-ding, 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 ga-ding.
Jay, go take a nap.
Session in the books.
For sure.
Yes, 15 minutes. Let's get it up. Let's get Eddie on here. Close out this day. Chat, thank you all so much. Doing it again tomorrow.
All right, my brothers and sisters.
Here he is.
It's been a very eventful day here. Once again, lots coming over the wire. Eco numbers pretty mild. Tomorrow, I'm looking right now. Remember, we're here at 7:20, and it's 4:20 in Alaska, by the way. 7:20 each and every morning. And we got 7:30 number tomorrow. Okay, we got continuing jobless claims. We got import exports. We got initial jobless claims. Also, we'll be looking for the non-farm productivity, non-farm quarter over quarter trade balance, and that's only just at 7:30. Coming up at 7:45, we got Harker. Hark, I heard the feds sing. We got Harker going to be talking at 7:45. Let's see here. What else we got here? 9 o'clock wholesale inventories, wholesale trades, 9 o'clock. 9:30 natural gas. 10:30 we got a 4 and 8 week bill auction. 11 o'clock vehicle sales. 12 o'clock high noon at Atlanta Fed GDP. And 2:30 Waller will be speaking, and at the close here, I think we got the Fed balance sheet. Lots going on tomorrow, so I want to make sure that you get a good night's sleep tonight. Good night's sleep tonight, and be here tomorrow. Remember, tell your friends, all right? Tell your fellow traders. I mean, if you like what we're doing here, if you like what's going on, by all means, please do. And taking a look at what we've got going on tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be Thursday. Vince is going to be with us for opening call, Jack and myself. We do have coming up, we do have Fast Markets with Dolby, Jack, and Tim B and Anne Marie. We've got Trade with Topstep. We got Jerome and Gigi DeMonico going to be with us here. Coming up here also for the 12 o'clock hour. That's my hour. We got Lunchbox trading. Bring your lunch, bring your box, bring whatever you want to bring. Deanna and Anne Marie. Deanna's going to stick around, and she's going to do Back to the Futures with Coach Jay and Mohammed. And to end the day, Dolby, Jay, and Coach Hoop will call it with Power Hour. Power Hour. So there you have it. And taking a look to see what we've got here as far as walking in tomorrow, coming up here. Remember, folks, we'll be here at 7:20 each and every day. in the morning here. Hopefully we get those numbers out. But right now, coming up at 3:15 here, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That's every day here, Monday through Friday. Coach Hoop over in the Discord channel at 4:30. Coach Ray at 6 p.m. Coach Vince at 7 p.m. And we're going to be having slow markets. I think Jay might be doing slow markets 7:30 tonight at Sunday through Thursday. And Deanna, our good friend Deanna, who was on today earlier, will be doing the London Open. It's 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday. So right now it's your time. Go relax. Get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Tell somebody you love them today. All right? You see a smile. Say, you know what? I love you. I love you. And I do love you. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Peace out.